It was pre-recorded, idiots. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Alright. Let me know if this works.
Witcher 2 Assassins of Kings was released in May of 2011, 4 years after Witcher 1 and 3 years after Witcher 1 Enhanced Edition. Witcher 2 was similarly updated with a free Enhanced Edition in 2012. The game was
well, it's because I have my headset off. Hold on.
And reviewed quite well, in no small part because it appeared like a much better produced game than Dragon Age 2 that came out a few months earlier in
Is the echo gone now?
I played both of these games at release, but I didn't finish either of them. For Dragon Age 2, that
What do
was
you
because
mean,
I was
no?
hopelessly addicted to World of Warcraft at the time and was pulled back into a raid tier. For Witcher 2, the reasons are a bit more serious. My mother died. I only got to the second chapter of Witcher 2
rip mom.
back then,
What do you
and I
mean,
didn't play it
no?
again until making this video.
Double audio sources? What? There's only one audio source on OBS. Sounds like the inside of a church. Wrong video. Yeah, I know. It's a test video. Okay? I'm hearing it twice a few milliseconds apart. What? You got leaky headphones, mate? You would everything that we streamed so far would have the same problem then if it was that. Is your microphone not picking up the audio? Then earlier in the stream would be the same thing too. I do not have audio monitoring on any source on OBS. I just checked. I do not have it. Monitoring is off on both of them. Try muting mic for 3 seconds while playing. Okay, here we go. That's a good idea. Good job, one guy. All right, here we go.
Normally wouldn't be worth bringing up at all, but I'm doing so to make it clear that I was enjoying it enough to finish it back then. It's that I couldn't, for obvious reasons. So my experience of playing this game at release before the Enhanced Edition is incomplete, and you should know that.
Alright, is the echo back now?
There are some important comparisons we can draw to Witcher 2 from Dragon Age 2 and World of Warcraft. Same goes for the zones in Witcher 3.
Is the echo getting better the more I lean away from the computer? Alright, I'm scrolling back. I'm going away. Is it getting better?
The pre-credits cinematic shows an assassin attack King Foltest and Geralt saving the day, using his reward for saving the city as an unexpected weapon.
Alright, is the echo gone now?
Shot on the dead assassin's face.
It's still here.
Witcher, except when I first saw this, I thought it looked so much like Geralt that it was some sort of mysterious clone or something, and that's how they were going to explain
it's
how
still
Geralt
there.
is
Massive
back from
echo.
the dead.
Okay,
There
I
were
don't
multiples
understand
of
it
him
then.
walking around, and that's why people were confused, but clearly they didn't go that route, and I was crazy for thinking that. So Witcher 1 ends with Geralt in a complicated situation, but still a prosperous one. He has earned the favor of the ruler of one of the largest kingdoms in the Northern Realms. He has just saved him for a second time, and he's many thousands of orens richer for his trouble.
It's louder now that you're closer again. I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
He's there. He's awake.
Witcher 2 has many, maybe even dozens of continuity errors from the first game. It has so many that later I will argue that Witcher 1 probably shouldn't be considered a reliable source of the events that happened, and should instead be treated like an embellished tale from Dandelion who gets many facts wrong. And I should also point out
I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand. Check where the VLC is playing it to. What do you mean? Why would that matter if the mic is... check whether it's your headphones or your monitors that play the same sound. But why would muting the mic fix it? The sound is in the room. Hold on, one second. Let me unplug. Hold on.
Right now that I made a mistake in the first video by not clarifying that Dandelion is the same character as Jaskier from the Netflix series. So if you only watch the Netflix show, you may be...
Okay, the only sound in the room is the headset. There's no other audio source in the room. The monitor is not playing a sound. Man, my cursor disappears when I go over the window. Okay, output. Automatic module. Windows multimedia device output. DirectX audio output. Device default. All right. There's only two options, default or the one that default is, but this time we're choosing it. All right. This time we chose it. Is it for the right reasons? Let's see.
confused when I started talking about.
All right,
Dandelion,
is there
a
a fucking echo now?
Jaskier is a much better name for that character in my opinion, but in the games and the translated versions of the books that I read, that character is named Dandelion. I believe the more
It's
direct
worse.
translation is Buttercup.
All right, I'm gonna unplug.
Let's leave that. So because the
I'm
games
gonna
and the books
unplug
call
the
him that,
headset.
we're gonna call him Dandelion for the
All
rest
right.
of this video series.
I
but,
can no longer
just
hear
think
it.
Jaskier
Do
if
you
watch the
still
Netflix
hear the
show.
echo?
To be clear, there's no way that this is intentional. The idea that Dandelion is the one
Yes?
telling the story, and that's why there's
No.
so many continuity errors
No.
and mistakes between the games. But
Mario?
I'm proposing it as a way to allow
Echo
the
is
trilogy
gone.
to exist more elegantly with the reality that was CD Projekt's limited budget with the first game, plus them not knowing how big
No
the series
echo
would
now.
grow, or
Okay,
if they would
cool.
have the chance
Alright.
to make a sequel at all. Never mind one of the biggest games and most celebrated games of all time.
I DS those lines way too hard. I don't understand. No, yeah, I turned it off. Here, it's back now. Echoes, but I don't understand the issue. Boomer, yeah, I feel like it. Okay, what if I mute desktop audio? All right, desktop audio is muted. I'm gonna play it now. Can you guys still hear it?
This is a very understandable problem, and I'm willing to accept and even propose this software.
All right, it's going. Can you guys hear it? Only the echo. Okay, I'm now gonna unplug the headset. Okay, can you still hear the echo? No. All right.
You can choose to go through.
Is
in a
the
non-linear
echo still
order.
gone?
You start in the prison, recount the events of the day, and then
It's
end
the
in
mic
prison
in
with an escape
headphones. There's
sequence.
no mic in my
This is the
headphones.
closest the games ever get to the storytelling style of the books.
There's
Fragmented,
no
full of
microphone
changes
on
in
my
perspective,
headphones.
With so many time jumps that are frankly unnecessary, but still entertaining.
It's fixed.
really
You
good
did it.
stuff,
It's
and I
not.
think it works
I
well
can't
here
hear
too,
it.
by cutting out some of the downtime that would happen between these sections, and also granting the full city siege a holistic
It's
quality
not.
that would
I
have
can't-
required way more work if every part of it was to be seamlessly linked.
That's
The staging grounds, the attack in the streets, the dragon's ambush, finding a way to open the gate, and then the final section when
Oh,
Kratos
Echo's
is
back!
assassinated, because the title of this game doesn't mess around. There will be spoilers in this video, by the way. I figure the video's length should make that obvious.
All right,
I'll
fuck
be
it.
revealing
This
all the
this
plot
this
details
cable's
of
really
the
long.
clips,
How
making
far
a few
away can I get the
references to
headset
events in
before the
Witcher
echo
3
goes
and the
away?
books.
All right, here we go.
Naturally, I'll
Let's go.
also be
Let's
building
go.
on arguments
It's all the way
and
over
details
here.
about the plot and
All
the
right.
gameplay that I spoke about in the video that I made on the first game.
Okay.
If you watch that video all the way through before watching this one, you may be distracted
I'm squatting
by
across
what
the
you're
room right
seeing
now.
on the
Do you
screen.
still hear
Witcher
the
2
echo?
is a very different game than
It's
Witcher
still
1.
there.
It does
Okay,
still
it's
have
not
the
the
same
proximity of the
DNA and
headset
shares
then.
much of its structure, but almost everything has been redesigned to have a broader appeal. It's gone through the trial of the masses. It's mutated, and not all for the better. The
It
updated
is.
visuals are
The
easiest
proximity
thing to
matters,
notice.
and here's
This is
why.
a drastic change in only 4 years, but perhaps not as drastic as the jump in quality of my microphone.
Oh
from
yeah,
the
yeah.
first video to this one.
So
Witcher
fucking
1
quality of my microphone. Yeah, fucking like nice one. Yeah. That's what's fucking good here. All right. I don't fucking understand. How? How is the microphone picking up the sound when like it's this exact same fucking setup? Why wasn't the microphone picking up the sound for literally every single other stream we've ever done in our fucking puff, man? Are they plugged into the same device? Yeah, and they always have been. Try YouTube. All right, let's try YouTube. All right. Let's try any sound whatsoever. God of War, almost a masterpiece. Are you playing on YouTube? Here we go. Bruh.
God of War is greater
Oh my
than the sum of
god. Now I hear the echo. Holy shit. Or is that just the bad old microphone? Alright, is there an echo? Maybe it's just the bad fucking microphone. Hold on. It's so loud. Is there an echo?
its parts. It doesn't have the best combat in the game, nor does it have the best exploration or
Mega Echo? What do you mean Mega Echo? Is that the last boss of Echo the Dolphin? Yes, there's 100% Echo. Okay. Alright, I don't know what to do then. I don't know what to do. I already kind of didn't want to do this. Maybe your microphone has some kind of setup for specifically picking up your voice. No joke, tap on the side of your headphones to see if you can hear the tap reproduce with the delay. What? Like right now? Lamayo got him? What? No, I don't hear anything. Only when you can hear the tap. Okay, are you hearing the tap because the microphone is picking up the loud sound of me fucking tapping the fucking... Like... Wouldn't I hear my own... Why did I tap? I'd be able to hear my own voice echoing. Why did I go along with that? Why did I think that would prove anything? Check for what? Check OBS for what? OBS file settings audio disable everything but desktop audio. Okay, alright, here we go. OBS settings. File. There's no file. OBS file. Oh, I see it now. Settings. Alright. It's the same thing. Alright, I get there in a different way. We are not the same. Audio. Disable everything except desktop audio. Okay, including the... Alright, that's disabled. Alright, now you can't hear me, right?
story. It might have the best visuals and overall quality in its presentation, but that also comes at the cost of some performance problems. Essentially, I'm saying that I can think of
All right, am I back now? Do you think it's possible only in lefty? All right, is it better now? All right, is is the echo still here?
Games that individually do every part of God of War better than it does. But I can't think of another
Yeah. All right. Okay. All I could think of is, if I unplug the Elgato, will it just magically fix itself? That's all I could think. All right, let's see. I'm fucking crying. All right, here we go. Where's the fucking USB cable? All right. All right. The Elgato is unplugged. All right, here we go. Here now comes the true test. Is the echo still here?
game that is this good in almost every area. Most games that have great stories have
Yes,
horrible
it's
gameplay.
still-
The
it's
opposite
still
is
there.
usually true as well.
Okay, I don't know what to do, chat. I don't know what to do. Echo Chan is owning us. It's what do you mean it's Did you try yelling into your headset yet? Why would that do anything? Watch with the echo. Stream it via your phone. Do you monitor your own mic? No! If I did, I would hear it, wouldn't I? If that was set up. Look, I will double check. Look, fucking, like, actually quadruple check. Audio monitoring on OBS, advanced audio properties, desktop audio, volume, minus 5.8 dB, mono not tapped. LR balance right in the middle. Sync offset 0. Monitor off. Audio monitoring. Mic aux active 0 dB. Mono on, so you guys can both be in fucking both ears. Sync offset 0. Monitoring off. That's it. Active sources only is checked in the bottom left. That's your problem. It's not tapped. All right, let's tap fucking desktop audio on mono and it'll fix. Here we go. All right. Boom.
Many games
Echo's
that put
gone.
so much effort into looking this good have nothing else going for them. God of War, on the other hand, is at least good
Still
in
there.
every way.
Wow. Who knew? It's not worth. First time chat. Wow. This is your first stream? This is your first time chat? You just a pig in shit. View count just went up by 100 people. Almost no echo cuz it's not fucking playing right now. Wait, you do this for a living? I don't do this for a living, no. Yelling into the headphones while mic is muted is actual advice, by the way. What do you mean? What? And you guys will hear it? Right now, okay? Right now, desktop audio on OBS is telling me there is 0 sound being detected by a desktop audio. Nothing at all is going through. Okay, I'll do it. All right. All right, none of you said banana, so you couldn't hear me. All right. Use YouTube app on your gaming console of choice. Oh yeah, let me go unplug the PlayStation 5 that's already hooked up. And go get the one I prefer. Connect your headphone in a different way. Why? Why? Select different audio output. To what? Go to the Windows sound control panel, maybe. Alright, I'm going. Alright, now what do you want me to do? I'm there. Look at microphones. I don't know. Thank you. Thank you for your help. This helped. Set your headset mixer to not receive input as well as output only one. There's no microphone on the headset. What do you mean to not receive? What do you mean? Disable anything audio mix if it's on. The only things that are on are the output device that I use for the headset. That's it. And then the analog USB, the Focusrite USB. That's it. Those are the only two that are on. Go to settings, choose audio output, and change it to ears. Okay, that should work. Yep, that should work. For fuck's sake, Google it, not listen to chat. Google what? There's an echo on my stream. What do I do? I don't even know the problem. If you're using Focusrite, you might want to check its monitoring dial. It can give feedback. But then why? It's not an issue with the hardware, chat, I don't think. I'm 95% sure. Because, like, we streamed all day with the headset the same distance from the microphone, with the same fucking thing. Like, it's just no way. It's something to do with desktop audio, how it's going through fucking OBS. The distance thing is copium. It really is. It really is copium. I checked the Focusrite anyway. Check what? Check what? Lol, just Google, said the chat. Lamio. What headphone brand are you using? It's a Philips something. Philips 50mm vented neodymium drivers. Oh man, that's a bad one. That helps a lot, thanks. You could reenact the video. Try using audio output capture instead of audio input capture in OBS. I don't know where that is, but let me look and see if I can find it. Are the headphones open back? Yes, they are, but the microphone is not picking up the sound from the headphones, because if it was, this would have been a problem for the past like 2.5 years that I've had them. It is not that. The echo exclusively echoes for your voice and not anything else in the video. As such, the pickup is coming from a mic with human speech recognition and is picking up that up from your open back headset. Okay, 1 second. We can test this. Hold on. is there an echo on Kusoro tunes? Do 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 do. There's no echo. There's no echo. Hard to tell. What do you mean it's hard to tell? Yes, echo, you stupid chat. Okay, chat, I'm gonna trust the guy in chat who made the fucking song, alright? No echo. He made the fucking song. If there's an echo, he's gonna know, alright? He's like... Pick something else? What? He actually is. What do you mean? The guy is in the chat who made the song, and he's saying it sounds off, and you're all like, no, you. Alright, here's a different one. Sounds echoey. Alright, there we go. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Rare one guy W. I'm not seeing a way to, like, in audio settings in OBS, I'm not seeing a way to change anything when it comes to input or output at all. Is it not in OBS? Are you sure there's no echo filter on the desktop audio in OBS? I don't know how to set that up, so I don't think so. Try covering your headset. We did this already. There's source types? What do you mean source types? In the audio mixer? Oh. Wait, hold on. You want that? No, I looked at that already. There was no change there whatsoever. It's like if I go to source type for window, it says like window VLC.exe, and then it's capture method automatic, and I can go to bit BLT Windows 7 and up or Windows 10. It just says on automatic, and then it's window match priority, and then capture cursor, and then multi-adapter compatibility, and that's it. Add a new source in OBS. Select VLC video source. Mute all other audio sources in the audio mixer. Enable monitoring on the one VLC video source in the audio mixer. Okay, and then? I don't understand the instructions. Sorry, let me read them again. Add a new source in OBS. All right, I can do that. I know how to do that. Select VLC video source. Okay, I know how to do that too. Mute all other audio sources in the audio mixer. Okay. Enable monitor. But then I'm going to have to play it in OBS. Isn't that the same thing? Or is that just the audio test you want me to do? It's not the capture source. The desktop audio is the one that is fucking... But the problem goes away if I mute the microphone. No, it doesn't. Yes, it does! Here. Echo. Let me... Abracadabra, echo is gonna vanish right now. What do you mean it sounds the same? Alright.
So far, these sections have introduced
Alright,
you to a
there's
core
an
component
echo.
of Witcher's gameplay and
Abracadabra,
story. Characters
Echo's
have their
going away
debut,
right now.
So do the concepts of magic and monsters. You can try some of the mini-games, you've been given some areas to wander around and explore, QuickTime events have been poorly brought to your attention, and you've already made an important choice or two, probably without realizing it. It's for this reason that I'm surprised you can choose to do this monastery section before the others, because it's a repeat of most of these lessons. You have a much more complicated area to explore with many hidden paths.
Your desktop audio is being absorbed by the microphone because you have connected at the microphone and headset in the same port, I assume. Okay. Why hasn't that been a problem for every single stream we've ever done? I have the Focusrite USB audio interface in front of me. I have it hooked up, the microphone to that, and I have my headset plugged into that too. Did you use desktop audio until now? Yes. Not for PlayStation 5, because I couldn't, but every other stream we've ever done on PC, I've always used desktop audio. Joe, mute yourself when you play the video, unmute when you want to speak, at Joseph Anderson, upvote so he can see. Wow. Try seeing if a PC game has the echo. That's good. What I understand is, why does the fucking microphone, when it's muted, fix it? What game could we play to test this problem? Where is Witcher 3? 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 Alright, I've opened Steam. Let's, Alright, Vampire Survivors doesn't work, but maybe we could hear something? Let's go back to Hollow Knight. There were no problems playing Hollow Knight. Check which source you're muting when muting the microphone. I'm muting the mic aux in OBS when I'm muting it. I'm just pressing the button in the audio mixer in OBS. Something with speech so we can hear if there's an echo. Oh, for fuck's sake. Alright. Okay, it's super loud. It's so loud. We can definitely hear it through the mic aux source when you mute the desktop audio source. What? Test this game for 30 hours. Alright. Raise the volume, it's really low. Sorry, wouldn't want to ruin the experience for you. Big Nier Automata vibes. It's too loud. There's no echo? What do you mean there's no echo? Someone get me the audio director of this game on the phone right now so they can tell me if there's an echo here or not. Let's have them talk first, alright? Who the fuck is this Can I skip? I can't skip. You think chat is gonna be convinced by the audio director? Oh man, good thing they brought an umbrella. Alright, Monokuma, show up and fucking talk. This has gone on for 37 minutes. You have to change the audio output mode of your Elgato device inside OBS to capture audio. The Elgato's unplugged! We're not on the Elgato anymore! It's fucking... No, this is just fucking PC! Like, what... Talk game. This is the longest game ever until there's dialogue. The intro's not voiced, Lamayo. Oh my fucking god! No! Fucking talk!
Not too good, unfortunately.
Alright.
Not finding much.
Is there an echo from Policeman? No! Definitely yes. No. Can't hear shit. Okay, let me turn it up. Alright, it's turned up. It's so loud. Here we go.
Wow, I never thought a great detective like you would ask me my name.
Yes, echo. Alright, then we can finally turn this shit off. Alright, it's turned off. Only the voices. Alright, hold on. What was it someone said? Alright, hold on. I'm muting. Desktop audio is muted. Let me play the song. Can you hear the song? No. Yeah. Barely. Okay. Tell me, can you still hear the song? No, it's completely gone, right? Okay, alright. Okay. Can you still hear the song? Okay, can you still hear the song? Is it actually quieter? Or is it just me that's quieter? Yeah, I don't understand it. I don't understand why the microphone is suddenly picking up the fucking headphones. I don't get it. I don't get it. Can you increase your noise gate? You think I have a noise gate? Are you bumping your mic or something? No, I'm not. What do you mean bumping my mic? I'm doing what I always do on stream. I'm filleting the microphone while like vigorously rubbing the side of the headset directly into the boom. That's what I'm doing. Okay? That's what I do every stream. I'm like a cat that found a corner to rub its head on. That's how I always stream. You know? The headset must be an inch next to the microphone at all times. Like that's how I always like. Joe, please just ignore chat. We're all idiots. Okay, there's no echo then. There's no echo. There's no echo. It was a decoy echo. It was a decoy. Try restart OBS in the stream. Why would that make it so why would that fix it that when I walk away it gets quieter? Clearly the microphone is now suddenly picking up the fucking headset. Pinned message? What pinned message? This guy had it. Alright, I trust you, chat. 1 second. Let me mute the microphone so you can't hear it. Okay, so mute output where? So mute output and then monitor it. I don't understand. Then you guys will be able to hear it, right? How are you hearing the monitor? I'm confused. Obviously it worked. I'm not understanding something. I'm not saying it's not going to work. I'm just... Just trust to it. I don't know how. This is not a lack of trust. Try unplugging the... Oh god, it's been unplugged for 20 minutes. Plug it back in then. Replug the... We're not using the Elgato. Alright. Mute the thing. Just no, then you guys are still gonna hear it because it's coming from the microphone. Even when it's muted, you're still hearing the echo. Like you'll hear the echo right now. Like you still hear this, right? Yeah. So the desktop audio, the output on desktop audio is muted right now, and you're still hearing it. Someone posted a diagram. All right, cool. Where's the diagram? Here's the diagram of what I think is going on. PC in and out, and then they're touching. Okay. All right. How do I make them not touch anymore? Try plugging the microphone and headset into different PC holes, Joe Ubaka. Then I have to change it to a different audio device. I guess I could do that. Where am I going to plug it in? Alright, I'll try it. Fuck it. Alright, bye. Okay, you can still hear me, right? You can still hear me? All right, hold on. Whoa. Hold on. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. All right. Can you hear the Witcher 2 video? No? All right. Can you hear the Witcher 2 video now?
Back to Witcher 1 while Dandelion prattled on and I was barely listening to him. I think it's a brave thing to put the
Okay,
player into a
is there an
situation where
echo?
there's no right answer. Is Flotsam better off now? For some people, yes. but
No,
what about
it's
for
not
most?
solved.
What
I
about
can't
those
hear
who
it.
deserve
Okay,
the most?
let's go back. All right. Let's go back. All right. Now I'm going to plug it into a different port, okay? 1 second. Okay, can you hear me? You can hear me. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. I'm going to mute the microphone. I'm going to play a song and I want you to tell me if you can hear the song. All right? Okay. Now, the microphone is plugged in. My headset is plugged into a different source than the microphone source, okay? My headset is currently plugged into the monitor and the sound is coming out in my headset through the monitored output in sound settings, okay? So this is different, all right? So I'm going to play it. Desktop audio is muted on OBS. Can you hear the song? No, can't hear shit. Slightly, faintly, very quiet. So not like an echo. Okay, so if I put them both, like a little sound is obviously going to happen. All right, now I'm going to put them both on. All right, is there an echo? Okay, where's the mute everyone but Zoro? Basically, no. Okay, so now, is there an echo with the video?
Meet up with her afterwards since Shillard saves her if you don't. He was the Nilfgaardian speaking to Foltest if you've forgotten. He wants to sign a treaty with her and she clearly doesn't want to, but because Geralt killed her son and the castle town has fallen, she feels like she has no choice but to make a deal with the Nilfgaardian devil. She asks you how her son died and you...
Okay, here's the problem though. Is it solved, or is it that the audio is like half of what it was on my headset right now? Like, it's so quiet. If I put it back on and I turned the fucking audio down on the interface, would that be just as good? Does it matter? It does kind of matters to me. I'd like to know what the problem is. No clue. Audio is loud in our end. We couldn't hear you all the videos playing the voices too. Yeah. I had it turned up too high. Yeah. Try? Okay, I'm gonna try. All right, I'm gonna try. All right. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Whoops. I just turned direct monitoring on. All right. Wait, what does that button do? Nah, just kidding. Do. All right, so I don't hear shit. Okay. Let's see if it works now.
Witcher 2 Assassins of Kings was released way. But really, I'm stalling here because this is it. The whole game has been like a slowly ascending roller coaster, clacking as
It's very quiet. It's turned down very low.
on this moment. Or if you're a millennial,
This is where the bass drops.
We've had a few choices and consequences so far, but they all
Is that a little bit better?
the same narrative line. If you picture that being drawn along, this is where it splits open like a vein flooding through a capillary network. This is why we have to go beat.
The echo is back. I don't understand then. I don't get it. It sounds like it's something else. I don't fucking know. All right, I'll go back to the old setup then. I don't get it. I don't get it. You know what else is weird? Maybe a setting change. I remember when we used to stream before, I used to be able to turn my audio down as low or as high as I wanted, and it didn't matter to you guys. It was only what it was set on OBS that mattered. Now when I turn audio down or up on my end, it affects it. Joe, I'm not fucking with you! New microphone? No, it's the exact same audio setup. Okay, where the fuck is this? Okay, there we go. All right, so that's that. You guys should still be able to hear it.
By beat.
It should be like kind of loud now, actually. Let me turn it down a little bit. You guys can hear it, right?
There's no chance of discussing the story otherwise.
Yeah, I can't hear it right now. I need to change my audio output. All right. Okay, and I can hear it now. All right, there we go. I can hear it. You guys can hear it. Let's start God of War and see if we can get it done. Okay, you can hear that? You can hear the brr, 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 brr. Yeah, no video right now. I know, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Let's test with the Witcher 2 video some more, actually. Okay, so let's get the audio right.
Witcher 2 Assassins of Kings was released in May of 2011.
Too loud, right?
4 years after Witcher 1 and 3 years after Witcher 1 Enhanced Edition. Witcher 2 was similarly updated with a free enhanced edition in 2012.
No echo.
The game was met with
Too
a
loud?
moderate
Alright,
amount
let me
of
turn down a bit.
fanfare and reviewed
Alright,
quite
how about
well,
now?
in no small
Pretty
part
good?
because it appeared like a much better produced game than Dragon Age 2 that came out a few months earlier in March of that year.
No echo. Perfect.
I played both
nice.
of these games
A
at
little
release,
quiet.
but I didn't finish either of them.
Perfect.
For Dragon Age 2, that was because I was hopelessly addicted to World of Warcraft
Sounds
at the
good.
time and
Turn
was
yourself
pulled back
up a
into
bit.
raid
Like,
tier.
which
For Witcher
one?
2, the reasons are
Which
a bit
Joe?
more serious. My mother died. I
You have
only
to-
got
you
to the
have to-
second
you have to
chapter
be
of
more
Witcher 2 back then,
specific.
and I didn't play it again until making this video. It normally wouldn't be worth bringing up at all, but I'm doing so to make it clear
President
that
Joe, I can't
was
make myself
enjoying
any
it
louder.
enough to finish it back then. It's that I couldn't.
I can't.
for
This is
obvious
as loud as
reasons.
it goes.
So my experience of playing this game at release before the enhanced
Turn the
edition
video
is
up.
incomplete, and you should know that. There are some important comparisons we can draw to Witcher 2 from Dragon Age 2 and World of Warcraft. Same goes for the zones in Witcher 3 actually, but for now let's see how the story
Okay.
continues from Witcher 1 since this sequel is set only 1 month after the event.
All right. Here we go. All right.
God of War is greater than the sum of its parts.
Oh,
It
man,
doesn't have
old
the best
microphone
combat in a
sucked.
game, nor does it have the best exploration or story. It might have the best visuals and overall quality in its presentation, but that also comes at the cost of some performance problems.
Bad Mike. Yeah. All right. New one. What do you mean new one sucks too? New one is like, it's fucking what most professionals use. It costs like fucking like $600 or something. Every single person in every single podcast uses fucking microphone. What do you mean? New microphone sucks too. What do you mean? I'm using it right now. Okay. All right. Hold on. Why can't I see my mouse? Oh shit! I fucked it up. All right. If I hit spacebar, will it pause? Nope.
Essentially,
All right.
I'm
Okay, it will. All right. Good. All right. Are we good? Is sound fine? Let's talk about it. Let's let it go for another 30 seconds. All right, here we go.
saying that I can think of games
Alright.
that individually do every part of God of War better than it does. But I can't think of another game that is this good in almost every area. Most games that have great stories have
Okay, if I'm click on the window, it freezes in OBS. All right, I will try and remember that. Okay. Why? Why can't things just be easy? How to react to Andy's do this is sorry. They probably have just display capture and they don't have secret projects that they don't want to show. That's why. Oh man. Okay, we're gonna restart from the beginning. All right, restart from the beginning. Here we go. All right, we're hitting play. Full screen. Tablet OBS. All right, here we go.
God of War is greater than the sum of its
Oh,
parts.
man, banger
It doesn't
opener
have
line.
the best combat in a game, nor does it have the best exploration or story.
True.
It might have the best visuals and overall quality in its presentation, but that also comes at the cost of some performance problems. Essentially, I'm saying that I can think of games that individually do every part of God of War better than it does. But I can't think of another game that is this good in almost every area. Most games that have great stories have horrible gameplay. The opposite is usually true as well.
Very true.
Many games that put so much effort into looking this good have nothing else going for them.
So I've never finished this game, so I've always felt a little bad about using this as an example. Am I right though? Like I played it for a little bit, and it just felt like more of a tech demo than a QTE simulator, you know? So I felt kind of like, yeah, whatever. That was more of a visual kind of thing. Yeah. Dude, just be lucky that it's working. All right. There's no subtitles. We're not even watching on YouTube. All right. I'm not putting on times 2 speed. No.
God of War, on the other hand, is at least good in every way that counts and may even
Oh,
be
man, it's all
great
fucked
in more
up. Okay, it's good
categories
now.
than it isn't. That's a pretty big achievement, and it makes the game easy to recommend.
I agree.
But there is a big caveat that I want to lay down before I can spoiler warning the rest of the video. The amount of attention that both gameplay and story received during God of War's development
Good cuts.
may end up being a huge negative for some players. In this way, it's lesser than the sum of its parts.
True.
If you don't like third-person action games with enclosed melee combat, it's unlikely God of War will change your mind. Likewise, if you don't enjoy stories in video games and prefer mostly gameplay, there are long stretches of walking and climbing sections in God of War that have you doing nothing.
Yeah, it's a
Scenes
Sony
that
exclusive,
require
yeah.
only minor
Man,
input
look how
from you
different
and
Freya
concentrate on
looks. Holy crap. Wow, they really made her look really like angry and haggard in Ragnarok, huh? Like, wow, look at the difference. Damn, they pulled that off quite well.
screen, and many unskippable cutscenes, a cardinal sin in video games as far as I'm concerned.
I got a lot of shit for that line, but I stand by it.
thoroughly enjoyed
Cardinal
both
sin.
of these sides of God of War, but I know some of you watching may only be interested in one of them. This game may not be for you because of that. If you've played the previous 3 main entries in the God of War series, I think this one is worth going through for the story alone, even if the gameplay is something you merely tolerate. So there's my usual bare bones review as an introduction. Spoiler warning is on the screen. God of War is best played without knowing its
He's
big
grabbing
moments.
the spoiler warning.
If you are stopping the video to play it yourself, my parting words of advice are to not play it on Give Me God of War mode.
Still
the
true.
game is best played on hard or normal.
Yep. Still true. Yep. Good job, past me.
I can enhance her for you right now if it so pleases you, son of a bitch.
God of War joins the rank.
All right. So here's a weird thing about this video, and I don't understand it. Again, it's audio issue. Okay. When I was making this in Adobe Premiere, the lines from the game were as loud as I was, and it sounded fine. But then when it went on YouTube or whatever, it was like so fucking quiet. And I don't know what happened with that. Like it was fine on playback. I was like, oh, like I got it right. But yeah, oh well. I don't know what the fuck happened, and it's always bothered me about this video. Audio, I know, right?
Of other games like Tomb Raider, Prey, Prince of Persia,
Prey.
and Doom. Games that require you to include the year they were released with the titles so everyone knows which game you're talking
Oh man,
about.
that line
Are they
aged so well.
reboots or sequels? There's also a tendency
Look at the shot.
for games to
Look at the
drop
shot I'm
the
gonna do right now.
numbering after
Ready?
the
Here you
third
go.
one and go for subtitles.
Boom, boom!
instead.
Oh man, such a
In
good
God
shot.
of War's case, it should be obvious, and yet there were many debates leading up to the game's release about continuity from the previous games. This culminated personally for
All
me
right.
when I went to buy
Okay,
the game at the
here we go.
store. The guy at the register asked,
All right, I will ruin something for you right now, okay? All right, this part here took me like an hour to figure out how to replace his line down there to what I was saying. All right, now I could do it really easily, okay? But like to replace his dialogue with what I wanted, I have to download the font, I think, too. I can't, or if I just found the closest one to match it. All right. Now here's the thing, though. I will ruin this for you. As people walk by from the left, all right, watch their legs behind the text, and you will see my janky ass shitty mask that I did to mask out the old font, the old writing. All right, here we go.
"Have you played the other games?" I answered yes. "Well, just forget about all of that. This game is completely separate. It's Norse mythology now instead of Greek. There are no connections." Turns out this clerk was wrong. Seeing as the game has been out for several
That actually
months,
happened to
you'd
me, by the
think
way.
This sort of thing would have stopped happening.
That
but
clerk
yet
really
the
did say that
words
to
of
me.
This guy live on in some online posts. The streams I did of the first 3 games and this latest one have attracted comments about how the early games are no longer canon, that this is clearly a reboot, and that
Nice.
the events of the prior games should no longer enter your mind. This is, in my opinion, far from correct. In fact, I'd say this latest God of War is significantly enhanced by playing the older games,
Ragnarok
or
isn't,
at
though.
least God of War 3.
Yeah,
This is the same Kratos we've been with all along. The continuity is here, and that's a
that's a good thing.
The first 3 games are spectacle fighters that belong together with Devil May Cry. Now, before big fans of that series start stabbing their thumbs into the keyboard, I
Good line.
know they have severe differences. I played the first 4 Devil May Cry games as they were released, and the first one is
Man.
one of my favorite games.
Man, I remember it's such a stupid scene. I remember when the God of War video came out, and there were motherfuckers in Jad saying, "Well, judging by Joe's Devil May Cry footage that he used in God of War, he's not very good at Devil May Cry." And it's like, motherfuckers, I just ran that for like 30 seconds to get some fucking footage of the game. like, oh, he's not forgetting. I was like, what do you mean? I haven't played this game in like since it came out. All I wanted to do was just like slash some fucking guys. That's it. Like, are you good though? No, but like you don't have to say it. Like I wasn't trying to be good. I wasn't trying to be good. Why are you nitpicking that shit? Anyway, the Devil May Cry 1's so good.
Games of all time. God of War 1 and 2 are much lighter versions of that combat
Oh man,
system,
look at that
and it's
camera.
not until the third game that more direct comparisons to Devil May Cry become truly fair. Yet the games are firmly in the same genre courtyard.
They look pretty
even if
good,
God of War
right?
values spectacle and scale above all else.
Oh man, God of War 3 was
God
so
of
good.
War 2018 is
Oh,
different.
here we go.
It's the same character.
I tried so hard to match their faces here, and I couldn't get it right. I wanted it to be like a perfect fade, and it snapped too fast away from Kratos in God of War 3 to this one. It works kinda, but I wanted it to fade from one to the other and bleed, and I couldn't. It had to be like a hard cut. I was really sad that I couldn't get that done. I tried for a while.
But the story has gone through evolution. The gameplay has definitely mutated, but whether that means it's evolved is up for discussion. I wouldn't call
the
it a
flashing into
regression.
that,
It's
so
certainly
good.
above the first two games, but
Here you
compared
go.
to
I
how
love this
well
guy.
the third
Boom,
game
yeah.
refined that combat system, I'd say this new one is best described as a side grade. We'll get to that. The story's evolution is easier to see, although it may not be an improvement for everyone. The discussion around Kratos' supposedly new maturity has been difficult to avoid.
Yeah,
same for
it
the
was pretty
counter-argument
obnoxious,
saying
actually.
that commentary is unfair to the original games.
It's
Well, that clerk that sold me the game was right about one thing. We have gone from Greek mythology over to Norse.
Yep, plain
The
same
first
obvious.
three
Yep,
God of
true.
Wars were like a greatest hits tour of its setting. Did it ever make sense to run into these mythical characters who are, for some inexplicable reason, no longer contained to their own stories but mixed together in some kind of mythological stew? I read quite a bit of Greek mythology when I was a kid because I was just that damned cool, and I could
I hate
appreciate
my delivery
how
on that part.
equally loose and nonsensical the first three God of Wars were in terms of story. It's not so much about structured plot. These stories were originally told orally and thus have no recorded origin. They were told and then retold and naturally changed along the way. Arguably, that's part of their charm, and made them inevitable victims or beneficiaries of alterations in both style and content. I'd guess embellishments and one-upmanship of previous stories also ran rampant. Greek mythology is like a big...
All right, so I forgot about some of that. I like the comparison of like making like a greatest hits album of everything like mixed together. I think that's a pretty good way of describing it, actually. Good job, past me. I like that. I don't like my delivery there all that much, but that's a pretty good way of describing it.
album of songs made to fit one
Ragnarok's
theme,
not like
but
that.
with a different artist guest starring on each track. It was more about contained scenarios and the epic emotional payoff at the end of them, rather than a sweeping continuous tale. Kratos embodies that in his simplicity in the first three games, but that does not
Nipple
mean
shot.
he is a character without any depth or meaning. It just means he suits the setting he was placed into.
That's pretty
He
true.
isn't just a bloodthirsty monster that kills indiscriminately. He cares deeply about his family, to the point that, in terms of plot, he is controlled by guilt more than rage. But that doesn't sweep away the fact that, for the majority of the game, anger is what powers the Kratos engine. The more complex side of him is rarely shown, and when it is, it feels more out of place due to how much time we spend in kill, 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 blood, blood, blood mode. You could argue
Lots
that
of
the
cuts
setting
there.
is more the story than this character in the first three games. It's not until a few scenes at the end of each game and the last quarter of the third game
This
that
character
Kratos
is
is
weird.
shown as more than just our anchor being dragged through this mythology.
Get it, anchor, and he's in the water and he's being dragged through. Get it? Yeah, see? I do this all the time, and I feel like most of it's lost on people.
Logical ocean. I should note here that I haven't played Ascension or the PSP games, so it may be different in those ones, and I can only judge the first three numbered games. God of War 2018 is mostly the opposite. The Norse mythology setting is important, but compared to the original trilogy, it's like a backdrop to serve as a stage for a story about Kratos. Kratos is the greatest. It's like a backdrop to serve as a stage for a story about Kratos and his son Atreus. There are fewer appearances from mythical characters in this one, possibly to the game's detriment, but it feels far more cohesive than the boiling pot approach of the earlier games. Norse mythology was originally told orally. It was told and retold and therefore carries with it the same qualities as Greek mythology. Variations were encouraged and sadly, not much of it was written down and is really lost forever.
Okay, there are a few gaps in my knowledge.
So quiet.
However, it has something that the majority of mythologies do not, an ending to its own world. Now, before you start quoting the Book of Revelation at me, remember that
Ooh, Dark
Ragnarok
Souls.
is quite different. First, the word is quite possibly one of the coolest ever created. Ragnarok. You can just taste it as you say it. Second, it's a final
True. It is
world-altering
a cool
battle
word.
where every character shows up and slaughters each other. Rivalries are partnered off and permanently resolved. Almost everyone dies. This may not seem like a big deal, especially since the rest of the Norse stories follow a similar contained scenario with contained payoff as Greek mythology, but along with Loki being a regular catalyst that sets off the conflict in many of the tales, Ragnarok is always there. It's looming, it's coming. A small detail here, or part of the ending there, or rolled up into that boogeyman monster that's waiting at the end of the imaginary book that will never hold all of these stories. There's a little more glue that binds Norse mythology together.
So I like the description, but I always thought it was a little too much of a run-on sentence. It's a little too long. Like it's a good way of describing it, but I wish I had cut that down just slightly a little bit. I don't know. Maybe it's fine, but I feel the effort in my voice when I say that. All right, so watching this back already has made me think that like what's the read on it, chat? Did Kratos change the course of Norse mythology, or was that how it was always going to be, and it's just that it was like told kind of in the wrong way? Because it feels like there was a huge amount of effort put into the Ragnarok story, the game Ragnarok story, to show that, oh no, the prophecies were just kind of weird. It's like, oh yeah, Loki did, quote unquote, give birth to Fenrir and the World Serpent. It's just that he did it in a different way than it could be a misconstrued prophecy sort of thing. It kind of feels like they really wanted it to stay somewhat true to the events, but it's just that it was misunderstood, I guess. I don't know. In the first game, Mimir says that Ragnarok comes faster because of it. Yeah, but they've never gone through it before, so how would they know? Like faster than foretold. But a lot of the I guess it was always meant to be that way, because it's just the prophecies were wrong and they were just, fake decoy prophecies all the time. Seems that way. Huh. Why the fuck doesn't Kratos die, by the way, if the prophecy said so? Because it turned out it wasn't Kratos at all. It was Odin instead.
You can add this to how the Norse gods are far more grounded than the Greek. A large part of the appeal of both families of gods is that they're fallible. They're not calm, all-powerful, and all-knowing
Did
deities.
Gumfuck not tell you?
They
This
reflect some
prophecy
of
is
the
out
worst
of date.
qualities of mankind and can be just as selfish and capricious. Yet the Norse gods have always struck me as the more human
Wow,
of
Freya
the
looks
two,
so different.
or if human isn't the right word, more mortal. There's brutality in how the gods are treated in both Norse and Greek mythology, but it's the Norse side that always struck me as having the deeper, more lasting ramifications on the gods for that brutality. Outside of the games, that is. The games' versions of the gods are about even in this respect. Are these the only reasons that Kratos is different in this game? Absolutely not, but it's clear that there was a deliberate change going from one setting to the other, for all the environments, the gods, the monsters, and Kratos himself. It's more likely that these changes were thought up first, with The Last of Us being such a clear source of inspiration that I won't bring it up again for the rest of this video, and then the setting
Possibly my
was
favorite
settled on
match cut
around the
I've ever
same
done.
time as an appropriate migration. Everything has been shifted from the extravagant, exaggerated Greek myths to the still mystical.
So that sort of thing is actually not that hard to do, but I guess maybe it's comparable to anything that. I'm not really good at video editing, but if you do get good at expressing yourself in any creative way, at a certain point, nothing is really hard to do in terms of technique, and it's more, well, there's some things, but it's mostly thinking of ideas and getting yourself there and putting the work in. So to me, the hardest part of doing that was actually finding a good clip that worked. Do you know what I mean? Like having it be one cut that begins with Joel using the axe and then ending with Joel using the axe, like, and matching it together. The matching part wasn't the hard part. The hard part was finding that and having the idea. You know what I mean? So the other match cut I really like is one in the Subnautica video where I go above the water, and when I dive back down again, I'm in a different area, and it looks like it's very hard to tell that it's changed to a different clip because of that. Everything okay? Just right, what are we doing? We are watching back my God of War 2018 video, and at this pace, it's going to take us 7 hours. So let's get back to it.
But while not humble, but humbler Norse ones,
That's a good
Kratos
shot.
is slower, more limited, and is now capable of fatigue. This could be explained by him getting older. The game even takes at least one crack at him about that.
You didn't hurt your back, did you?
I did not hurt my back.
So
But
quiet.
that doesn't make much sense for a Greek god when you think back to Zeus and his siblings in the previous game. I think it's more likely and better suited if this new realm is dampening him in some way. The rules are different here. Sometimes that can make him powerful if he can defy them, other times it makes him weaker when he can't.
So Ragnarok is explained this now that he lost a lot of his powers when the Greek realm blew up, and that's why he's lost a lot of his magic, but he still has a lot of powers, so I still think that kind of explanation or kind of read on it works. That sometimes he is very much ready, he can go, Super Saiyan, and sometimes he can't, But he has lost a lot of his magic. I wonder what else he's lost. What's your favorite video that you've made? The Witcher 3 video.
Mostly it's like gravity is stronger in the Norse realm compared to what he's used to. Before we continue though, here's a quick summary of the original trilogy so we can get everyone up to speed. Demigod Kratos makes a deal with Ares, the god of war, to save him from defeat by becoming his servant. While in this servitude, Kratos is tricked into killing his own wife and daughter, and is permanently marked white by their ashes.
Lamael got him.
From there, he goes on a quest for revenge, opening Pandora's box to unleash the power to kill Ares. After that, the gods refuse or are unable to purge Kratos of his torment over killing his wife and daughter. Kratos attempts suicide, but the gods also refuse to allow him that peace, and instead raise him to full godhood as the new god of war now that Ares is dead. Kratos becomes too much of a threat to the rest of the gods in his new position, and is subsequently cast down back to roughly demigod status. Zeus lays a trap which Kratos stupidly falls for when he channels the remainder of his powers into the Blade of Olympus.
Yeah, it was pretty dumb.
Zeus, who is Kratos' father by the way, the guy had a real bad problem of keeping his lightning bolts in his pants, then kills him, and after being saved by the Titan Gaia, begins a new rampage throughout all of Greek mythology over 2 games, killing titans and gods alike. At some point it becomes hard to tell whether he still wants vengeance because the gods won't rid him of his nightmares, or because of the more recent betrayals. Knowing Kratos, it's probably both, mixed in with 5 other things that only he knows about. Some other god cut in front of him in line when he was trying to, raid a city somewhere.
At the grocery store.
He also gets his godhood back at some point, but it's not clear when that happens, or at least I can't pinpoint it, but maybe I missed it somewhere. Ultimately, Kratos destroys the world, and I'm not exaggerating. The oceans flood after the death of Poseidon.
Look how more epic this is than Ragnarok's ending.
Are let loose from hell after Kratos kills Hades. A plague is unleashed. The sun goes out. Pretty much all life dies. After Zeus is killed in the end, this is the state of the world. Athena, who died at the end of God of War 2, was previously one of Kratos' only allies. She explains that she has ascended to a higher existence since that death and continues to help Kratos in God of War 3.
Wait, who's
At
that?
the conclusion, she demands the hope that Kratos absorbed from Pandora's box as her payment for this. Refusing, Kratos instead chooses to kill himself with the Blade of Olympus. Whether he does this out of a final act of defiance for the gods, or due to regret after realizing his revenge did not grant him peace, isn't clear. Again, it's probably both and some other things too. Athena's personality changes after this. She rips the sword out of him, tells him she's disappointed in him, and then leaves.
Man, I've always found that so interesting. That how Athena just snaps into this other kind of being at the end of that. I've always wanted to know what the fuck that was all about, and I'm sad that we're 2 more games away from that and we still don't know. Like it's so interesting. Like, what is this higher plane of existence? All this other shit. Like, yeah, she was Odin.
him for dead. A post-credit scene shows that Kratos somehow survived and crawled off a cliff. So you may be rightfully wondering how there's another game in this series. Well, I am happy to report that God of War 2018 provides several satisfying answers to how we went from this to this.
Look,
Yeah, it doesn't. It's never explained. Of course it's fucking not. Now, instead of griping about this for 30 minutes, and let's all acknowledge that I could, I'm
Sindri
going
here.
to let it go. Because this new God of War is the first of a new series, probably a new trilogy.
Let it go? He let go of the
game
fish?
to be more contained than that, but I can't ignore the reality of this being the flagship of a new set of stories. I think and hope that the answers to the ending of God of War 3 will be relevant to some other twists involving a larger story that includes Athena and this higher existence that she speaks about. This first game was sharply focused on Kratos and Atreus.
Yep.
The next game will pan back and increase the scope of the story. However, I want to make it clear that the games absolutely do have to provide answers for these questions. Too much of the foundation from the original trilogy is used and called back for only some parts of it to be connected. That's not allowed. You can't just take some of it. It all has to come back.
Against the
story
rules.
is not playing fair and is a cheap mess if these questions are not answered.
Hiding Athena
Number
here.
one.
Number
How
one,
did
waifu number
Kratos
one.
survive being impaled through the torso with the blade of Olympus? The power of hope was released from this wound, heavily implying that Kratos was killed. The blade of Olympus, in almost the exact same way, killed him before, and he didn't survive. Not to mention the size of it, the blood loss, and the huge scar.
So I should have made it clear there that, like, he didn't survive because he had to like go to hell and claw his way back out of hell. He didn't survive, but he did come back somehow, you know what I mean? Like, he had to be resurrected or whatever. So I should have made that a bit more clear there, I think.
Are left on him in the most recent game. Did the blade of Olympus simultaneously kill him and give him back his godhood since it was still stored in the sword, causing him to regenerate? That would be kind of cool. Question number 2.
Waifu 2.
How did Kratos get to the Norse mythology lands? Was he taken there, or did he fall into the ocean at the end of the third game?
Kratos can't die by his own hand. I see your pedantic correction there, chatter, and I will play my Uno pedantic reverse card. Athena pulled the sword out of him, therefore Athena did the lasting damage removing the sword. Therefore, ergo, Athena would have killed him, and therefore he could have died from that.
And was carried there by chance. If so, then that brings us to question number 3. Why are the Norse mythology lands unaffected
Not
by
number
the
3
damage
anymore.
caused to the planet during the third game? The oceans flood, the sun is extinguished, plague and the souls of the dead are everywhere. If the Norse lands are in a different realm, physically separated from the Greek lands, then that should be explained, as it is a good answer, but then it ties back to the second question. If that's the case, how did Kratos get there? Something like this.
Rise is better than Hifumi for sure. Only one of these call me senpai. All right, so let's talk about that then, real quick. So apparently, in an interview, Corey Balrog, who's the director of 2018, said that he views all of the different mythological realms as being on the same planet, and they are like different countries, and that each of the mythologies reigns over their own country, and they only have power there. I think that's complete horseshit. First of all, Tyr has to use magical powers to realm hop. I don't think Vanaheim and all the other places are on the same planet either. Although I guess it could be, but I don't see that at all. I don't see how that could even be a part of the World Tree if that was the case, and the World Tree holds the fabric of reality together. But even if we do accept that, that they are all on the same planet, there would still be like significant fucking damage. Like, I can accept, okay, the sun doesn't go out, it's just the sky is permanently blackened. All right, so there's like this huge wound on the world that like has like no one can die there. There's no sunlight there. The sea is flooded there. Like, how the fuck does that work? Did it last for a little while? And they can answer those questions. They'd be like, okay, after like, I don't know, 100 years, like it calmed down. You know, it got better. I don't think he meant literally world. I think he did. I remember reading it. I have to read it again. I think he said that it's like a different country, and he in different countries, and like Kratos could just walk to Scandinavia. I'm pretty sure he said that, but maybe I'm misremembering. Yeah, I don't like this, and I still think they explain in a comic how he got to Norse realms. Apparently, doesn't explain much at all. Just kind of like, oh, he got on a boat, but yeah, I don't buy it.
This is sort of hinted at in the game itself, but it needs to be more clear. This doesn't have to be done purely for the sake of answering questions, but also because it can make things more interesting. Other lands with other gods are shown in God of War. How are they linked? Are wars waged across realms? Are there a set of even mightier gods that
Yeah.
reign at a higher
Ooh,
level
look at the
than
green.
these gods limited to each realm?
It's really
is that where
interesting.
Athena went and is projecting herself from?
If only.
Answering questions is good. Please do it. Don't make me have to rant for 30 minutes in the next God of War video. I'll do it, goddammit, but please don't make me.
I probably won't.
Returning to Kratos after this recap shows us how much this character now makes sense. This isn't a new version of him. He has changed, but it's a reasonable progression on this same character. His most important line that shows this is about halfway through the game. After Atreus kills Modi, Kratos forcefully says,
Forcefully.
There are consequences to killing a god.
Kratos is no more deep of a character in this new game. In fact, he's still on the simple side.
Yeah, true.
He has no plans, no ambition, no
Has no
grand
grace.
desires or thoughts or conflict waging within him. This is now a character that has accepted a new place with what appears to be a great amount of serenity. He only has one goal: raise his son to be better than he is. Unless the game is being misleading by not showing us some other secret life Kratos had away from the cabin in the woods, this is all there is to Kratos in this game.
All right, so does that hold up? So we saw a little bit of flashbacks with his life with Faye, and it still seems like his life in the early part when Atreus was born, he wouldn't even hold his son. It seemed to me that he was still like, I'm holding back. I don't really want to be involved. I'm going to be bad for him. And he's just trying his best just to live a normal, quiet life. As the game goes on, like the conflict develops for sure, with him being like, okay, I need to raise my kid and I need to get him to be better than me. I don't want him. I see a lot of myself in my son and I don't want him to make the same mistakes I did. But at the beginning of God of War 2018, he still seems to be almost exactly the same as we saw him when on the boat ride in Ragnarok, where he's like, I'm staying away from him. I don't want to be involved. I'm just going to be a negative influence, I think. So I think that mostly holds up.
He must still live with the guilt he has from killing his wife and daughter, but now he really is living with it instead of being tormented by it and spurred to vengeance. He understands that anger is a weapon he can wield, but has now tempered that with patience to serve as an example to his son, even if that patience does slip sometimes.
What are you doing? Now his guard is up. Only fire.
Yeah, look at the difference.
Only fire. When I tell you to fire.
He's the same Kratos as before, with a new chance at a family and the realization that revenge reclaimed nothing for him.
Honestly, that Kratos there in that scene shouting at Atreus is probably closer to the Kratos in God of War 3 than it is to the Kratos in Ragnarok. Like holy shit, like he's still, that's pretty out there considering what he is now.
Obviously, he must have achieved some measure of peace to have loved Atreus' mother Faye and to have another child at all, but we don't get to see that. His life with her is only teased at, likely to be brought back briefly in a later game, but unnecessary for now when it's all about this journey with Atreus.
Thank God I called something right.
However, that's only the character.
Got everything else wrong.
One character, one part of this story. How much of the rest is different from the previous games? Well, absolutely everything. Like Kratos himself being a foreigner to this land, someone who played the first games will have to adjust and maybe reject all of these changes.
Damn, look at this gameplay.
Well, except for maybe one thing.
Ooh.
Which is a good place to push story aside for a bit and dive into gameplay. This is going to be complicated because many of my gameplay comments are also relevant to the story, since gameplay and narrative are well mixed in many sections of God of War.
This is
for
basically
better and for worse.
Please excuse my scattered thoughts.
As you can tell from the footage playing, the new God of War has made some drastic changes from the previous games. The camera is now close behind Kratos. The right analog stick controls both your view and turns Kratos around.
Camera seems
There's
pretty
little
identical to
focus on
Ragnarok.
chaining combos, and your mobility is much lower. I want to state something plainly right now. Different does not mean bad.
He's just gonna
in
say it.
almost every case. The issue gets murky when speaking about sequels. You can experience it for yourself right now by imagining your favorite series. Think of all the unique things about it that you love.
Oh,
now
man.
imagine the next one is announced at E3
I was
or
so
whatever,
happy when I
and
found
it's
this
a
trailer.
racing game. It isn't a spin-off. This is the next mainline entry, and all of the developer's time has been poured into it. And hey, it even looks pretty good, but that's not what you expected out of that series, and that unique experience which you consider only that developer capable of making is gone. And just in case you're some psycho and your favorite series is a racing game, imagine it turned into a JRPG instead, about cars. Actually, you might think that's awesome. Never mind about that. Spectacle fighters aren't exactly raining from the
Sensible
sky,
chuckle.
and God of War being changed from that to something else, no matter how good it is will understandably put some fans off. There's also the fear that success of this game may lead to other spectacle
Man, look at this
fighters
shit
making
gameplay.
similar
Wow, he doesn't know how to
changes.
play. That is
Series
pretty shit,
fans
though.
have every right to be disappointed, just as much as people who greatly
It's
prefer
just pressing
this new
buttons.
combat system have every right to be pleasantly surprised. Personally, I think the new game has much better combat than God of War 1 and 2, and I only slightly prefer God of War 3's overall. Combat in the older games was about juggling a few things at once, responding to the hordes of enemies around you, your
Ooh,
position
colored
within each
text.
fighting arena, and trying to
I
play
don't do
as
that anymore.
actively with your moveset as possible. This last one adds a skill cap higher than most will reach in the game, and that's half the point of it. For me, I'm more of a reactive player than a proactive one, at least until I get comfortable with the game. God of War 3 provided the most amount of tools to use within these three categories, and also made weapon switching and ranged attacks much better integrated than before. The key things to take away from this limited summary are, outside of scripted events, you usually had many options to deal with each situation you found yourself in, and a wide view of the fighting arena at all times. The new God of War has many options during combat as well. It's a very good system, it's almost great, but the main difference
think it was a
outside
little
of
too hard
the
on,
obvious
actually.
change of perspective is that it's mostly a reactive system.
It's pretty great.
At first this made it better for me since that's what I'm drawn
nice axe
toward.
throw.
I think many others are also the same.
I'm
But
still like
there's
this,
little
actually.
room for experimentation once you get comfortable. You cannot express yourself through these combat mechanics, and the flashiest moves of all are scripted runic attacks that activate with one button press instead of capping off a combo.
Yeah, that's a good point.
The older games can also be played just fine in a reactive way. You can dodge, block, and parry enemy moves and then counterattack as much as you like. However, you can also venture into trying to string together new moves when you're ready between those moments. The option to find more fun is always there. The option to find more depth is always there. The new game doesn't really have that. Let me explain a bit since I think I'm coming across as too negative right now. God of War 2018 gives you several offensive and defensive options.
So some people have disagreed with that point quite strongly, and they've like linked me videos of like people doing like crazy combos and shit. And like when someone links me people playing Devil May Cry at a very high level, or playing like Elden Ring at a very high level, or Dark Souls at a very high level, when they're like Soul level 1 or Rune level 1 or whatever, I look at these things and I'm like, I'm really, really impressed, and that's far above my skill level. When I see people playing God of War 2018 at that level in those videos, I look at that and I go, I think I could do that. You know what I mean? Like, or I'm already kind of close to that. Maybe the very, very top of the top end, you know, is above, you know, but I feel like that's proof that the combat system doesn't let you string things together as well as those other games. It's not that I'm good, it's that the combat system doesn't have enough when it comes to stringing moves and shit together. There's a section later, I think, where I'm showing myself fighting in Tyr's Temple, and I'm doing like throws and putting things together with blocks and dodges and shit like that. And I just don't know, I just feel like it's too limited to really, really fully express yourself. And Ragnarok does this better for sure, but when it comes to trash packs, I still don't think it's all the way there. I don't know. Can I sit on this if I don't want spoilers for Ragnarok? I wouldn't do it, no, because we're probably going to be talking about Ragnarok in relation to the video, yeah. Like, God of War 3 is just, like, high-level God of War 3 play. Like, look at my God of War 3 footage that I had there. Like, that was my only time playing the game, and it looks alright, but I'm not playing very well. Like, I'm just getting through the fights, and it's the kind of game that's... It's very hard to lose a fight in those kind of games, because that's not really the point. The point is, you know, you get through it and then you have fun doing string all the combos together. Whereas in God of War 2018 and Ragnarok, it's actually pretty easy to lose a fight. And it's more about getting through it, I think. Yeah, I don't know. I've always felt kind of bad about that point, though, because people like so strongly disagree with it. They're like, "Oh, no, it does have a lot of depth. You don't get it." I'm like, I don't know. Sorry, I disagree. I think it's fine on the reactive end, but the proactive end, it needs way more.
At any given time. This is all fantastic. Light attacks, heavy attacks, dodges, and blocks. There are also modifiers within those types. Hold down the attack buttons for different attacks, a quick step dodge and a slower roll if you dodge again quickly, and timing your block in order to parry an attack. You can also modify your attack buttons to either use runic attacks or enter aiming mode and throw your axe. Surprisingly, aiming actually matters in this mode, and you can hit vulnerable parts of enemies to activate a higher damage throw, or you can freeze them in place. When the axe is gone, you can use your fists to fight, which has their own moveset, as well
Pretty
as
cool.
another weapon to switch to later. You can kick frozen
Ooh.
enemies into walls to shatter
Already
them
showed the
or
blades,
into
though.
other enemies around you. There's also a stacking buff on your weapon as a reward for landing many hits in a short time frame without receiving damage yourself, and you can also get Atreus to fire arrows and use his special ability. There are some combos, and you can even keep some enemies airborne for a while and make them question their life choices, but after a short while it feels like you're using the same few attacks in the same few ways over and over on the same few enemies. There is a spike in potential after you get the second weapon set, but I know the game's perspective and mobility are limiting what the player can do here. Kratos moves too much like a guy with a turret for a head to feel flexible during fights against large groups of enemies.
That's true. I think it
It's
still
not
feels
that
that way
those
in
fights are ever
Ragnarok.
bad, it's just that they have problems and are never as good as the smaller fights, especially when compared against the game's best bosses.
Yep.
The
Same
game
thing
is
then.
at its peak when you have to use as many of your moves as possible in a way that begins to feel like a seamless dance. And there are even moments during some of the best fights that reward experimentation, like throwing your axe at Modi when he's flung into the air, or knocking a Valkyrie out of a charged attack. Learning when to charge up a heavy attack of your own to break through a guard, and being ready to chain a dodge out of an attack.
These are
and
shield
into
slam
an
moments
immediate
now, which I
axe
really
throw.
like. Or shield bash.
The game definitely does reach into greatness when you can get into this dance mode with all of its options. Comparatively, when there's a horde around you, it can be awkward to keep them all in your view. You're heavily incentivized into using a runic attack that blasts a bunch of them away, or often killing them outright, and then fighting the smaller group. The fire and forget nature of those runic attacks and how their cooldowns aren't all that long means that combat can often become the same routine at the start of every fight. At a certain level, against most enemies, cycling through all 4 of your specials is enough to end battles before they begin.
Yeah, now you have to spec
This
into it in
section I'm
Ragnarok for
writing
that.
would read much differently if the game had
Probably a
better
good
enemy
compromise, but now
variety,
runic
but I
attacks feel
also
kinda
hope I
useless.
wouldn't have been completely swayed by that.
Ah, it's the other kind. Variety is so important.
Nice.
More creative enemies would have gone a long way to keep things.
So sometimes I let the characters in the game play a little bit, kind of like, you know, when you're reading an article and there's like a little bit of like a little excerpt that's in larger text that breaks up like the flow of the text on the screen, sort of thing, and it's like, oh, there you go. Sometimes it's kind of like that effect. I just want to give like a little bit of a pause, so it's not just me talking all the time and it's like, okay, let's reset your attention. But a lot of the time, especially in later videos, I use it to hide the fact that I'm switching over to a different recording session, and sometimes if you pay really close attention, you can tell immediately. But I've also started doing what I'll do in different recording sessions is that I will record whatever the paragraph I ended on, I will re-record at the beginning of the next session, and sometimes I will splice them together like mid-sentence. So like in the middle, sometimes the audio editing is kind of weird. Sometimes I could even do it in the middle of a word. You wouldn't. I didn't know you could do that, but like you can actually match up like the shape of the sound wave, and I can do it mid sentence. And sometimes I will smush different takes together like that, and you really can't tell. Like even I can't tell when I listen to something back. So let's say I say a sentence and I stumble, and I really like the first half of it, but I stumble on a word at the end. Sometimes I will take the next take and I will remove the first part and I will just replace it like that level. But sometimes in I think it's in Prey. In the Prey video, there is a super obvious change to a different recording session that I think even had it even had like a little clip sandwiched between it, and you can still really tell. But yeah, that's my intent with those kind of like, hey, I'll let the game talk for a second. It's either to make a joke, it's either to give a little break in the video, or it's to hide the fact that I'm switching over to a different recording session.
It's fresh, especially if they required usage of more of Kratos' abilities. I think the challenges in Muspelheim go a long way to prove that. Having enemies that can only be killed with finishing moves or knocking them off ledges,
Yeah.
or can only be damaged when certain other enemies can be killed first.
They should have spread these out
These are
throughout the
simple
world,
ideas,
man.
but they're enough to be a temporary fresh
Why didn't they do that?
twist. It's a shame that they couldn't be sprinkled throughout
Yep.
the whole game. Actually, it's a double shame that the challenges have to all be gated off in another realm with all the loading time to get there. A Doom-style altar system with the rooms being spread throughout the game here and there would have been much more fun, with this realm being a place to visit if you want to try them again later. Nightmares also show a glimmer of creativity by possessing other enemies and powering them up, something that I was expecting to see developed on as the game progressed, but it sadly never happened.
Yeah.
The one thing that Give Me God of War mode does well is similar to this. It
purple.
makes enemies capable of leveling up in the middle of fights unless you stop them with a hit or an arrow from Atreus.
Hardest enemy in
It's
the
a
game, by the way.
quick demand on your reactions in the middle of an otherwise normal fight and demonstrates how mundane the same enemies get over the course of the game.
What if that
As
happens in
always,
Ragnarok?
more on that later.
Yeah, more on that later.
Like I said, I hope I wouldn't have been entirely swayed by improvements in that department if I had played that version of the game, because the combat system on Kratos' end alone needs more. It has the same problem that exploration does in this game. It's so restrictive. It's never so bad that you feel like you're wrestling with the camera or the movement system, but it never feels like your friend either.
So, believe it or not, I actually did intentionally match that up with the line wrestling, with Kratos pulling really, really hard on the chain like he's wrestling as I do. I do that a lot. I try to match these little things with what I'm saying. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But yeah, I do that amount of fussing over videos when it comes to things like that.
Unless it's one of the dance tier duels, I always wished I could move a bit freer, see a bit more around me, and fucking jump in the air. Alright, so I said that sooner than I expected because we haven't
wrote
even
it sooner, I
spoken
thought,
about
too, in the
moving
script.
around the game outside of combat yet, but here we go. There's a list of things I hope to see in God of War 2.2, and a jump button is at the
I think
top
Nick
of
made
it.
that.
Underneath that is some sort of air
Thank you.
dash, and in third place is the camera panned out about 50% more than it is currently.
So
I
see
don't
how the
want
air
God
dash
of War
is...
3's
Oh, wait,
combat
what was
back.
that? What was number
I want
4?
this new system to get the
So see how the jump button was jumping up and down, and the air dash was like moving on the screen like a dash, and the camera one was even though I think it should be zoom not pan, was getting smaller. So those kind of cute little effects. I don't know, it's kind of cheesy, but I think it works. And the fourth one was 2B cameo, yeah.
improvements that it deserves. A jump button adds everything this game needs. It's a modifier on every other option that Kratos has. Attacks become air attacks. One can be a ground slam. Dash can move you farther in the air than on the ground, and you could even land into a roll for even more movement on demand. The aiming and throwing function could be different in the air. Maybe it could even default to being chains only so you could fling yourself while airborne, and it can also open up the possibility for attacks that can only be avoided by jumping. It adds something to all three of the most important areas: offense, defense, and mobility.
Nice.
As an added bonus that we will go into too much detail on later, it's a great step toward fixing the game's exploration as well.
Yeah, we got
Moving
that.
the camera
Yep,
back
I know.
shouldn't be an issue for aiming throws because the game already zooms in sudden and tight on Kratos' head when that's activated. It also works just fine in Metal Gear Rising.
Good game.
Plus, I'm 95% certain that the game sets enemies to a lower aggression mode when they're not in your field of view. This was difficult to test, but I noticed enemies would attack more often if they were in front of me, and if they were behind me, some of their time was
wonder
spent
if Ragnarok's
shifting
still like
around
that too.
trying to get into my view between their attacks. While I do think the red circle warnings for attacks coming off camera work well and even make sense as Kratos having a heightened awareness of the fight around him, I would much rather be able to keep track of this myself, and also not have enemies hold themselves back to cater to a limited camera. I have many more criticisms, but I want to be positive for a while, so let me end this section of negativity with this. I really enjoyed this game's combat system, but there's no way in hell I'm going to enjoy the next game half as much.
UI changes tend to be largely invisible in certain games, so I want to ask, what do you think of the UI changes between 2018 and Ragnarok that you can see in this video? If you have feelings about them, that is. Now you pointed out, I kind of feel like the UI in this is cleaner. It seems like less intrusive, but like as you say, it's hard to pay attention to UI. Like I'd want to see them side by side and see. Like I feel like this looks more aesthetically pleasing to me. Even in the menus, it looks better too. Like I don't know, I'd have to see them side by side. Yeah, I don't know. They moved the boss health bars to the top of the screen, which I think is better. Maybe it doesn't really. I think I'm okay with top or bottom in this context.
If it only receives minimal changes. Unfortunately, I'll be saying this a few times later on too, because I really want to hammer this point home. Even with enemy variety doubled, the combat system on Kratos' side needs to be developed significantly. A jump button isn't the only way. An optional proactive system could also work.
Yeah.
Different modes on weapons could be
Yeah.
another
See?
answer, but it
All right, see, this is a flaw with my videos, okay? Is that, that this is a part where the video should have been longer. Like, sometimes I go on for too long, but then I feel like I've already belabored the point, and I don't want to go into yet another example, so I'll put this kind of line in, and I'll be like, surely everyone will notice this fucking blink and you'll miss it line where I said, it doesn't have to be a jump button, it could be something else instead. And then later on, I'm like, why the fuck is everyone saying I just begged for a jump button and nothing else? I clearly said in the video in that one line in 3 hours that someone could have just glanced away and fucking just missed because they fucking had a phone call or something. You know what I mean? Like, I need to make sure that when I'm saying something kind of contentious, that when I say it doesn't have to be that way, it could be something else instead, that I need to labor that point a little bit more than just one throwaway fucking line. But then I feel like, oh man, I feel like I just keep talking about this. Let's move on, you know? Like, so yeah, once again, to say it really clearly, it doesn't have to be a jump button. It could have been something else instead. I don't know what, but some other mode you can activate. The spear kind of works that way, but weapon switching is kind of yeah, they did some development on the shield, but I don't think it was enough. But it should have been. It totally fucking should have been a jump button. Yeah.
has to be smoother to activate than the awkward pauses that are currently
sorry.
in the game. Forcing yourself to stop attacking until Kratos switches stances may look cool, but it's the game feel equivalent of waiting for everyone to get off the subway before you can get on.
Oh, true.
In comparison to all of that, there are many things that are so well done that they deserve some gushing. The Leviathan Axe is one of the coolest weapons I've had the joy of using.
Do you know how
in
hard
the
it
game.
was for me to
It's a
say
simple
Leviathan
concept
Axe when I was recording the
executed
script?
extremely well. From how
fucking
quick
hell.
the game is to respond to throws and how it comes rushing back to your hand. It's a superpower that isn't absurdly strong, but carries enough fantasy weight to it that
The
it's
Leviathan
immediately understood.
actually just
The
I can't
details
say
here
it.
are wonderful. How the axe wiggles a bit before returning to you when it gets stuck into something. How it turns back in an arc in the air if you call it back early instead of simply reversing direction.
Oh, we never got
The game
that
also
upgrade again.
cheats in your favor by finding a return path through any nearby enemies for a little bit of cheeky damage. This can lead to some really entertaining moments where you think, oh shit, I missed.
Or did I?
And you get to feel like a badass that pulled off something clever, even though the game was just doing it for you. God of War is brimming with moments like these.
Brimming, that's another Joe word I say too much. 2018's atmosphere, even in these clips, feels a lot better than Ragnarok to me. It's weird. Okay, so I agree with you, and I agree with you, and here's why. All right, here's why. In Ragnarok, you see so much more of the world, and the verisimilitude, there you go, I used a big word, is damaged because the attention to detail didn't didn't match the scope being increased. So the problem is that in God of War 2018, you are isolated on purpose. Kratos has purposefully picked a place where he's going to be left alone. He wants to be a hermit, and it makes sense that you're not seeing many people, not seeing much life, and the world is like this mysterious, big, dangerous place, and you're trying your best to just go under the radar and everything. Now, in Ragnarok, you're not doing that anymore. In Ragnarok, you are like going to these places. You should be seeing all these towns and everything. And Svartalheim kind of does that, but it doesn't really match. It doesn't feel authentic. Whereas it still kind of feels like you're in 2018 land again, and that doesn't work now anymore because the theme and the atmosphere they're going for is completely different, I think. I don't know if that's my end thoughts on that. I would drill down that more on writing and note taking, I think, where it'd be like, okay, like, why is it that the emptiness didn't really bother me much in 2018? In fact, it probably added a lot, but it really bothers me in Ragnarok because it feels like Ragnarok has already happened. Verisimilitude. Oh no, I'm gonna have to re-record a part of Witcher 3 now. I prefer the every frame of painting approach where they just confidently go forward with their point and are fine if a part of the audience gets left behind. See, this is why my videos are 3 hours and theirs are 5 minutes.
In its gameplay, toying with an enemy by repeatedly juggling their face with the floor.
I should have more
seeing and
confidence. I
feeling
should.
The axe bounce off an enemy's head with an
I'm
impact
working on
that
it.
staggers them. Then following that up
Did
with
that
an
happen
attack
in
that catches
Ragnarok?
the axe and then slams it into the ground.
Headshot to a better
There are
throw?
also quick animations that trigger when you land a charged heavy attack or a sprint into a rage kill when you exhaust an enemy stagger bar. I can see these being a source of annoyance for some people, but I enjoyed both watching these and using the short period of invincibility as a way to push damage during fights.
Yeah, I use that a lot
Here
in
are
Gaming
some
God of
more.
War.
Throwing your axe at trolls to interrupt their attacks, harpooning nightmares and flinging them at other enemies, 300 style punting draugrs off ledges,
Oh, that was from the
pulling
stream.
off a string of perfect parries,
Why does the game look
weaving
better there?
between both Magni and Modi to dominate both as they focus attacks on you, seeing Atreus combine his attacks with yours by jumping off your back and shooting his bow, and the brutal slaying animations on the bigger enemies that never quite reach the ridiculous heights of the previous games, but still act as a bloody exclamation point at the end of a fight. My favorite was the first time I saw Kratos rip off the wings of a Valkyrie. That one never got old,
Ready?
although the same one with the trolls over and over did.
This is every troll. Every single troll is in this mashup.
I think you got him.
The visuals often work
And
together.
I ended
with
on
much
that
of
one
what
because
the
the
game
boy says,
excels
"Think
at.
you got
I
him."
think that something being visually interesting in a game is rarely as good as mechanically interesting, but that doesn't mean those moments
How long did it take you to line that up? Again, not as long as you probably think. I think that probably took me maybe around an hour. If I did it today, I could probably around maybe an hour of fussing because I was really slow at it, not including finding the footage. If I did that today and I had all the footage in front of me, I could probably do it in about 10 minutes. Like I'm a lot faster now. It's the same animation, so frame by frame. So if I remember correctly, there were these weird little graphical glitches in some of the parts of it that I didn't want to jump on the switch frames on, and sometimes the timings would be ever so off, and so I had to find a place where they synchronized enough that it would work. So yeah, so again, the difficulty there doing it is not actually execution, although it was a little bit difficult for me back then because I wasn't really used to doing that kind of level of editing. The difficulty was thinking to do it, which was fun. I think it works out. People seem to like that part of the video.
can't shine through contrast or being accepted for what they are once you understand that. The dragon fight is the best example. At first I didn't like this fight at all. I played the game all the way through 3 times, first on hard, then normal, and then on Give Me God of War.
Yeah, this fight
and I
sucks.
enjoyed this boss much more on the later runs.
No, you didn't.
I do wish that the game had more bosses, so something that's pure spectacle doesn't take up such a large portion of boss content, but even acknowledging that, the scale and visual feast of this encounter are enjoyable.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that
I
execution.
wish I could
Holy
say
shit.
the same thing for the final fight in the game.
Oh,
This is
the
when
cut
new
there.
God of War brushes
That's so
closest with
smooth.
the
Holy
old
shit.
one and has an enormous Titan-like entity involved in a sweeping battle. That part of it is fine, but I think this goes to show you how the mechanics still matter. The
Looks like
dragon
Big
fight,
Kratos.
while basic, was still something new, whereas this last fight on the gameplay side is a rematch with the first boss. He has a few new moves and demands that you switch weapons when he switches forms, but it's mostly the same and a disappointing conclusion. A source of that disappointment may also come from how good the first encounter is with Baldur and how excellent the opening of the game is overall. It's one of a handful of parts that deserves a close inspection. This video has a spoiler warning early on, and I have mentioned some details already, but I do like to give a second
the
warning
birth
later.
of the double spoiler
Maybe you've been
warning.
convinced to play the game yourself, so this is your second chance to stop. It's also the reason why I delayed showing the other weapons.
So same situation with Thor. Yeah, it is, but they had another fight after Thor, which wasn't like awful. I didn't really care for Phase 2 of Odin, and it wasn't like the best fight, but at least they had something, right? I wish it had gone a little bit further, obviously, because I always do, but it wasn't the repeat of the same mistake because there was something else afterwards. And now that I've paused it, I need to pee, so I'll be right back. Should I mute the microphone? Are we going to get the echo back when I come back? Gonna leave it paused. Don't want to miss anything. When are we gonna get a pisscock emote? That's Bikoy. How would you compare and contrast Virgil in DMC3 and Boulder fights? What made the former work better than later? I can't remember those fights, actually. I've only played DMC3 once, all the way through, shortly after it came out. I think Devil May Cry 4 was the one I played a little after it came out, like a year later. DMC3 I played at release. I can't really remember it all that well. I haven't played it again since. Well, I haven't played it all the way through again since I played a little bit.
That for as long as possible. I have no idea how well this opening functions if you haven't played the first games. I suppose even passing knowledge of the series, how Kratos is a bloodthirsty monster, is enough to add context to how unexpected this opening really is.
Yeah,
but
probably.
I'm curious to know how people who truly knew nothing about this character reacted to this somber opening.
It's hiding it
Maybe
from the
it's
boy.
something that works on two levels: surprise and intrigue if you do, and viewing Kratos through the same lens as Atreus if you don't.
You know
I
where
like
fans
that,
are out there?
actually.
Okay.
There's a part in the opening that also reinforces this. You stay with Kratos at first. You see how strong he is and how he channels a bit of rage to chop down this tree. You're shown the axe, that this character is stronger than your average bear, and learn that this father and son are in mourning. If you're like me, you'll also wonder why they chopped down this specific tree instead of one that was much closer to their home, which comes back later and actually has an answer. See how good it is when games do that?
The fuck was that?
At the cabin, we get one of the few moments in the entire game where the cameraman breaks
Why'd
away
I
from
do
Kratos
that?
and follows another character. This is something that everyone playing God of War will notice as they go through it, even if it's only subconsciously. Apart from opening the menu, restarting after death, and a rare few teleport transitions, the entire game is one long continuous shot from start to finish. There's also a camera bob like there's a third, perhaps Lakitu-shaped being filming it all that no one else can see. This choice brings with it some positives and negatives. For now, in this scene, it's mostly positive.
I think this is over-celebrated.
Atreus says a prayer over the corpse of his mother, and we get to the part that I was speaking about, when we see Kratos the same way that Atreus does. A dark, imposing, unfathomable figure. There's not much of a bond here, and I wonder if this image is enough to communicate to newcomers that Atreus' father isn't just really strong, but also carries darkness with him. After this is the introduction to gameplay,
Maybe
which we'll
overanalyzing.
mostly skip over for now. Basic mechanics are introduced, there are some messages that teach you how to fight, you learn how to move around the world, and there's a boss battle with a troll. The whole section is a test for the boy to see if he's ready to carry his mother's ashes to the highest peak in the realms, which was her dying wish.
Faye looks taller.
There are
like
some
there.
important story details here, however. That Kratos is stern with his commands, seemingly unreasonably so.
I'm sorry.
Do not be sorry. Be better.
Oh man, Atreus
That
is so
Atreus
young.
is capable but lacks discipline, and that Kratos wants to have a better connection with his son but is unable to for some reason that we don't know at the moment.
Good shot.
I will say that I find it unbelievable that Kratos has been so absent from Atreus' life. It's clear that Faye raised him practically on her own and that Kratos was often away hunting.
Right, so this
There
is
are
pretty much
reasons that
confirmed
make
now.
sense and also come up later for Kratos to want to stay away, but these two feel like downright strangers at the beginning of this game, and I think that's too extreme.
Mm-hmm.
They must have interacted more regularly before this than the game suggests.
Apparently not.
Anyway, after returning home, Kratos demonstrates a second time that Atreus is not ready for the journey ahead and needs more training. His plot cough is also introduced as an undefined illness that hasn't presented itself in years.
The plot cough.
I haven't been sick in a long time. I'm better now.
The two are then interrupted by the arrival of the stranger, and so begins one of the best scenes I've played in a game in quite some time. Amazingly, there's an even better one in this game later.
Yeah.
What makes this scene special is that it works on many different levels depending on how much information you have. If you know nothing about the games, then you're likely going to go through a series of surprises as things escalate and escalate. That troll earlier...
So there's a lot of parallels here for what I'm saying to what I talk about the beginning of Witcher 3 actually. How it operates on multiple levels, the different levels of knowledge that the audience is going to have. Do I say that in other videos too, or is it just that those games do it well enough that I wanted to talk about it?
That was a fake out. This is the real first boss, and holy shit does it ramp up quickly.
Yeah.
If you've played the first games, then you will have a tense giddiness as you wonder how long it'll be before the stranger realizes what a horrible mistake he's made by picking on Big Daddy Kratos. The stranger's words also make sense to you.
And here I thought your kind was supposed to be so enlightened, so much better than us, so much smarter.
He is, of course, talking about a fancy Greek god with a reputation for slaughter. Then you also get a surprise when it turns out the stranger is a god as well, and can put up a fight against our Kratos. Then there's the third layer when you replay the game after beating it, or you just remember after progressing enough for the big reveals near the end. The stranger isn't talking about Kratos, his origins, or his past murders. He's actually mistaken Kratos for a giant since that's what Faye was, and her
Is Baldur the only god that Kratos is taller than? How taller? Like, I was thinking Ragnarok, like how like fucking short Kratos is compared to everyone, and how it's weird. Everyone towers above him, you know, like Heimdall, yeah, he's taller than Heimdall. Look, he's not fully grown, man. Baldur is a godlet. Isn't Kratos taller than Odin? I can't remember. Is he? Is Odin taller? Huh. I really like this still, by the way, how it works on multiple levels.
ashes are what's brought him here for a confrontation. The tree we chopped down earlier was the last of a set that had a shielding effect on the forest. The Norse gods can now sense the giant's presence, and this guy, Baldur, is the one that's come first to get any important information they can out of him. He thinks Kratos...
I never agreed that Baldur thought Kratos was a giant. Majority of Greek gods are bigger than Kratos. No. He doesn't think he's a giant because he's taller. He thinks he's a giant because he's sensed a giant in the area. He's not... Baldur isn't here for Kratos. Baldur's here for Atreus. Baldur just doesn't know that Atreus is the giant. Baldur just knows that there is a giant in this house. And then when they open the door, it's like, oh, okay, this is who I'm here for. And so when he's saying like, oh, you're so enlightened, so much better, so much smarter, what he's actually talking about is, oh, the giant race is meant to be so much better than us, blah 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 blah. When you don't know, that's why he's there. So it comes across as, oh, he's a Greek god, you know. I think he figures it out later.
is a giant because he's carrying Faye's ashes and has no idea who he's really dealing with. There's also another cool detail in this scene that is easier to miss your second time through. Kratos takes quite the beating in this fight. The two gods have a Princess Bride style back and forth as they take turns revealing power levels as they smash each other through trees, rocks, and even an entire mountainside. In my opinion, this fight is stronger than the one at the end of the game because it's visually impressive while also being somewhat mechanically engaging early on. It's not stellar in that regard, but the game is just starting, so I think it's enough.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not the cool detail I want to speak about. Kratos hides Atreus in a compartment underneath the house before this fight begins. Later on you learn this is the same place he stashed his old weapons. He may still bear the bloodied, scarred marks of wielding them, and the wound seems supernatural to continue bleeding forever, but at the onset of the game, the blades are nowhere to be seen.
So it stopped bleeding in
Ragnarok.
Ragnarok.
They were right here the whole time. As Kratos is getting beaten and blasted around, he still thinks he doesn't need them. There was always at least one level of powering up that he was holding back throughout this whole encounter. A fact that carries weight when the game slows you down and makes you feel how exhausted he is when this battle is finally over.
Fimbul Winter for
Kratos
you.
knew his life was in danger, but it's not until Atreus is close to dying much later that he resorts to using the blades. This scene is engaging on multiple levels and continues.
I don't think they actually bled in God of War 2018. They were just... No. Oh, I really disagree with that. Like, at the beginning of the game, like, before he even has the fight with Baldur, like, those bandages have blood on them, man. Like, I really do think that they're bleeding still. Am I wrong? Am I off here? Why would they be red? I think the wounds are still bleeding. Could be wrong, I guess.
Continues to entertain with deeper meanings on second playthroughs without feeling contrived. It deserves every bit of praise it has received, and I applaud everything about it.
Prove me wrong.
Yes, sir.
It's a shame they couldn't stick the ending, though. After this is another section of exploring, fighting, and the occasional conversation with Atreus. You leave the area by climbing through the rift that was opened during the fight with Baldur. Remember this, it's very important, and we'll come back to it later.
How did this happen?
Look how fucking.
Aside from broken mechanics, the only thing I can call bad in this game is its pacing in both story and gameplay, and one awful section about 2/3 of the way through the game. Right now, that's not a problem, as new things are being introduced at a good rate. New enemies, new moves, new characters, and development with Atreus. But that doesn't mean other lesser problems aren't already rearing their serpenty heads. Moving through the levels in God of War is one of the most disappointing things about it.
True.
This can be taken in many ways, and we'll likely get to all of them in this video.
Yeah, we do.
What I want to speak about specifically right now is how you have little freedom in getting around. I hope the reason this was chosen was a mix of the more restricted combat and to improve performance for the game's impressive visuals. I hope the reason wasn't so they could have these find the urn puzzles scattered around, since they knew the line of sight of players was limited to certain areas.
It totally was, wasn't it?
That would be a terrible reason. I wouldn't think it was a possibility at all if it weren't for Blizzard taking away Flight for a whole World of Warcraft expansion just to put their stupid jumping puzzles all over the world. Sometimes developers can make strange decisions like this.
Alright, so I also got some pushback about this from people saying to me, like, oh, Joe, you clearly didn't really play World of Warcraft all that much if you think that. The reason why they took the flying mounts away from World of Warcraft is so you have more sense of exploring the world and all this shit. And blah, blah, blah. Like, no, motherfucker, that's what they said. They said that, but that's not why. They wanted these fucking jumping fucking stupid puzzles in the fucking thing, and to slow players down a little bit so you would have to, like, spend more time playing the game and you wouldn't unsub. Like, trust me, I fucking played that game a lot, alright? So much. And it was like, oh, fucking Star Wars Old Republic MMO comes out and has these jumping puzzles and all this shit, which was actually one of the only good things that game did. The story's pretty good too. And all of a sudden, like, Blizzard's like, oh, we could do that too. All right, here we go. Like, absolutely.
Some games can get away with limiting player freedom, but they usually have to put in more effort into making it tolerable than God of War does. The game is like a stone of integrity that earns a new crack every time it looks like I should be able to climb something, but I can't. Or that I should be able to make a jump, but there's no prompt. Or that it refuses to let me fall off an opening. When
I think Ragnarok was a little better about this.
Viewing the environments as actual places that you're moving through, and instead see them...
Alright, let me clarify. I think that Ragnarok was a little better at not making you frustrated with those kind of things. It did happen, but it was a little better. But it was not better at all when it comes to freedom of moving around. Because it's the same thing. It's just look for prompts and everything. But I think it was better at hiding moments that you could be frustrated with. It's not completely gone, but it was a little bit of an improvement.
For what they really are. A bunch of shaped floors and corridors linked together in simple ways that are disguised as much as possible by the visuals. This may seem nitpicky, but it really isn't. In fact, most of my nitpicks for this game will come much later. It's a major issue when you no longer feel like you're exploring and are instead just trudging forward to the next fight, the next boss, or the next story moment. It's like the layer of hit detection is beginning to take on visible lines that you can't ignore all over the environment around you. Take this example from early on in the game. You're crossing this bridge and notice a chest down below. How do you get to it? There seems to be some potential openings, but they don't let you pass. If Kratos could move in a reasonable way, like he could jump or vault over obstacles, he could get down to this no problem, but instead you quickly learn that you have to figure out what the game wants from you instead of rationally deciding on a path like a normal person. What makes this instance worse is that you have to make a leap of faith and continue on, hoping the game will allow you to get there later and that you can't find the opening yet. This is doubly bad because sometimes you can pass over points of no return and lose your chance to explore something until you come back later.
Ragnarok didn't have any of that.
Which is a whole other chore of an issue considering how tedious it is to get around God of War's world. This lack of freedom in movement leads to players searching visually.
I don't think I agree. The contrivances don't feel well hidden. Maybe you're just better ignoring it. Well, right there in that example, was there anything at all in Ragnarok that was as bad as that chest on the bridge? Because if there was, then you're absolutely right. I did get better at ignoring it because I'm just used to that's how you navigate the levels in the game. If there wasn't, then they got a little bit better. Like, I'm not disagreeing with you. Actually, I'm genuinely curious. Maybe you're right. Maybe I did get better at ignoring it. I have to be careful when I replay the game and see, is there anything as bad as that chest on that bridge? Because that's the easiest thing in the world. I could do that. I could jump over that bridge. And I pulled my back ending out of a chair last week. Yeah. Okay.
Around instead of trying to move around. You explore with your eyes, not your feet.
That's true.
This is fundamentally less interesting in my opinion.
Good line.
There's also so much goddamn padding that's added by not allowing you more freer movement. You can only hop down some ledges by walking off them. Others you need to get close, hit a button, and then watch an animation
That's
that
better
takes
now.
away your control.
You just fall
there
down.
are paths and jumps you should be able to make, but instead of trying something out, you're walking through the area looking for the button prompt. And why the fuck does kicking down a chain as a shortcut to an earlier part of the level always make Kratos start to climb down it, and force you to hold up to climb off again if you didn't want to go down right now? These shortcuts are meant to be unlocked to connect areas, and it makes perfect sense to use them right away even if you don't want to go back to the previous area right now. I try not to say this sort of thing often because it usually comes across as disrespectful, but how on earth did this make it into the release version of the game?
True.
Kratos is capable of jumping. He's also quite the accomplished climber, and I don't mean this from the previous games, I mean in this one. Look at the advanced level shit he is doing on screen right now, and then explain to me why he can't climb up this wall of boards to the top. Instead, you have to send Atreus up there, then
It's
move
so
the platform,
bad.
then go all the way back down, and then jump across a gap to kick down a chain that Atreus could have already done for you if he wasn't occasionally demoted to a brain-dead zombie child when the exploration demands it. I understand that a deep exploration system wasn't a priority for this game. I also understand that the freedom found in
This he
something
can
like
climb.
Breath of the Wild isn't
Yay!
a reasonable expectation.
But it's Breath of the
But
Wild.
games like Uncharted and the new Tomb Raider titles do a better job at catering to
Hey, Lara.
exploring, allowing players to experiment with different moves while still restricting them within the boundaries of their levels like God of War does. It could be acceptable if the game decided to go below that standard and focus on visuals and combat instead, but forcing you to solve problems because of arbitrary limitations like Kratos refuses to jump over a pit for absolutely no reason other than it wasn't scripted, so go figure out what the game wants, is never going to be a positive. This even negatively impacts combat when there's a short jump in an arena that could be interesting to incorporate into
Yeah,
fighting,
this is
but
really
Kratos
bad.
refuses to jump over it. Or that you can't roll through gaps like this, or that you can't quickly move between high ground and low ground for some advantages against certain enemies.
I'm coming.
I think it says a lot that the sequence at the end of this early area, right before you meet the witch in the woods, has you trailing Atreus as he chases a boar through a tight chasm, and it doesn't feel much different in terms of
Bro, there's literally a very good paraglider mod for Skyrim. Why not use that instead? What are you talking about? That was Breath of the Wild.
how funneled or restricted you are than most of the game. It's in this section that we are introduced to a central
Man, Frey
character and
looks so
a central
different.
problem in its story, or rather, how the story is presented.
Oh, it's the
You
boar
follow
guy.
some simple instructions in the form of button prompts on the screen as the witch attempts to heal the boar. You cannot proceed until you do this, but hilariously, you also can't fail. No matter how many times you mess it up, the boar continues to live and the witch repeats her orders.
Please, keep a steady grip. Grab and hold the left end of the tideway.
Father, please.
I have no idea who this type of thing is for, especially considering what the rest of the game demands on you in terms of combat. I don't feel more connected to what's happening. If anything, I wish I could just put the controller down if there isn't going to be any meaningful interaction. Same goes for what happens next, and it's this that is the much larger issue. For all intents and purposes, this is now a movie. You hold forward to follow the witch and Atreus. You have some dialogue to listen to and some great visuals. You can't go anywhere else. You must follow.
Man,
And this
look
would
at
be
that.
acceptable to me, except that you can't skip it. Because it's not a cinematic, you can't pause and skip ahead, but even when the game is in more traditional movie mode, you still can't.
All right, so two things. There's a comment I want to read. Does reboot Kratos with his beard looks weird? Yeah, it does. It does. The Norse beard looks way better. Like the Greek beard looks really fucking weird. Yeah, I don't know what they're going with that. Second thing, I paused it mostly to ask the question. Can you skip this now? Like, even though this isn't a cutscene, can you skip the walking by pressing a button and it'll skip this walking part? Or do you have to do this walking part because it's technically gameplay control? I just played. Oh my god, you can't? Oh, no. Well, that sucks. Beards or not, I have a beard. I agree.
Can't skip. And because of the game's commitment to having one continuous shot with the camera throughout the whole game, it can't cut away and have the scene jump forward past the boring stuff either. This happens many times throughout God of War 2018. Now, I'm sure there must be some way for games to recognize when they're in these scenes and still allow a skip function to exist. In fact, I'm near certain I've played a game with that ability, but I sadly can't remember it. And just to prove I'm not picking on just God of War here, it also drives me bananas when I go back and replay Half-Life 2.
True.
As much as I admire the commitment to do something interesting with the game's camera, it wasn't worth having to sit through all these moments. And as beautiful as the game is, on later playthroughs, I will always want to skip to the more interesting story parts and the next gameplay section instead of just watching this play out again. Dear all the developers who will never watch this video, because who the fuck am I really, please do not put unskippable cinematics in your game. I am very sad this is still happening.
Ragnarok didn't listen.
As I was making this video, a patch was announced that is adding a skip feature. I have no idea how robust that option will be, or if it will include some of the walking and climbing moments, but any step toward fixing this problem is welcome, and I thought it was important to add this to the video and acknowledge that the patch is coming that's going to add that functionality. As for the story, this scene with the witch isn't bad. Again, I wish I could experience this game knowing nothing about the others, since I'm guessing her reveal that Kratos is a god could spike people's interest if they didn't already know that.
I know you're a god.
There's a little bit of bonding with Atreus here, and a bunch of setup for more story later, but the most memorable thing about this part for me is the frankly jarring introduction to the waypoint system, and how the witch shouts her explanation through the door after you leave. It's so out of place and weird, just listen to it.
This underground passage should put you back on your path to the mountain. Just use the boat. Wait, and take this. You can use it to orient yourself and navigate the world.
After this, you go through a cave system underneath the witch's home and take a boat out to the Lake of the Nine. You meet the World Serpent, who is surprisingly friendly, and are left floating in the main hub of the game after the serpent shifts enough of its body to lower the water level in the area. So let's return to exploration for a bit, and maybe this new part of the game will better illustrate why it's so disappointing. It takes so damn long just to get around in this game.
Very true.
Row your boat, dock the boat, get out of the boat, hit the elevator switch, ride the elevator, walk around, go back on the elevator, go back in the boat. You always feel like you're stuck to the surface of every plane, like you're magnetically attached to it.
Sled was better.
This whole area is so fucking cool. I love the setting, the giant temple, the sunken sections of islands that have to be revealed, and how later on in the game, the water level lowers a second time to reveal even more of it. It must have taken a lot of work to match all of this up just right, and to have parts that you saw earlier take on a new meaning the second time now that more water has lowered. It's a shame that it takes so long to get around, because it means that it's way more efficient to wait for that second lowering of the water before exploring, but the change is also so significant and interesting in how things all fit together that I wasn't annoyed when I had to do it all again. If Odyssey's worlds went through big changes like this, I would have been positive about returning to them for more moons later. Yet this has the same issues as every other area. You can't jump or climb unless the game lets you. There are all of these tiny slowdowns all over the place, like the game is a buffering video as you try to play it. The level design on display here, especially considering that most of it is optional, is impressive on many levels, and it deserves a much better movement system than the game got.
That's very true.
Also, I am aware that the game builds many of its areas around this limited movement system, and that more would have to change if Kratos could move around more freely. The issue isn't a simple one to solve, but that doesn't negate that the game is worse off with its current system. Unfortunately, I'm not done, because this is where the game opens up enough that a whole other problem is unveiled, like it was also lurking in the water with the World Serpent. Exploration is also tied to rewards. Most of them are stat increases in the form of crafting materials that can be turned into new equipment, or more straightforward upgrades when you find whole pieces of gear or enchantments. This is also a good time to point out that the game has an experience system, but this is not used to level up Kratos. Instead, the points...
How long did it take you to record Odyssey and Breath of the Wild footage? Not very long. I just found some mods for it, I think. I still use the same recording session today. I have like some files I've just never deleted of me just messing around with that. That was Odyssey though. Yeah, back then Nintendo would copyright anything in the games on YouTube, and honestly I don't even believe them now. I think they would still do it, so I just won't I won't risk it forever. And I also just love the joke, so
are spent on unlocking new abilities and enhancing old moves, both for Kratos and Atreus. I am neutral about this unlock system. On the one hand, I think the game could have been better paced by having many of these available right from the beginning and more creative options that come later, but on the other hand, I enjoy that many of these aren't just stat increases. You're getting new tools to play with as the game goes on, even if many of them aren't that interesting. I'd like to quickly go back to my list of hopes for the sequel and say that it will be beyond disappointing if all of these moves are taken away at the beginning of the next installment and have to be earned again. Please use this full tree as the baseline and build on it with new stuff, or even better, revamp the system to have many more options and justify a new tree from scratch. Please don't have Thor show up, break the Leviathan axe, leave Kratos half dead, and make the player regain all of this power.
Well, at least that didn't happen.
You have struck gold with this combat system, and there's platinum only a little deeper down if you keep digging.
Get it?
Keep your expectations low, boy, and you will never be disappointed.
Platinum games.
That's only on the experience side of things. The equipment, on the other hand, is a lot more complicated and is even more confusing because Kratos' level is tied to that equipment. Yeah, it's not tied to experience points. It's tied to gear, and not the stat points on gear either. Those don't matter. The level of the gear itself is what decides it all. Leveling systems are not inherently bad. Neither are increases in power. I can point to 3 in this game that I enjoyed very much. The Idun apples, or Ythun apples, I'm not sure exactly how they're pronounced, Horns of Bloodmead, and the Drops of the World.
Now it's XP based. Nope, Ragnarok seems to use the exact same system. I don't know if it's as we'll get into it later in the video. I think where we're gonna talk. Well, maybe we do it now. I can't remember. I did some combat analysis of how the stats work and the level works, and it's pretty jarring how much level matters. I don't know if it matters that much in Ragnarok, but it's the same system.
World Tree. These lead to increases that are permanent, immediately understandable, and are not ever required for progressing through the game. It's also one of the rare times that a lack of a decision can be a positive. There's no slowing down to consider how to spend your resources or fretting over what's the most efficient use of materials. It's just, boom, pick it up, you got an upgrade. Meanwhile,
Boom,
any stat
upgrade
system
effect.
requires time to learn and is going to get in the way of playing the game unless
Yeah.
you're the type of person that considers it playing the game. I've said this before, and I'll unfortunately have to say it again many, many times after this. Names for stats don't always mean the same things across games within the same genre. Health can be called just that, or HP,
Why
or
did I
vigor,
put
or
the
even
black
stamina
bar?
in some games. There's no standard,
Why'd
and
I
it
do
will
that?
always slow you down. I don't like it in God of War. I don't like it in
Oh, that's why.
Neo. I'm far more accepting of it in a pure RPG that has character building.
I didn't want to say Dark Souls for the whole video. That's why. That's why I put the censorship bar over this. I forgot about that. Okay.
But God of War is an action game. Even then, I would tolerate it as long as it doesn't get in the way of the player progressing. Unfortunately, here's where things get specific. If you explore enough of the Lake of the Nine on your first visit, you will find one of many rift tears in the game. These are more difficult fights that would have been perfect places to put the fun Muspelheim challenges, but never mind about that. My first time here, I opened a rift and was immediately rumbled by enemies much higher in level than me. This can be signaled to you by both the level number, the color of their health bar, and a skull next to their names.
Very accurate.
These enemies were so much higher in level than I was that they would kill me in one hit. Naturally, this made me curious to find out how damage is calculated. If you've watched all of my videos, you are now thinking, oh no, please don't say it's like Breath of the Wild again. It's like Breath of the Wild again, sort of. It's not as bad though. My test subjects this time were 2 revenants that spawned from a rift near the central temple. I experimented on them on all of the difficulty settings, crafted many sets of armor with different stats,
Yeah, I'm not
and
doing this
came to
Ragnarok.
a few disheartening conclusions.
This took
In the
like
interest
a
of
whole
fairness,
day.
I want to state up front that stat numbers were difficult to control in a
It took
precise
a whole day
way.
for me
Gear
to
with
do this.
specific stats isn't easy to get, and therefore I'm going to go into rougher numbers than I'd like. It doesn't influence the results too much, though.
Only
First
a
off,
day.
the threshold-
Only a day of being in this room, switching gear with a fucking notepad in front of me, writing down what all of my gear was, all of my stat levels, all of the damage numbers, setting a baseline to set up like, okay, how much damage did I take? Looking at the fucking like it was a long day. It was so bad. I'm not doing it again. I'm not doing it again. No, fuck this. I will check to see if level matters, but I'm not doing like armor and stat increases and defense to see if it's subtractive again. I don't give a shit.
for being one-shot by an enemy seems to be 4 levels below it. Even on the easiest setting, no matter how much health and defense I could get at that level, it would kill me in 1 hit. It may be possible that an extremely high defense rating could tank it, but you run into an issue since higher stats come on gear with higher level tags. This will increase the average of your gear and will push you over another level, which prevents the enemy from one-shotting you. I'm going to take a guess that when you're below 4 levels from the enemy, it just doubles the damage
again,
it deals,
$1 million.
so theoretically you should be able to survive if you could get high enough stats, but that's probably not possible. This confused me at first since I would barely increase my defense and try to take a hit, survive with a lot of health now, and then I finally realized it was because my level was higher and I was no longer so low the enemy would instantly kill me.
Nice.
The defense rating
Not
was
so
secondary to that.
Alright.
I proved this by having the exact same health and defense rating at level 3 and level 4.
This was
at
so
level
hard
3,
to do.
I died. At level 4,
this was
after
so hard to
adding
do.
gear that had stats that had nothing to do with health and defense, I lived. Once you're within that Goldilocks zone, defense is then used through a rough subtraction system to reduce incoming damage. I say rough because it must be affected by difficulty modifiers or fractions somewhere. Going from 138 defense to 142 reduced the attack by 3 damage. When I increased it again by another 4 to 146, it reduced it by 4 damage, but a second hit at the same stats showed a 5 damage reduction from 4 defense. So I'm guessing there's a breakpoint or a fraction being carried over somewhere in these calculations between hits.
Look at that.
The way this
That's
system
clear.
works means that stats
How can you not
largely
understand
be
that?
ignored throughout the game. Level rating is all that matters. So if you have something that's a higher level, even if it has lower stats, you should put it on. You want to put on the highest level gear and enchantments as possible
That's
because
pretty
the reverse is also true for enemies. In these clips, I'm now level 7 and these enemies are level 3. I'm the one that has the 4 level advantage and look, they can barely hurt me. Same for this Dragon's Breath being irrelevant with enough gear.
Oh wow, that's
when you
huge.
start getting close to max level, stats can matter a bit more, but that's at the end of the game when you'll be able to comfortably stay in a good level range with all enemies, or completely dominate them through level and stats alone. The worst thing about this is that you will be unable to realistically get through some encounters without the right gear. You can still skill...
I'll be real, I just tuned this part out when watching the video the first time. I'm tuning it out right now and I made it! It felt so important back then. I was like, I did all this research. Was it worth it? I don't fucking know. I think just saying, like, showing my work is important, but I think I didn't have to go into that much detail. I didn't have to say, oh, like, I didn't have to be like, oh, there's fractions or whatever, but I was afraid someone was going to be like, oh, no, it didn't. I went and tested it, and you're wrong. It was different damage all the time. I should have just said, it was a rough subtraction system, and level matters more, and that's it. I should have, like, cut down, like 10 minutes out of this, you know?
your way through these fights, but one mistake means you're dead and you'll be hacking
Ooh,
away at
look
them
at that.
for a long time since each hit does so little damage. However, I do want to be fair and point out that because numbers are kept in a tight range and that low-level enemies stop spawning later on in the game, this subtraction system is functional. It's not ideal, but it's not game-breaking in the same way that it was in Dragon's Dogma and Breath of the Wild. That does not excuse how dependent the game is on Kratos' level, though. This is flirting dangerously.
Who is that guy you're reacting to? It's Matthew
Matosis.
Matosis. We're watching his video.
I'm not ready to get into that yet. Instead, let's look at another problem with this system and another reason to favor higher levels over stats: attack signals. I think the way this works is mostly great. A red circle means an attack cannot be blocked or parried and must be dodged. A yellow circle means
Irish?
an
Yeah, he
attack
got better.
can be parried, and that if you simply block, you'll be staggered. And no prompt at all means that you can block, parry, or dodge, and that there will be no stagger if you use your shield without parrying. On the surface, this may seem like a new version of a QuickTime event, but these prompts do not require the same timings across all enemies, so there's still something to learn from the attacks on every enemy type. They only exist to provide you with information on what your options are, which is something I've previously found frustrating in other games. Sometimes the only way to find out if an attack can be parried or not is to die to it a bunch of times
Good
while
game,
having
by
to
the
guess
way.
if you're getting the timing right, or if there is no timing to get right at all since it can't be parried and you're wasting your time. So what's the problem then? Well,
Ooh.
even if you played the game, you
Oh,
may not
that's
have
a
noticed
bad
that these
audio
warnings
change
are
there.
determined by your level.
Oh, that was
even
bad.
the Valkyrie fights are affected by this. If your level is high enough,
I don't
a
like
red
this video
attack
anymore.
can become yellow, and yellow attacks can become blank.
Oh yeah, that's true.
If
that
you
can
reach
happen.
an enemy at a high enough level and then put on some lower gear because there's better stats or something, then of course the opposite is
How
also
can you
true,
not
and you can
notice?
see yellow attacks become unparryable red ones.
Hold on, whoa. So minuscule echo that only some people could hear. Like completely obvious change to a new recording session that made me cringe. I don't hear anything. I don't even know who we're fighting. I don't listen to your video show. That's true. We listen to it now.
This is how much gear matters in this game. I don't like that. I want to be the one who gets better and masters the game's combat,
I want
not
to do
the
it.
character I am controlling by putting on better gear via crafting or grinding.
It has its place.
I
though,
understand if you disagree with me, but I think
kinda
this is
do.
the type of thing that could be solved quite easily with the difficulty option that removes these equipment dependencies.
Yeah.
Not just in God of War, but also many games like it. As with most things, there is a balance to making this work, and it wasn't found here in my opinion.
Little canker throat wouldn't know proper weight and balance if it were dangling off his chin.
Continuing the game, we begin to climb the mountain where Faye wished her ashes to be scattered. Along the way, we meet a dwarf named Sindri, who is the brother of another dwarf we met earlier named Brock.
The blue one is your brother.
I didn't bring him up until now so I could introduce them together. These two have disowned each other and provide much of the game's humor with their attitudes and the dueling blacksmith routine. More on them later because, like much of the game, their story feeds into the main narrative. After killing an ogre, we reach the mountain proper and come to an impasse. Although I am certain there must be some other way up the mountain somewhere, especially remembering those climbing skills that Kratos has, the game instead makes the witch appear and have her tell us we need to go back to the temple in the Lake of the Nine and use the power of the Bifrost to travel to another realm, retrieve the light of Alfheim, and use that to blast the black smoke away so we can move forward. All that to cross a bridge. This begins the trend of relatively simple problems having grandiose solutions. It's also the beginning of the game's pacing problems. We just came from the lake, now we're immediately going back there. After that
Yeah,
errand,
this
we'll
sucked.
have to go back to the mountain. Sadly, like I said, this is just the beginning, and it gets worse than this. Alfheim is overall a decent part of the game, but it's also a section that I initially forget about whenever I think through my time with God of War.
It's still true
That's
today,
probably
actually,
because
yeah.
it has no true connection with the rest of the story and will likely become relevant in one of the following games. I will say that it continues the trend that the game has had so far of introducing new enemy types and keeping that side of the experience fresh. It's only after this that things begin to slow down and become stale. Likewise, it also serves as a sharp change in visuals and setting and is quite beautiful. It continues the development of both Kratos and Atreus while they're visiting, but the place and the elves themselves don't really matter that much.
They look different now.
After a boss battle, you return to Midgard through the Bifrost and travel all the way back to the mountain and very tediously clear the corruption blocking your path 2 separate times. I don't know why they did this. Again, who is this for?
All right, so to the handful of YouTuber comments that have said this, it actually feels like more than just a few, but maybe it's just sticking out in my mind. People come into me and say, "This is for loading, you idiot. It's hiding loading." And it's like, no, it's not. Because you can go up and down the fucking bridge freely, willy-fucking-nilly, between those areas when the fucking smoke is gone. It only needed loading the first time? What the fuck are you talking about? Why are you like, oh no, it's for loading. You're a fucking idiot. How do you not know this when you're a game creator? No.
Or, I'm tempted to let this play in silence for the whole duration to make this point, but I won't. Along with the protracted climbing sections, I don't understand the goal here aside from padding. I can see that maybe some of the climbing could look a bit interesting or provide an easier way to link some sections of levels
2 videos in
together,
one.
but much of it goes
It was
on
really
for
important
way
for me to
too
show the
long.
whole
This
thing in the
section
video.
Here, like many others in this game, makes me wonder if the developers were afraid of having too short of a runtime, which is ironic considering that, if anything, the game is too long.
That's true in Ragnarok 2. Oh, still not done. Wow, this goes on for a long time. What the hell?
I should note that there are some story beats that I'm skipping over for now to speak about later. During this mountain climb, you fight that dragon we spoke about earlier, get gifted some fancy mistletoe arrows and a source of lightning magic from Sindri, and then reach the mountain's peak. Holding down the aiming button and getting Atreus to fire arrows at things is now a common occurrence for some of the more puzzle-like parts of the game. Sometimes you'll need the elven magic, sometimes you'll need the lightning. I'm neutral about these, and I don't think there's anything really interesting to say about them, so I won't waste your time trying. At the top of the mountain, both the plot and world of God of War expands. You find out that the stranger from the beginning of the game is the god Balder, and that he is hunting you with Thor's sons Magni and Modi. You
Game
also
two
find out that
fives.
he's still alive after you broke his neck earlier. Also that someone is imprisoned on the top of the mountain, the self-proclaimed smartest man alive, Mimir. He tells you that you've come to the wrong place if Faye's ashes are meant to be scattered on the highest peak in all the realms, because that's not in Midgard, but in Jotunheim. Luckily, there's a portal nearby that can take you there. Unluckily, the rune to activate it is no longer able to be carved.
Giant's finger scraping the sky, that's the highest peak in all the realms.
As an aside here, I really enjoyed Kratos' reaction to this.
What are they being
That
measured
could not
at?
be what she meant. And then his acceptance with the new goal in the face of his pleading son.
Sea
It's
level?
a great dad moment when he has no choice but to concede and say, "Very well, I will go along with this."
Oh, he said the stream meme.
Mimir is trapped on the mountain summit because of Odin, who has visited daily to torture him for 109 years. Mimir would prefer death than to continue going through it, but settles for something in between when he makes a deal to help Kratos and Atreus. They chop off his head and then you take it to the witch in the woods, who freaks out when she sees the mistletoe arrows that Atreus got from Sindri earlier. She calls them wicked in the traditional sense of the word, not the 90s way, burns them, and then replaces them with her own in apology. Mimir's head is brought back to life, and the final reveal of this section is brought to light. The witch is also a god, Freya, Odin's ex-wife.
Hello, Freya. Been a long time. You look well.
There are some comments here that I would like to make. Most of them are good, but let's start with the bad. The game is gracious enough to let you leave the mountain via the warp doors that are powered by the World Tree. Unfortunately, this is one of the worst fast travel systems I've seen in a game. As much as I appreciate it when games contextualize game systems within the world, whether that's how characters survive damage or even the incorporation of a death cycle within the story, it can only stretch so far before it becomes a hindrance.
Ragnar's not much
This
better.
is another issue made worse by the game's decision to have one continuous camera shot. You can't have Kratos plucked away and dumped somewhere through a load screen without breaking that. So instead, the game has you open a magical door, wait for it to load, sometimes so awkwardly that the game feels like it breaks, and then enter another area as you move to an exit door. I think most players will walk along these branches as if they're traveling faster between these doors, but you don't have to move at all for this to work. The exit door will appear right in front of you if you just stand still and wait. It's just loading that's been disguised with visuals, although if you try hard enough, you can trigger loading that just shows up and pauses the game if you go in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Never happens when you're going
The
up
game
that
has
bridge where the black
characters
smoke
speak
was,
during
though.
these scenes, and we'll talk about that in just a second, but as good as those conversations can be, this is a terrible system. It seems undeniable to me that a simple teleport and load screen would be faster than this, since the game has to first load this limbo area and then the final destination, instead of just moving you from one place to another. Moving between realms is even worse and takes so much time. Teleporting from wherever you are to the temple, going through that waiting time, then going to the Bifrost terminal, activating that and waiting, then
I miss it,
finally
though.
traveling within the realm to where you want to go.
I miss it. Bring it back.
I'm sorry to harp on about this, but the game is
I'm not
teeming
sorry.
with time wasters, and I think it's important to address them all so that
I don't miss
hopefully
it,
not in
actually.
the next game.
Doing it once would have been fun, though.
Now for some positive stuff. We've seen enough of the characters to finally speak in depth about the story's main theme. Family. Almost everything in this game is about that, which surprised me. I was expecting this to be a tale of redemption for Kratos, and while that might work in some parts,
Is that a mask?
I don't see it overall. While I do see remorse in Kratos, I do not see someone who is actively working to make amends and make the world around him better to undo the destruction he caused earlier in his life. God of War is about family. An important realization that most will make early on is that Kratos is not disappointed that his son is nothing like him. Initially, this seems clear. The boy is a bit of a screw-up. He isn't as fast or strong or disciplined as
Roach.
Kratos would like. Atreus
Oh,
even
it's the
has a line
same
that says
cursor
this
in
outright,
Ragnarok.
"I know I'm not what you wanted." This is what I meant when I said earlier that the story provides reasons for why Kratos has tried to keep his distance from Atreus, even though the scene in Elfheim shows how dear Faye was to his heart. He doesn't see much of himself in his son.
You think I'm weak because I'm not like you.
But this couldn't be further from the truth. Kratos is afraid that Atreus is too much like him, not too little. His lessons of discipline are not to teach him to be more like himself. In the previous games, Kratos lacks much of what he preaches in this new one. His lessons are to make Atreus better than him, not the same as him. Atreus has the blood of a god within him. Every god seems to have their own special superpowers, and Kratos' incredible strength, regeneration, and weaponized rage. Atreus is shown a few times in this game to have inherited that same power, along with a few that haven't presented themselves yet, and no small amount of the arrogance that Kratos has extinguished within himself. We'll soon see how deeply Atreus really is riddled with that.
Do something about it or shut up already.
My guess is that Kratos did not want to have more children, that Faye was a surprise that charmed him out of his life of exile, and that Atreus was born without much deliberation. The ending supports this at least. Atreus is not Kratos' grand plan to make amends for his past actions. He was content to stay mostly away and let Faye be the greatest influence on him, and now he's been forced to take over because she's dead. You have to remember, and if you forgot, the game will remind you, that Kratos killed his own father. There's actually a really awkward Curb Your Enthusiasm tier moment in a side quest when this is brought up.
Fuck's sake.
Killed his own father?
Kratos does not want...
So that joke cost me, oh man, at least $1,000, maybe as much as $4. Like, that joke cost me quite a bit of money from the copyright strike that they wouldn't take down. It was in deliberation for so long, and they're supposed to hold the funds when a copyright strike is being argued, and they're supposed to reward it to whoever wins the copyright strike at the end of it. And like, I confirmed that with YouTube support and everything, and I still have never gotten that money ever. There's like, I don't know, like 3 years ago now, like never ever. Directed by Corey Balrog. I've always wanted to do a meme, and I've just never gotten around the time to do it. I've always wanted to do a meme where this scene, but in the sky, it's that video, that music. Are you big enough with the singing cowboy in the sky? I've always wanted to do that and put it on Twitter. Maybe one day I will. Well, Twitter's not around anymore.
To repeat that ultimate failure and make an enemy out of his own child, but he also doesn't want to unleash another monster like himself on the world. Once you realize this, and also accept that his methodology may sometimes be too blunt and flawed, every interaction they have makes sense. His reluctance to get too close.
Is it Barlog? I'm sorry, I've been saying his name wrong. Shit, I thought
and
it was
in line
Balrog.
with his Spartan upbringing instead of more compassionate, and his really stupid stories.
Had he been taught discipline instead, he might have lived longer.
Kratos has devoted him...
Wait, Balrog is the monster from Lord of the Rings, right? I always remember his name in that, and I always remember it's not that. I forgot. Yeah, shit. Alright, I'm sorry. That was really rude. Sorry.
Himself entirely to this goal. As I said earlier, unless the game is being dishonest and keeping some great secret, there is literally nothing else that Kratos has, to the point that he would rather die than reveal his monstrous past out of fear of what example that would set for Atreus. This is why I said Kratos is still a bit on the simple side, but that his character also shows more depth, because it's interesting that while many of his actions make sense, he also confronts during this journey that he might be wrong. He has to tell his son the truth. He has to be more compassionate and open. And it's still debatable, and remains to be seen in the next games, if this was the right decision. I also think we will be seeing Kratos learn that his single-minded devotion is also a flaw, and that there is more he could be doing for his son, himself, and the world he now inhabits. There is a dead part of him that begins to squirm back to life throughout the course of this game, and I think that's going to be explored in the next ones.
It was. Nice.
This is not the best main story in a game. It gives you some things to observe and then chew on, but it's still mostly straightforward. The presentation and setting and the history of the series contributes much to how successful it is, but what I liked by far the most was how it's reinforced through the side content and supporting characters. There's the rift between Freya and her son Balder, the resentment separating Sindri and Brock, the rivalry of Magni and Modi for the approval of their father, Thor. Mimir tells so many stories about the family that is the gods and their squabbles. The side quests also either involve a dispute within a family or offer an opportunity for Kratos and Atreus to speak to each other. Usually it's Atreus that learns something, but sometimes it's Kratos. God of War is in a world of broken families, where Kratos is desperately trying to keep Atreus with him in the wake of his mother's death. And this should all end up being really cheesy, like the thief who stabbed his father in the back, or the ghost that wants you to pull down a statue of Thor to avenge his family, or another ghost that wants you to gather the corpse of someone and promises you a chance to speak to Faye's spirit at the end. But what sets it apart is the quality of the writing. The conversations Kratos and Atreus have during these side quests is never like a formal sit-down with a warm script to follow and all smiles like, you know, I think I learned something today. Instead, they're
So I think Ragnarok isn't as good in that regard. I think that I want to replay 2018 to see if I still agree with this, because I can't remember it. But if what I'm saying right now is true, I do not feel that way about Ragnarok nearly as strongly. I think there are some good moments like that in Ragnarok. It's not all bad, but I think 2018 was better.
the moments when Atreus shows some maturity and preemptively tells his father that he understands something, and that he should know because he gets mad at him sometimes too, which triggers Kratos into a surprising moment of insecurity and has him demanding what times Atreus gets frustrated with him, and the roles of father and son are momentarily reversed. Just imagine the Kratos from the first 3 God of Wars getting insecure about anything.
When are you angry?
Use a naked woman to open a door, by the way.
When?
Or when the two put the souls of a group of soldiers to rest, and Kratos shows compassion to the spirit of their leader, revealing some of his past to Atreus and demonstrating that leadership is far more complex and difficult than it may first appear. These side quests may not be that rewarding in terms of gameplay, but I was shocked by how naturally they feed into the main story and support that narrative. It feels more like they're optional parts or optional extensions of the main plot, instead of being filler stuff to do. It makes so much sense for games to do this sort of thing with side content, but they so rarely do.
Ragnarok doesn't really do this as well,
That's
I think.
not to say that all of the side content is at this level, but I'd say most of it is. Just like not all of Kratos' and Mimir's tales feed into the story, but most of them do. Mimir is my favorite character in the game, and I hope that he survives to continue waffling on in the next one and the one after that. It's another example of how strong the writing is in God of War, and that I didn't mind some of the slow traveling parts my first time through since I could listen to them talk. There were a surprisingly high amount of these conversations, and more that can be unlocked by finding lore objects in the world.
Look, it's the world serpent.
Yawning to his close friends.
These conversations can also be paused when you reach the dock and resumed later when you get back to the boat, but I preferred to listen to them from start to finish. Mimir's stories can help show how different this version of Norse mythology is from, say, Neil Gaiman's book, which I read after finishing the game. But I also recommend boating around the lake early on before you get Mimir so you can hear Kratos' terrible stories that are thinly veiled life lessons for the boy. They end with either blunt disaster or an explanation at how easily it could have been avoided, or an even more blunt ending with characters making the
Was that Game of Thrones? For a split second, I show American Gods before I show the Norse mythology book as a joke, for a treat, or as a treat.
strong, practical choice at the cost of the story being boring. They show just how much some of his parenting choices are flawed, and it's also really great because it works on both levels. These are entertaining and funny, and they're showing some bits about this character and the interaction between him and Atreus.
It's deep, and once inside, they would not be able to escape if the water dried up again. Wisely, they moved on.
That's it?
Yes.
Hearing these also gives a bit at the end when Kratos finally tells a good story, a bit more of a punch. Kratos is angry when he learns that Freya is a god for reasons that should be understandable if you played the first games.
New recording
I'm surprised
session.
he doesn't wipe away the protective mark that she gave him on their last visit after this reveal, but maybe he figures it's caused no harm so far, or maybe he's just forgotten about it. As you've seen from the footage playing, Mimir becomes a dangling head companion and serves really well as a commentator for the rest of the game. It feels much more fresh and immediate than a radio buddy calling in all the time to chat. Your first stop with him is to see the World Serpent, which plays out like that scene in Finding Nemo when Dory tries to talk to whales.
Oh, it does, yeah. Should have shown it. No
I
balls.
thought this was pretty funny. Jormungandr continues being a bro and gives you the necessary information required to proceed. He also eats a nearby statue of Thor because he hates the guy so much. Come Ragnarok, these two are destined to fight and kill each other. Maybe. The next section begins an increase in quality and marks the beginning of my favorite part of the game, which culminates in the best scene in God of War and one of the best scenes in any game I've ever played.
Very true.
It's unfortunately followed by a sharp drop in quality that's made all the worse by how good the game is right before.
So another detail there is when Kratos is on the boat at the end of that clip, I timed it, I know it's that sometimes they're happy accidents. Sometimes I use a clip, and as I'm playing it, I'm like, okay, which slice of this clip do I want? Sometimes I'll notice something, and it can relate to what I'm saying. So normally I don't lavish praise on games like that. So at the end of that clip there, Kratos, the lightning goes off, and Kratos kind of looks like, what the fuck is this? And that's supposed to be like maybe the audience's reaction to me saying, I really like this part. And you'd be like, what the fuck is this? Joe doesn't like games. What the fuck? So like little things like that sometimes I can make something work in the context of what I'm saying. Can we rewatch it? I don't know if we can rewatch it. Let's see.
Indeed. He also eats a nearby statue of Thor because he hates the guy so much. Come Ragnarok, these
Again,
two
you know,
are
we got
destined
that probably,
to fight
but
and kill
I
each
did.
other.
So, you know.
Maybe. The next section begins an increase in quality and marks the beginning of my favorite part of the game, which culminates in the best scene in God of War and one of the best scenes in any game I've ever played.
What?
It's unfortunately followed by a sharp drop in quality that's made all the worse by how good the
Sometimes
game is
they're for
right
me.
before that. We'll get to both of those parts shortly, but now is a good time to do the opposite of nitpicking. There are a bunch of cool small details in this game that deserve some attention and credit, so crit picking?
Yeah.
Critics picked out good moments.
I think that's fake laughing.
The reason why this is a good place to start this
Bad
list
take.
is that effort went into timing Mimir's introductory speech here so it lines up with the giant's corpse appearing on the horizon just as he begins speaking about it.
You'll see.
This may have been a happy accident, and you can ruin it if you decide to pause on the boat, but I think this was intentional for how well it lines up. That corpse also reacts to the axe in a couple of neat ways. The first is that the developers took the time to make the skin have a soft squish and gentler impact when the axe is thrown at it, and for the eyes to have a noisier, crunchier impact because they're frozen solid. Someone cared enough to do this, and I care enough to point it out, because I thought it was really cool.
Very cool.
Earlier in the game, in
agree.
Alfheim, there's a part where a Dark Elf will burst from the wall and grab Atreus. This interrupts a conversation he was having with Kratos. If you know this is coming your second time through, you can stop and let them finish, and it actually has an ending, meaning this Dark Elf really does interrupt the conversation they were having. Similarly, I love how much is shown about Kratos' feelings when he doesn't hesitate to lodge his whole arm in the ogre's mouth to save Atreus from being mauled back on the mountain. There's quite a bit of this stuff in the game that's really impressive. If you do things out of order, the game often has an alternative line that acknowledges it. Later on, there's a clue in a temple that you can read to help solve a puzzle. If you miss it, solve the puzzle first, and then read the clue. Mimir quips that you didn't need the help.
A timely hint for something we figured out ourselves.
If you don't open lore objects before getting Mimir, you can take him to them and he'll have extra lines and insight. There's an upgrade you can find that helps when fighting Valkyries. If you find it after defeating them all, a line plays saying that it's too bad that you didn't have it before.
Ragnarok doesn't do this as well, I think.
I knew the game was going to be something special when it came to details right from the beginning. When Kratos carries Faye's corpse out of the house, he turns so the body is passed through the door at an angle without colliding with the frame. In most
This is sadly extremely rare. I guess like Red Dead Redemption 2 does that well, doesn't it? I remember that. Naughty Dog games do this too, but in most games it's like just straight through. Who gives a shit about some clipping, right? Yeah, sadly rare. I understand it's difficult, but yeah, really like that.
other games, that would have clipped right through. Not in God of War. Your weapons become slightly more ornate and fancy as they are upgraded throughout the game. The difference between the first and final versions is quite dramatic, but each step up is subtle enough that you might not notice until later.
These are all the
My
different
favorite
versions of the
detail
axe,
like
in case
this
that
was when
wasn't
you
clear.
return to the mountain later with Mimir and
Oh,
he warns
yeah!
you about signs of a dragon in the area,
I love
not
this one.
knowing that you've already killed it. In most games, the writers wouldn't even think of that. The dragon is dead, therefore no more reason to think about it or bring it up. It shows how much thought went into viewing each scene from the perspective of each character and thinking how they would react. Not only that, but it creates a funny moment out of something that makes sense. That God of War is exceptional among games for doing this not only shows how much praise it deserves, but also how bad the writing is in most other games.
Had to get my dig in on the whole fucking game industry there. Here's a big compliment, but also fuck all you all. So fucking fucking backhanded. I mean, it's true, but God damn it. I don't know if does Ragnar have moments like that? I don't remember one. Maybe there is one there. I don't think I noticed the dragon thing until I thought about it on the second playthrough.
It's not perfect when it comes to these things, and we'll have a counter nitpick section later that will prove that, but there were many times the game shocked me by being prepared for something I did out of order or in an unconventional way.
Aye, as an augurer, she was unsurpassed.
Augurer.
I enjoyed this section with the giant because it was visually captivating while also introducing new enemy types, an interesting if underexplored set piece with time manipulation on a platform, and concludes with the second best boss fight in the game. The execution is true to the concept. A giant died and crushed a settlement when it fell, creating a winding trail that you follow between both the corpse and the ruins of the village. This place does have perhaps the worst defender in the game for "are you seriously telling me Kratos can't climb that?" but the rest of it is more reasonable while being cool to watch. The Traveler enemy type is also one of the best in the game and feels closer to a mini-boss than the ogres you fight. They immediately demand your attention and can cut you down quickly if you don't respect their attacks. They require more reactive play, but we already spoke about that in detail earlier. They are still a good example of that, though. The fight against Magni and Modi is the opposite. It's a mix of reactive and proactive combat that shows you just how...
So I think there I match cut Kratos' role, and sometimes, depending on the perspective, these have absolutely no effect. Sometimes I like matching different actions. There's probably been a couple that I've missed and I've forgotten about in this video because they don't have full effect. But usually, if I end a clip with the character doing a certain attack or doing a roll or doing a block or whatever, I will try and have them in that same position in the next one and see if the effect works out. And sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Yeah, this is what I mean by fussing. And I never used to do that. Never used to really know how to do it, but now I do it quite often.
How good God of War currently is, and how good it could be if it took this encounter as a foundation to build on. I want to be clear when I say this because sometimes people think I have a giant bias for difficulty. I'm not talking about challenge. This fight is one of the more difficult ones, and while I enjoyed that, it isn't what I mean here, especially since the majority of it can turn into a 2-on-1. Thor's sons can and will attack you relentlessly, but there are also plenty of opportunities to break them out of their combos and switch from defense to offense. I said it earlier in the video and it's worth repeating, learning that there are moments where a well-timed runic move or an axe throw can interrupt a big attack in a battle is wonderful, and if the series is going to remain mostly in a reactive system in the sequels, I hope they embrace this type of thing and try to do it more. There is something satisfying about getting in the zone with a long reactive battle though. Fending off this assault by both of these gods hits it really well. Sigrun, the game's best boss, is more committed to that idea, especially on Give Me God of War mode. There's definitely value in having a challenging series of tests to respond to attacks in the correct way over a long battle, going from failure to complete domination by the end. However, what Magni and Modi proves for me is that there is room to deepen this system. Even if it stays mostly reactive, having to think more about what series of attacks you do in the short time you have after countering a boss is something worth thinking about.
Yeah, that didn't happen.
There are many possibilities. Please explore them for the next game. I know that so many reviewers raved about everything, but please do not take that as a reason to not develop what you have here. I'm sorry to keep going on about it. The jump between God of War 1 and 2 wasn't enough. A similar baby step in the next game won't be sufficient here either.
Yeah.
I think there is something so special here, please don't miss it.
Yeah.
To show how dull this could end up being, you need look no further than the worst part of this fight we're currently on. While cool in concept, these breaks in
what the
fight
fuck
when you
do I
have to
know,
block
though?
the right place are glorified quick
Everyone's
events
loving it.
and feel only one step above that part we had earlier when you held down buttons to help Freya heal the boar. Which makes sense because they're both boring. Even viewed as a breather or as a way to raise the tension by having the gods taunt you, this doesn't quite succeed. They go on for too long, battles need options. This fight ends with Kratos killing Magni. Modi seems shaken that this could be possible and then flees. Atreus, in response to how much the gods taunted him during the battle, becomes enraged and then stricken with his plot cough. Kratos is of course troubled, but the sickness passes quickly. Next, you get part of the Dead Giant's Chisel, which can act as a key to open many sealed doors throughout the world as long as you know the rune to open them. You may have already encountered a few of these while exploring. One nearby leads to an optional boss fight against a Valkyrie, and having...
Man, so this is pretty good at re-experiencing the game, huh? There's a bunch of the stuff that I've forgotten. And, I mean, if you just played the game, I can see it being kind of boring. Like, come on, I just went through this. But as, like, returning to it and being like, oh yeah, that, you know, like it's good to like, I'm gonna talk about it, but also here's a quick reminder of some shit that went through, you know. It's like re-experiencing it in like a very summarized format. It's pretty good.
Such a good boss fight so quickly after Magni and Modi is one of the reasons that this section sticks out so well in my memory. However, it may not be really fair to weigh that so heavily since you can skip this. You're probably meant to as well unless you've been fanatical about keeping your gear updated.
Yeah, I didn't.
The main path takes you back to Tyr's Temple in the Lake of the Nine.
You know, I think it best we just end it there, actually.
I think I've made it clear how much I enjoyed the previous section of God of War, so you should understand that I am not exaggerating when I say this next part is now among my favorite moments in any game, because it's that much better.
Ooh.
The first half of this game is like a slow ascent that's been building to this moment.
Gonna
There's
say
a
it flat
churning
out.
jar of tension or lightning in a bottle that's about to burst. Kratos and Atreus are fugitives in the Norse realm. So far, they've managed to stay relatively low-key and have only private, personal business to attend to that Norse gods should have no quarrel with. Yet we know the reputation of the gods. Freya's story, Mimir's story, and the other tales he will recite about Odin's meddling and Thor's wrath. Kratos just killed one of Thor's sons. Mimir says this in warning.
This will not go over well in Asgard.
I defended us. Nothing more. I fear no judgment.
Judgment, no. But if vengeance is any concern.
Modi comes back for revenge after we arrive at Tyr's Temple. Note that, tying into the theme of dysfunctional families, he's more upset that his reputation will take a hit than he is about his brother being dead. This is shown even more clearly when Thor thrashes him when he reports the news. Atreus disappoints his father by succumbing to anger instead of remaining disciplined. He even attempts his own version of baby's first Spartan rage here. And then Big Daddy Kratos shows him how it's really done and sends Modi scrambling back home to Asgard. Kratos allows this and doesn't push the fight because Atreus looks to be near death on the floor. His plot cough has come back with a vengeance. What follows is the unraveling of Kratos' life and the world seemingly reveling in that. He has no choice but to take Atreus to Freya for help. A storm is beginning to rage while you row the boat, and my second favorite scene in the game happens right here. Not in some epic battle, not with some beautiful mythical backdrop, but in a dark, grimy elevator while Kratos is breathing deeply in anxiety, close to hyperventilating, and then begins to pace. Look, everyone that's playing at this point knows that Atreus won't die here. There's too much that's been set up and hasn't been explored yet. However, this tension that you feel along with Kratos during the scene is still real because there is so much else going on.
Yeah.
It's perfectly punctuated by someone blowing
Man,
the
what a
horn
good scene.
and calling the world serpent as you ascend. The world is waking up around you.
I turned up the
You
volume
are
there
not
so you
the
could hear it.
only active agents in this realm anymore. Forces are gathering. You have attracted attention. There are going to be consequences. And so a scene that is normally terrible, where a character is close to dead but everyone knows won't actually die, manages to still have power, and a lot of power at that. Kratos, for the first time in presumably decades, just killed a god. His son is now dying in his arms. His past is swirling back to the present, and who knows what kind of response is being mustered as he's stuck on this elevator, waiting for it to rise. And what's waiting at the top? Another god. Something he has the deepest reasons to never go to for help, but he has no choice. Faye just died, her ashes are still warm, and here's Kratos already back in a new version of his torment, with Atreus' illness being his fault. The desperation in his voice is perfect in this scene.
The boy has fallen ill! Freya!
And this isn't even the best part.
Woman, do you hear me?
Despite the rough goodbye they had last time, Freya is eager to help Atreus. She explains that to bring him back from the brink of death, she will need something from Helheim. She warns that Kratos cannot survive the trip and that he will need something to fight the cold if he is to have any chance. That his axe will be useless. In response, Kratos says this.
Then I must return home.
Many different things come together in the next scene. Of course, if you don't care about the story, it will be boring no matter what. For me, even acknowledging the problems the game has with inactive downtime, This was the only part in the game that a drawn-out travel section worked because you steep in thought along with Kratos. He is reflecting on everything that has just happened, digesting that he's choosing to do what he's about to do. The state of the world continues to deepen towards stormy chaos. Whether this is brought about by the gods reacting to Magni's death or the realm responding to Atreus being near death isn't clear. It could also be caused by Athena, perfectly personifying Kratos' past returning
What's the
when
blue?
she appears on the boat.
Very blue.
Get out of my head.
I think that Athena really is here, or at least even if Kratos is the only one that can see her, that it isn't just a figment of his torment. Some projection or malady of Athena is presenting itself. This isn't a delusion. Like everything
I
about
don't know,
this
man.
part, it works on multiple levels.
Still might
Freya's
be.
mother's promise will be relevant later because in the game we don't know that she's the mother of Baldur yet. This boat ride not only provides time for reflection, but also shows how close the gods have been this whole time. While Kratos has been with Faye and Atreus, one was always a short trip upstream. They have docks linked on the same river. And Athena's appearance will mean different things for those who have played the older games and those who have not. My favorite part of all is that this huge narrative moment is also reinforced through gameplay. That may be a poor choice of words though, because it implies the gameplay is secondary to serving the narrative. More accurately, both are feeding into each other, and it's for that reason that this gets pushed up to one of my favorite moments in all of gaming. It starts when you get off the boat and are attacked by Hellwalkers. At first this may seem out of place.
So is anyone bored by the past like 10 minutes or so? Because I like doing this kind of commentary. I like doing the play-by-play with a lot of like heavy, like, here's what's going on. Like I'm summarizing it, but like I would say like the summary is like what, like 20%? Like I really like doing this in videos, but it is kind of a long section. I can see why people like would just dismiss it as recapping though.
Almost like a bit of forced combat to appease people who may need some fighting after the boat ride. But the intent
Some people are
becomes
saying yes,
clear
but most people
after
seem to
you
like it.
enter
Okay.
the house. We'll get to the story side of this in just a second. For now, recall how the game has played for many hours until this point. The axe is a fun weapon, but is limited in a specific way. It is primarily for single targets. There are some skills that increase its ability to hit more than one enemy, but its
Maybe this is
potential
a
for
sick
sweeping
part. Yeah,
and
it's true.
cleaving over a wide area is limited. It also isn't effective against Hellwalkers, with some of them being outright immune to the cold damage it inflicts.
Yeah.
You're put into a restricted position and you have to use your fists.
And then they're like,
just like
nah,
this moment before you get into the house.
fuck it, the axe works
Now
now.
suddenly you have the blades. If you've played the older games, then despite the change in perspective, you will feel immediately comfortable with them.
Yeah.
Many of the combos are gone, but the same rhythm to how the blades swipe, and then whip into a crash in front of you is here. They also swing with a much larger area of effect. You are no longer limited like you were with the axe. Kratos has returned to his old power, and you feel it right away with him instead of being shown it. Whether you're a series fan and returning to that with him, or experiencing it as a whole new set of options with the dramatically different feel of this new weapon. This may sound trite, but it took a lot of courage to put this in the game in the current way that it works. The blades come so late that many fans will have become upset by now.
Yeah.
Why has Kratos changed so much? Where are his
Forgot about that
signature
too, yeah.
chains? Why am I being stuck with only one real weapon? Why am I babysitting this kid? It led to this moment that is made all the stronger for how deep you're into the game when it happens. I am stunned that a AAA game took a risk like this.
Okay, any moment in Ragnarok
for
that
the
was as good as that? The Thor battle I really enjoyed, but that was like a repeat of the Stranger. Was there anything in Ragnarok that came close to that? Getting the spear was cool, but it was more like it's a really cool weapon, not a really cool moment. Beer I don't think there was anything that came close. I feel like if they really did a good job with like the prophecy being dealt with, and they could have nailed it with Ragnarok, the battle at the end. I don't know, man. I feel like there's nothing that comes close to it.
Reveal scene itself, there's the obvious imagery of Kratos putting the chains of his past willingly onto himself. He was never able to dispose of the blades, he always kept them close to him, and here he is shackling himself once again, enslaving the monster for his own purposes now, not the will of any other god. There's also the implication that we spoke about earlier, that it took until Atreus was in danger for Kratos to take this step. His own life wasn't important enough, but the boy's is. Athena's speech is the most important part of her presence in this scene, but I think her placement in the doorway was also chosen carefully. She's in the exact same position that Kratos was earlier when we were seeing things from Atreus'
Oh
perspective.
man, cinema wins.
We saw the darkness Kratos carries when with the boy. Now we see, perhaps, what that darkness really is now
I'm
as
surprised I
Athena
noticed
stands
that,
in
actually.
judgment of Kratos' life.
Pretend to be everything you are not. Teacher, husband, father.
Her words are simple and cut deep into Kratos, but this is also his first step out of hiding. He has accepted his actions and has not kept himself away from them, but from this point on, he will begin to be honest with his son, albeit in stages.
A monster.
I know. But I am your monster no longer.
It's also the first time the game pledges fealty to the previous games without any ambiguity. Until this moment, it could be a rebooted version of Kratos based on some ancient myth that the old games have been demoted to. This scene proves otherwise. The blades are back, Athena is in spirit form, the previous games were real. It wasn't just thrilling to have that answered, but also to know that so much of that history was dragged along into this new series. There are still consequences to come for what Kratos did. As Mimir says,
I'm dangling from the hip of the bloody ghost of Sparta.
that was a lot of praise. The game deserves it, but it's probably making you all uncomfortable. That's not what you come to this channel for, right? So let's snuggle back to the warm, safe cradle of criticism by following that up with this. The game fucking plummets in quality after this, and while there are some great moments here and there, God of War misses nailing a great ending. Don't misunderstand me, the game rarely comes close to terrible throughout this last stretch. It's just that it fails to come anywhere close to the standard set by its best moments before this. That's a compliment and a pity rolled into one. Gameplay and story are well integrated in God of War, but I think it's a coincidence that both hit a sharp decline at the same time after this. Or it could be that the game, just like this video, ended up being too long and is stretched a bit thin.
Yeah. Gotta have that dig in.
It could also be due to the only chunk of bad writing in the story, and that the fun
Video's
of
long,
trying
am
out a
I
new
right?
weapon was overestimated. Although it's great to have, the reactive system still doesn't allow for much creativity when you get to attack. Let's talk specifics instead. After acquiring the chains, you enter Helheim via the Bifrost Bridge. Aside from the small optional realms, Helheim is the last unique location that you will visit in God of War. The subsections in Tyr's Temple may count for some, but they're an extension of this place you've been visiting the whole game. Even if they do count, you visit them more than once. The game is quite ridiculous when mapped out like that. From your first departure
Why does the map
from
look
home,
better
you
too?
progress in the order of
What the
stumble
fuck?
upon Freya's house, go to the Lake of the Nine, climb the mountain, go back to the Lake of the Nine, go to Alfheim, climb the mountain a second time, go to Freya's home again, visit the giant's frozen corpse, go back to the Lake of the Nine, go to Freya's home a third time, now go back to your home, journey through Helheim, go to Freya's home a fourth time, explore the sublevels of Tyr's Temple, climb the mountain a third time, go through Helheim a second time, explore a different sublevel of Tyr's Temple, a short detour with the World Serpent, then face the conclusion at the giant's frozen corpse, which is then followed by going home again. The two that really bring this down are the 3 mountain visits and the second trek through Helheim. Please do not get the wrong impression here.
Man.
You are never doing the same content over and over.
Alright, so Ragnarok really didn't improve on that, and maybe possibly did it worse. Even though they have a lot more variety in locations, like it almost feels like a more emphasized problem, because it's like, oh, the double trip to Vanaheim, the double trip to Helheim, the double trip to Alfheim, the double trip to Svartalheim, the double trip to Asgard with Atreus. You know, it's weird. Why would they do that? The double trip to Asgard is the worst one. Yeah, not all of them are bad because you start in different locations. Svartalheim was good to go back to, and there was a long time between the two of them. Helheim is just you do go to different locations. I guess that makes it a bit better, but the Helheim visit with Atreus, since the one with Kratos is a bit short. I'm gonna have to judge them case by case.
Over again, save for some of the connecting paths between areas. The
Uh-oh.
mountain climbs use different routes.
Uh-oh.
You're in a different
Okay.
part of Helheim both times, and the trips to Freya's house aren't that bad. But nevertheless, there's quite a bit of repetition. It's unfortunate that encounter variety also peters out when you get the blades.
Why?
The Valkyrie fights are a lot of fun, the last boss has a cool visual twist, but the rest of the game becomes samey. Again, let's be specific. Helheim is a very cool setting, and battling your way through there gives you the satisfying sense that you're breaking the rules of this world in a big way by even surviving there, never mind killing things. It justifies why Kratos had to resort to digging up the blades. Then you get to the Bridgekeeper that Freya sent you to kill, and it's just another fucking troll. This is, bar none, the biggest letdown in the entire game. The second biggest comes at the end, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. The recycling of trolls deserves its own section.
Wouldn't
but
want
this
good pacing,
isolated
Joe.
case, even if it wasn't a troll and it was some other mythical creature that had the same low level of complexity, would have caused me to be just as disappointed. The fact that it's another troll is just the shitty frozen cherry on top.
Nice.
Kratos clearly broke some vow for this. He has returned to a tormented part of his past. Atreus is close to dead. He is literally in hell. This should have been a boss that blew it out of the water in every area: brutality, complexity, spectacle, story, and gameplay. This should have been where the old God of War comes back for just a minute and some huge over-the-top monster, like maybe the one sitting in the background this whole time, rears its ugly head
So
and Kratos
true.
rips it apart with his chains.
So true, though.
As it is now, the only thing this part brings back is the gore, and this isn't enough. There is no greater misstep that this game makes than this one right here, and it's so frustrating because it ruins the setup of what just came before it. The scene that comes after this is really good too, so it spoils the killing spree the game could have been on for a few hours of its runtime. Should we talk about the trolls now that we brought them up? This is probably
why
the
not?
best place. This issue isn't quite as clear-cut as many have stated it to be.
Delivery
in
on
my
that line
opinion.
wasn't very good.
The most
Oh,
common
man.
complaint I read about the game's use of trolls is that there are too many of them. This
See,
isn't true.
All right, so that's why this is why those lines are bad and I don't deliver them well, is because I'm acting. Because I'm acting like, oh, the script is just naturally going there, right? Well, here's the thing. The script is just naturally going there. As I'm typing it out, I am like, okay, there's an exit ramp here. I want to address it. Should we talk about the trolls now? Yeah, that's fine. I want to be conversational. And then when I like read it out, like the writing was authentic. It really was I want to do a little bit of like improv writing here. Here I go, boom, 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 and I want to keep that in. But then when it's time to read it, it's like, well, it's already set in stone. So now I have to do a little bit of acting, and I can't act, you know? So it's not false improv, but it comes across it. So I don't like the delivery of that line, and some like it. I don't know if there's another one. I don't know if there's an instance where I do it well. Have to watch all the videos and see.
I think this is a case of people not explaining their issue as clearly as they could be, which is a problem if that's the feedback that the developers take at face value. Consider that, if anything, there aren't enough
Witcher 2 combat
trolls
system.
in
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
game.
That's
They're a
I do
fun,
it well there, I
large
think.
enemy that fills the same mini-boss role as the ogres, ancient soul eaters, travelers, and the big dark elf guys.
Non-consensual
Yet they
troll
don't
fights.
appear like those enemies do in the optional realms. The problem with trolls is not their frequency, but where they're placed, and we can draw a good comparison to the Valkyries to prove this point. After killing one Valkyrie, you are given a quest to go conquer 7 more plus 1 secret one for a total of 9. You know what you're getting into. It may be a mild disappointment that their attacks aren't more varied, but it's a hunt for Valkyries. Meanwhile, the roughly same amount of trolls you fight throughout the game is a huge letdown.
You consent
Not
to the
because of
Valkyries.
the fights themselves, but because you wish there was something else there instead. This is a little difficult to wrap your head around at first because the difference is so subtle it may sound identical. The feeling when a troll shows up at the end of an area is not, oh damn it, I have to fight another troll. It's, oh damn it, I wish there was a different boss here. The issue is not recycling.
Okay, so I think that Ragnarok did this much, much better when it comes to the main story, but I do not think they did this. It was still better, but it wasn't like bigly better when it comes to side content. I feel like we fought a lot of those fucking little Drekkie guys, man. Like the Drekkies got really tiring. I don't know if there's another boss that got tiring like that too, but the Drekkies for sure were overused. Maybe the dragons so close together, but that was an area with dragons in it. I wish there was, like, you could have spaced the dragons out. The dragons were a pretty good fight. Toward the end of the game, we fought a lot of dragons in quick succession because that's just how it happened to be. I'm not sure about one of the other ones. There's another boss that we fought a couple times, but the Drekkies for sure were overused.
It's the opportunity that has been lost for an area to be capped with a unique epic fight. This is where God of War veers right into the same territory as Hollow Knight. As a product, God of War has enough content. In some ways, it may even have too much. There is a long main story, a surprising amount of side content, and overall it's above average quality. And yet moments like the Helheim fight, the double trolls at the end of the first visit to Tyr's temple, and a few others here and there show that there's a huge potential for improvement when judging the game as art. Unfortunately, games of course do not have unlimited budgets, and so such criticism is always going to be a bit unfair, but with the amount of side content in this game, and the whole realm of Niflheim, which, while enjoyable, feels tacked on, I have to wonder if resources could have been better used. There are places that I would have rather not received development time and instead had a few more bosses in the main story. In the interest of fairness, I should point out that these troll fights do have alterations over the basic version, the Helheim troll especially, but it's not enough. Sadly, smaller enemies suffer from the same issue. Too many of them are reskinned humanoids with slight tweaks. The only ones that really stand out are the Hellwalkers that summon walls of ice that you can break with your axe. The rest are just fodder. Even some of the heftier enemies get demoted to that level once you have a full array of runic attacks and the gear advantage to dominate them. The real problem here is that the fights become defined by whatever mini-boss is present. So each room is either an ogre fight, a soul eater fight, a traveler fight, or a flying dark elf fight. Occasionally you can...
Hold on, did Ragnarok introduce any new enemy that's on the level of the ogre? Like a bigger enemy that walks in? I don't think so. Huntress is a mini boss. I mean something that's not a mini boss, but it's like top tier, like hefty enemy that walks in. Yeah, wyverns. Yeah, wyverns are one. Is there another one like that? Wyverns don't feel quite as hefty as trolls, but they're there. Or sorry, ogre. Sorry, the centaur is a mini boss, I think. I would have fought a couple more centaurs, to be honest. Bull thingies. I don't remember the bull thingies. The lions guys. Big frog. Aren't those the Drekkies? The Einjahar Elite. Yeah, okay, yeah, there maybe there's like two.
Run into a bit of a struggle with Wolvers, Revenants, and Tatzelworms, oh my. But many of these can be blown up with runic attacks just like the fodder humanoids. Revenants in particular are so annoying with how they zip around that they will always be your first targets. Which leads into why the low encounter variety feels bad. Revenants need to be rushed down, ogres end up helping you more than hurting since you can burst them with runic attacks and then clear runes by driving them like rogue jackhammers. Soul Eaters can also be dropped quickly with some throws and then melt to runic attacks while they're vulnerable, which leaves the Traveler and Dark Elf boss as the only fights that you can dig into and have to avoid the harassing while contending with more fodder monsters. Everything else is by the numbers, and it's the same fight again and again.
Shit.
There's nothing wrong with fodder. In fact, I think the next game may want to include an even more fragile, horde-like enemy for some encounters.
And the monkey paw curled
by more substantial threats. Norse mythology has quite a few ones that could make for interesting fights, but there's also the option to make new ones. The more monsters there are, obviously the less likely it is for the player to get bored, since there will be more to cycle through before they repeat. A few more flying enemies that require weapon throws would be good too, sort of like a flying revenant.
Oh yeah, they did kind of do a flying revenant. I like that enemy.
The dream here is having enemies interact with each other like the nightmares do. If a system like that can be pulled off, then each new enemy type enriches the amount of scrambling that can be done with each battle. However, if we return briefly to the idea of the game's reactive system versus a proactive one, there is another option that the game briefly explores,
I like the knock-in.
and also explored far more in God of War 3. The next game does need more enemy variety regardless,
Corey
but this
Bauer
direction could
I don't
suit
think
the game
so.
if it's going to
I know
keep
some
with
people
its
did
reactive system.
on the team.
There's a section near the end of God of War 1 that has you fighting in a room with a moving floor. God of War 2 has a moment that's similar, and both games have a basic commitment to this idea. God of War 3 goes further with it and shows how much potential it has. The idea here is that if you're going to have players react to things as the core way that they are interacting with the combat system, then you should give them more things to react to. That's why the system shines when the attacks come in a tight sequence. God of War 2018 has some trap rooms. Rarely there will be enemies nearby, and I can only think of one time that I was ever encouraged to use the environment to my advantage, and it was right at the beginning of the game. Even the maze section...
Okay, so Ragnarok absolutely made enemy arenas more complicated, and they made movement between the different levels better, and they also gave plunging attacks, and you can run off of the ledges and haven't had to use a context button. You can use chains to get around. They absolutely made it much better. for that kind of thing. However, the movement is still kind of stiff, that you're still kind of incentivized to just stay in one area and just parry and just take the enemies as they come to you. Like, I didn't really feel like I was getting a lot out of moving. Although when I forced myself to move, especially in some of the areas in Vanaheim on the second visit with the Anyahar soldiers, I was having a good time. But I was like, there wasn't really a big incentive for it other than I want to try and have fun here. But I guess that's not the worst thing in the world. But I don't remember there ever being like a good use of traps and the like in environmental hazards in Ragnarok. Am I wrong there, or is there a part that I'm forgetting? It was ice stump and tree swing. Are those traps though? Those just feel like interactable things you can do, and there weren't that many actually. Big rock, yeah, those are fun. Definitely positive inclusions, but I don't think there's like movement trap. Actually, there's not that many traps in the game at all. Where the fuck did that look at the fucking buzzsaws on the screen right now, and the fire tarts and shit. Were there any? What were there? The plants, yeah. The plants don't really attack enemies though. But yeah, there's plants. Okay. The plants that explode, the plants that shoot at you in Vanaheim, panels that bounce your X. Those are things you can interact with, but that's like a trap for the enemies. I guess those, I didn't really use them very much. I'm trying to think, is there any poison area pull? Yeah, those are from the first game too. Anyway, let's keep going.
In Niflheim, which have huge saw blades and crushing walls, don't involve combat. You have to awkwardly try really hard to use them during battles, and when I did, I found it very satisfying. Even in this simple form, just like the previous games, the idea shows how much promise it has. Not every room has to have a layer of traps either. Some types of enemies could spawn hazards that patrol the arena, like buzzsaw versions of these light bombs, and can be used to damage both you and other enemies if you play well enough. There are many possibilities.
The centaurs kind of did that.
I don't know, I could be reaching here. I only know that I was disappointed that the concept wasn't developed on after seeing it in God of War 1 and how fun it was in God of War 3, even though more could still be done with it. I also know that I'm fed up of saying this game needs more enemy variety in so many videos, since it's so easy to fire off even with examples supporting it. The idea of using parts of fighting arenas also appeals to me in other ways as well.
Of the Wild.
The best boss in God of War 2 has hooks to swing your chains on as another layer to use throughout the fight, and it adds quite a bit to it. It seems to me that most games don't view this as a possibility and only see complexity that can be added on the player's end or the enemies. There's a third that can lead to some really interesting scenarios: the environment. The way God of War uses this currently is with light puzzle elements. You use your axe to freeze a gear after manipulating something, or you use your blades to store a source of power and then take it somewhere else with a time limit. Some of these are boring and bad because there's not much to them. You just throw your weapon and run. A few are okay, but I'm mostly neutral on them. They felt like filler, which is understandable since every room can't be brimming with monsters to fight, especially with the game's level of variety. I feel bad for games that are stuck in this position because you can clearly see how, with enough development, an entire Portal-style puzzle chamber room game could be built using these simple mechanics as a base.
Yeah, that's true.
More could be added, things could get tricky and demand a lot of thought, but God of War can't do that without becoming two games in one, and they're not even genres that go well together. Players will likely hate one of the two sides, so we're stuck with these light puzzle elements that are rarely offensive but are never good either. Oh, and real quick while we're here, I think it's funny how the game allows Atreus to use tunnels to avoid these. I think the devs realized with the first trap room that the boy can't be a part of this.
That's why there's no traps, because Atreus is now too big to get through the tunnels. Ah, that's why.
Scenario. If you call him at the wrong time as the ceiling is falling, or the right time if you're trying to be an asshole and break it, it will actually artificially slow so it doesn't slam down and kill him. After this, he takes a different path.
I was so happy when I saw that.
This is explained as the dwarves leaving tunnels behind after creating these traps so they could avoid them, but it's a bit crap. Especially since it looks like Kratos could fit through at least a couple of them. Anyway, let's get back to the story. You take the heart of the, troll back to Freya. I think it'll be revealed in the next game that she didn't really need the heart to bring Atreus back. She still uses it in her magical pot of soup here, but her knowing that she immediately needs the heart of the bridge keeper in Helheim is suspicious. Freya already knows what Kratos is.
Completely off the mark here.
I think she may even say his name before she should know it, and I get the impression she knew that he had a set of weapons that would be effective in Helheim 2, or else why would she even suggest it? So my guess is that the heart is used to cleanse herself of the curse in the next game, along with a few other things, and she's manipulating Kratos a bit here. In a nice way, though. She does care about Atreus, but obviously she has her own goals and she needs to find a way to meet them.
Completely
also,
wrong.
if Freya and Kratos are going to fight in the next game, this will make it easier to justify, and it would be a fun twist.
No. You were right to distrust the word of a god.
Felt like it fit, though,
So she revives the boy and warns that he won't be completely cured until Kratos is honest about what he is. There's a conflict in the boy believing himself to be mortal when he's in fact a god. This scene is alright, but it's the next one that I really liked. Initially I was annoyed because this should have been the moment that Kratos opens up to his son and lays some cards on the table. Then the issue is pushed aside and I thought, fuck, they're gonna wait for some big dramatic moment later for this to be resolved and they're gonna put it off even longer and they're gonna fight for no reason. I was wrong, because in the same unimportant...
Alright, so this scene is very similar to the scene at the end of the Helheim section in Ragnarok, where instead of waiting for a big moment, they just sit there before they go through the teleport room and talk about it. So I'm seeing a lot of parallels between the first two games, actually. I'm seeing a lot of parts where they just basically do the same thing again. And I wonder if that's a good thing or not. Like, the beginning is basically just a better version of, well, better not in every way. It's just basically the intro to the first game again. Like, even so, notice how in the first one, in the first game, Kratos is hiding his bandages as he's wrapping them. He's hiding his arms from the boy, and he actually turns aside. Well, in Ragnarok, the boy is hiding something from Kratos. He has the giant marble he found, and it's almost the exact same thing. He's got his back to Kratos, and he's holding the marble, and he's looking down at it. And as soon as Kratos comes over, he kind of like, oh shit, and he kind of hides it away. It's like the same thing, just like rearranged a little bit. I'm curious how many more parallels I can find in terms of structure. Like, the Svartalheim visit feels very much like the Alfheim visit. There's a lot of repetition. Not repetition. There's repeat visits to the different realms and everything. I wonder how much more there is I can find.
The elevator area we were in earlier, Kratos finally starts being honest.
I'm a god, boy.
I haven't read this. No, I haven't seen that video.
From another land far from here.
It feels so much more genuine this way. It wasn't triggered by the next near-death experience with big sweeping music and Kratos holding his son close to him. It was the boy's insecurity breaking through Kratos' resolve and his love for his son making him confess on the spot. The kid has such a wholesome reaction to it all too.
Can I turn into an animal?
You can.
Animal.
I love the eye shift.
This is also a nod to Norse mythology, since Loki can shapeshift. It's a kind reaction and one that clearly catches Kratos off guard. Initially, he seems reassured by it. It's a shame that it doesn't last. I mean that both for the sake of these characters and the story. What follows this section is Atreus' descent into godly corruption, and it is awful. I don't mean awful in terms of how Atreus is somehow evil or immoral. I mean it's awful because it's too abrupt, poorly written, and largely makes little sense. Welcome to the worst part of the game. Conversely, Tyr's Temple has very pretty visuals. The murals, artifacts, and central spinning ring things. Looks really good.
Looks really good.
I understand that you can't tell a child that he's a god and expect things to go without any problems, particularly a child like Atreus that knows many stories about the gods and now sees himself as one of them. But the switch that goes off in his head is taken to a ludicrous extreme considering Kratos and Mimir are both stressing temperance the entire time.
I should have known I was a god in Alfheim. I wouldn't have felt so bad about killing so many elves.
Look, at first this is okay. Atreus shoots off some troubling comments, Kratos is set grumbling, there's some disagreement, and then two strong scenes of bonding. Atreus saves Kratos by breaking his mother's knife, Kratos gifts him a new one, and then they share a drink as they ride the elevator back to the surface. It's no accident that this is a drink from Kratos' homeland while they are bonding over their newfound openness with each other. His past is part of that openness. And then the kid becomes a spiteful monster, for no fucking reason.
Whitehead, we know better.
Sounding more like your da by the moment.
Whoa!
I will provide two pieces of defense for the game before proceeding with condemning it. The first is that you must view everything that has happened so far through the perspective of Atreus before you judge him. Kratos has been cold and disinterested with everyone they have met throughout the game so far. He dislikes the dwarves, he begrudgingly speaks to Freya, He is always telling Atreus to mind his own business and not to concern himself with the plight of others. The standout example here is in Elfheim with the warring elves.
They do not stop us, so they do not concern us. They do not concern us.
We know that this is because Kratos is devoted to only his son and does not want any distractions on their journey. And more importantly, he does not want to inadvertently get themselves tangled in a conflict that could get the boy hurt. Atreus doesn't know this, so he retroactively understands his father's actions as a god just as arrogant as the others, who thinks himself high and mighty and so far above the petty squabbles of the little people.
We do what we please, boy. No excuses. It is his nature to do harm.
Oh. That's just what Mom used to say about the gods.
The lives of men mean nothing to the gods.
I know, Father.
Man, making some really good arguments in why Atreus will start acting out, huh? What the fuck am I doing right now? Anyway, I need to go pee again. I'll be right back. All right. Last break. Let's get this done. I think we're have like an hour left, something like that.
I was born a god, and so were you.
Secondly, Kratos is still not being entirely honest with Atreus, and the boy senses that. Like Shrek, Kratos is layered and hasn't peeled everything back just yet. Atreus, like all children, wants to know everything, how and why and when and what. He is frustrated that his father is still holding back and is now acting out because of that. Now, having provided that defense, let me smash it to bits. Kratos hasn't shut down the conversation completely. Atreus should understand that this is like his training, and that Kratos and Mimir will help him along the way.
I didn't do the Shrek thing.
The boy
Nick did
even
that
says he
for
doesn't
the
feel like a
highlight
god
video
yet, and they
stream.
discuss that his powers will present themselves in time. Kratos is also admonishing the boy every time he acts out. When he insults Sindri, when he disrespects Faye, when he fucking murders Modi in cold blood. Do you see how absurd this gets from the old Atreus to the new Atreus? If Kratos is being used as Atreus' role model for this behavior, then he should also be listening to his father when it's clear he has it all wrong. Him shouting the question, "How do you know?" when Kratos says there are consequences to killing a god also doesn't make sense, seeing as Atreus was just with him when they killed Magni. Who's a god? Remember what happened right after they did that? The only good part
Yeah,
about all of
this whole
this is
section's
when
pretty bad.
Atreus stops responding to your commands. You can order him to shoot something during a fight and he won't do it. He ignores you, attacks on his own, and none of your inputs work. This is brilliantly done without any announcement, so you may initially think something has bugged out. Then you realize, along with Kratos, that Atreus is no longer listening to you. You experience that confusion and possibly anger at the same time that Kratos does. It's one of
Kojima
many
has
ways
done
that
it
gameplay
again.
and story work together in this game. It's too bad the game couldn't better justify things getting to that stage. The only possible thing that could save it happens a little later in Helheim, which we'll speak about when we get there. For now, while the game's pacing takes a hit since we're once again climbing this mountain, we also have some more bad writing to criticize. Although Sindri's dialogue in response to Atreus is well done. At the top of the mountain, God
Poor
of War
Sindri.
enters this bizarre section where it forgets all about rules and consistency. Nothing makes sense in this part, and I believe it was done just to make one moment happen without it being forced, which fails because it's still forced, and by extension, everything around it feels forced with it. The only thing that does make sense is that Baldur is able to track them down because Freya's protective ward was removed by a trap Kratos was caught in back in Tyr's temple. Let's go through it. First off, Atreus cuts open his hand and draws this rune in his own blood for Kratos to follow. This receives no comment or response. This is the same...
So, two things there. The video kind of glitches out there, and I don't know why. That was in the recording. It wasn't in the video editing when I put the video together. There was something wrong with the actual raw footage there. I don't know why that happened. Secondly, it's a pet peeve of mine, and it's gotten worse since I played this game and made this video. I hate it when it's like, oh, we have to do a blood pact in media. Let's get a knife and slice open the fucking palm of our hand. That's the worst place to get blood. Why would you do that? You know how hard it's gonna be for that to fucking heal? What are you doing? Like cut your forearm a little bit or something, or like get some blood from like your leg or something. I don't know what the fuck you're doing with like slicing open your goddamn hand. Like, god damn it. Anyway, the other thing while we have it paused, like, listen to the next section about the dragon. Is this too nitpicky that, like, you can't see the dragon and it's, like, a stealth dragon? Because, like, I go back and forth on it. Like, it bothers me still, but maybe it shouldn't? I don't know.
Kid that burned his hand on a knife in the opening, and Kratos tenderly wrapped it in a bandage with some snow. He slices his hand. He draws a rune in blood. His father says nothing.
Carve along that.
The portal opens and Mimir comments on how it's beautiful when he's facing away and can't see it. It's not like he's using magic to project his vision either, because he notices Baldur sneaking up behind them. The second most stupid thing in the game happens in this fight when Baldur impales Kratos through the hip and pins him to the gate, and the game never addresses it. Kratos has some healing powers, but as we know from God of War 3 and his reaction to damage in this game,
I forgot about
a
that.
wound
Damn.
of this severity should be crippling for at least a little while. The game doesn't even have the decency to shrug this off with some shitty explanation either. It's just never brought up again. Ever. Kratos has a chunk of stone embedded in his side for the rest of the game for all we know. Remember, this is damage done in a cutscene and is therefore canon. It can't be ignored like other damage. The most stupid thing that is even worse than this, in case you're curious, is also tied to Baldur. Remember when they had their big Dragon Ball Z fight at the beginning of the game, and Kratos punched through a huge rock and then caused a mini earthquake to split open the land, and then they did their arm wrestle thing and push each other away and make the crack go even wider, and then Kratos gets flung up in the air and falls down and has to catch like a root, and he scrapes all the way down. That's how big the crack is, and then you go climbing through it later with Atreus. Like, the thing is huge. This damage has somehow magically repaired itself when you go back to your house later.
Ooh.
What the fuck? Back on the mountain, Kratos and Baldur fight some more. I believe the whole reason Baldur wants a giant so badly is to get to Jotunheim. It's why Tyr and the giants hid the Bifrost Tower that links it to the other realms. Odin desperately wants to get there, and Baldur is doing his father's bidding. A portal to that realm is now open right next to them, and instead of going through or calling his father, who, if we recall from Mimir's words earlier, visits this spot daily, Baldur spends his time punching Kratos in the head. Kratos responds by ramming Baldur through the pillar and destroying it.
Oh, man. I forgot about that. So Odin's schedule. Odin, all right, get up. Go and see Thor. Rag on him a little bit. Tell him he's a shit son. All right, next up. breakfast. Have some breakfast, read a book. All right. Next up, gotta go put my time into being fucking Tyr in the prison cell for when they show up 100 years from now. All right. Go and do my time. How's it going, Derlin? How's it going? Here I am. I'm in. Yep. All right. Get my food. All right. Sit here. Make sure that I'm here for roll call and for getting food. All right. Done. All right. Teleport out. Time to go to the top of the mountain. See Mimir. Go and see the Jotunheim portal. How's it going? How's it going? Gonna sleep well tonight.
Of course he does.
Nice
Why
one.
wouldn't he? Admittedly, Kratos does enrage when he fights, so this part is less bad, but still bad. Atreus, channeling his inner Modi, cares more about the gate being destroyed than his father being crushed or, recovering from being impaled.
I forgot about the
Then the whole
impale.
point of this awful scene is reached when Atreus attacks Kratos instead of Baldur, because Kratos needed to have that moment where things come full circle. He's now Zeus. His own son is attacking him. It might have been powerful if it wasn't forced as fuck and makes so little sense that I don't understand how it got past the first draft. Also, there's a detail here that drives me nuts. When Atreus was firing at Baldur earlier, he was using normal arrows. Now, against his father, for no goddamn reason, he fires a special lightning-charged arrow that does way more damage and incapacitates him. Just to twist the knife, have it make even less sense, and so Baldur can talk for a bit and then kidnap Atreus while Kratos is stunned. Next up, was the dragon just chilling down there the whole time? The thing is huge. How did we not hear it until now?
It's a lot
Baldur
bigger
has
than I
been tracking
remembered.
us and either guessed our destination, got here
That's
before
not a
us,
nitpick,
and
that's
swore
fair.
the dragon to silence, or he got here a little after we did and flew the dragon in super stealth mode. The jump and fall do look good though, and show how Kratos doesn't even think about his own well-being before lunging after them. He lucks out that the dragon decided to fly down the mountain instead of away from it. Next up is the worst movie scene with forced interactive moments in the game. You can see how awkwardly it pauses when it switches over from movie mode to basic input time.
Oh man, this
It's
guy
not
hates this
fun,
game.
It doesn't create any meaningful interaction, it slows the scene down and feels exactly like what it is.
Why so negative?
An interruption to the movie that this should have been. It's also something that you can't fail. The scene will loop and wait until you start pressing buttons. Other moments like this through the game are harder to criticize, but
I swear the game. Hold on. Whoa. I swear the first game has more dynamic camera work than say. Yeah, it does, right? Like look at like him jumping down. Oh, it's Bexy. How's it going, Bexy? Him jumping down. That's such a cool scene, and it just like slides down and chases down. And then right after that, like the running through down Tyr's temple to get to the temple, and right it like it uses the perspective and the continuous shot so well compared to Ragnarok. I don't ever remember in Ragnarok it being that good. Like even when there's a huge transition between different scenes, like with the Thor fights, it's like very close up on Thor like carrying Kratos through the air, right? Like, is there any part in Ragnarok that uses it as well as this part does? And this isn't even my favorite part.
they can show some deep flaws if you're unlucky enough. There are transitions that trigger between gameplay and the scripted movies. You can see it here during the first fight with Baldur when Kratos picks him up and flings him to the edge of the nearby chasm that miraculously heals itself a few hours later. If you happen to be in a good area when this triggers, everything looks fine, even great. If you're not, then it looks way less impressive. On my second playthrough, I just so happened to be close to the chasm and this is what it looked like. On my third playthrough, I deliberately tried to break it to see how bad it can be.
Because of course I did.
I think the results speak for themselves.
Alright, let's see, I forgot about this. Holy shit.
There's another moment like this early in the game when you're ambushed by some bandits. There's a clever perspective trick with the archers on the upper level that you can only kill with an axe throw. Since you're zoomed in and can only see them from a certain angle, usually the bandit that teleports into the room isn't seen and everything seems fine, even though the game is cheating by making this guy appear from nowhere. However, if you're not in a good place, it's as awkward as this. Look how bad this teleport is.
Alright, I'm looking. Whoa, what the fuck?
This part goes on for a few minutes with the game putting prompts on the screen telling you what to do, a sure sign of success in the interactive medium.
Oh, they do that a lot in
Then
the sequel,
Kratos
Joe.
somehow cripples
Past
the
Joe,
dragon
you have
by
no
slicing
idea.
deeply into just one part of its wing. Apparently all this damage before wasn't enough, but this one part was really special, so the dragon falls to Midgard and dies of sadness. Kratos, now even luckier than before,
Holy
falls
shit,
right
look at
in
the
front of
camera!
Tyr's temple. This next part I like because the music really kicks up as he runs with urgency into the Bifrost room. But then the game once again breaks its own rules by making the tree roots bridge appear in the middle of being activated and turning.
Yeah,
and the reason why you'll
not
notice
allowed.
this is because you have to sit around and wait for it to appear every single time you use the Bifrost room. I don't even understand why this inconsistency was necessary when they could have had Kratos jump over the gap and have it look even more badass, but
It's a
oh
nitpick,
well.
but it's
Just a
true.
reminder that Kratos is doing this with a huge hole in his hip, by the way.
Just
Just,
not letting it go.
Just sending that out to say, just sending it out there. That's still a thing that happened.
This clip.
This is why no one likes you.
Yeah.
Kratos interrupts the Bifrost sequence and sends them hurtling into Helheim, which would make a great band name. I have no
Nice.
idea if this makes sense, but let's
Oh,
give the game the
man.
benefit of the doubt and say it does. It
So
looks cool, at
bitter.
least. What I don't like is how the game can't decide who is stronger, Baldur or Kratos. Sometimes Kratos effortlessly overpowers him and flings him around like a ragdoll. Other times Baldur gets the upper hand and Kratos can barely do anything. Then there are times like this when Kratos pounds his face like he's making mincemeat into a burger.
Oh man.
Finally,
That's so
the
cool.
terribleness comes to an end, but not without
Oh,
getting
yeah?
in one final dig. Kratos stands up, and after all of that,
Oh,
all the
look at the
running
flashbacks.
and fighting and struggling, delivers the most monotone, emotionless boy of the whole game.
Boy,
This sent me into a fit of laughter when I first played. This is meant to be a serious scene. This is not a good thing. So we're back in
War.
Helheim. The worst part of the game is over, but you've got another thing coming if you think the game returns to its former glory after this. In fact, what follows serves as some prime examples of the problems we've gone over so far. The way you move around the level feels forced along a path instead of actually exploring, even though the game throws this type of climbing at you at the same time.
Why
There's
the
a
boar?
long section
'Cause
where
it's
you do nothing
hilarious.
but wait while Baldur talks to a ghost and you have to listen. It even stops you at certain points along the way and you can't progress. This is where you learn that Freya is Baldur's mother, and there's a good detail here that Freya is lying to him. She could remove the invincibility curse she placed on him at any moment, but instead keeps him in the dark because she thinks she knows what's best. Just like Kratos was with Atreus. Fights have nothing new to introduce and are becoming repetitive. Also, the game majorly messes up by allowing the axe to now deal damage in Helheim, nullifying
man.
the whole reason Kratos had to get the blades earlier
useless.
and weakening that moment.
Okay.
I excuse this as an oversight, but
Is that a nitpick? Or are we all on board that that's kind of like, what the hell, man? Like, come on. Like, yeah, like, think it's important? Yeah. He hates the game, by the way. Damn, he hates the game. He hates it. 9 out of 10. What does he think about a 5 out of 10? Oh, man, he hates the game.
I think that might be charitable. The long section on the flying boat is the same concept
forgot
as the
about the
rising
boat
platform we
part.
saw earlier, but on a larger scale. You also have more control by keeping the flames alight. This part is okay, it goes on for a bit too long, but shows the flaws of the game's limited movement system again. This could have been a ship you run and jump and swing with your chains all over in defense of it.
Yeah.
Instead, it's a flat plane, and even when a chunk of the deck is torn
In
away,
Ragnarok, it
there's
would have
no
been.
jump button to interact with details in the terrain like this. It's really disappointing. Another problem similar to this that I haven't brought up yet is that you cannot interact with most things while enemies are around. So any chests, doors, or in this case, the harpoons that are pulling...
Just got back. Glad you didn't watch your own video at ×2 speed, because it would mean that VOD boys would see it at ×4. Nice.
on the
Nice.
ship. Even if you do get enough time away from enemies to free the boat, the game won't let you until all the enemies are dead. This isn't a big problem, but it's frustrating when you may want to quickly loot something in combat or think the situation you're in has some urgency and requires quick attention. Turns out you should kill all the baddies first instead, no matter what's going on or how desperate things get. One curious detail in the second trip to Helheim is how the conflict between Kratos and Atreus is resolved. At first, the game suggests quite heavily that Atreus wasn't really himself before.
Yeah.
He's shown a vision and
I still don't
responds
get this,
startled,
man.
saying, "That wasn't me. I couldn't have
So
done
many
that."
people have tried to explain this to me.
This
That
led
it's,
me to think that they were setting up some sort of new...
that he's just saying that, you know, he's doubting himself. He doesn't want to be that. It's still, I don't buy it. I'm sorry. I think like maybe like Sif was talking about Odin as going to be the new one in Ragnarok too. Like I don't understand this at all.
sickness in Atreus that was controlling him in some way, or the old one has mutated into this new thing that makes him kind of evil, or kind of like the old Kratos. That would be a poor excuse for the previous section, but it would explain why it was so sudden. But then this exchange happens less than a minute later.
I'm not gonna let it bother. Like you said, Mimir, it was just an illusion. That wasn't me.
Yeah.
No,
What?
but it is who you have become of late.
What?
Look,
What?
I know I got us into this, but I'll get us out.
No, you're just wrong here. Trace making excuses. Okay, even after that line though, like what? What do you mean? He did do that. Am I gonna say these exact words again in the video? Hold on, let's see.
Whoever I am.
I will get us out. You will follow orders.
But maybe that's not who I am.
This implies instead that when Atreus said, "That wasn't me," that he's simply and stupidly pointing out that there's a double of him in front of him. But that also doesn't explain the "I couldn't have done that," but he also clearly has the memories of killing Modi and how they arrived at Helheim, so what? I don't understand what's happening here.
I still
Does
don't.
the game understand at least? I hope so. I'm serious. I don't know what the game is trying to communicate with these two scenes.
I still don't.
I'm still confused.
Yeah, still.
Anyway, before
4 years
leaving,
later, you still are.
Helheim's memory magic recreates the scene where Kratos kills his father Zeus. They then crash into one of Odin's secret rooms and, using Mimir's special eye that was gifted from the giants, uncover a way to reconnect the Bifrost Bridge to Jotunheim. Atreus then pretends that he didn't see anything back in Helheim and that he has no idea about Kratos killing Zeus, which is the beginning of the two repairing their relationship just as suddenly and awkwardly as it fell apart.
What old man?
It's me. I'm
There's
the old
some
man.
attempt to justify it in the next section, but Atreus is already back to his old self before then. Tyr left behind messages and tests. He says that gods must become good, everyone has to work together, the power of friendship, and so on and on. Atreus buys into this, Kratos and Mimir are happy, the game goes full comic book with superpowers and shows they're willing to make Kratos however strong as they need by having him flip the temple over.
This bothers
but yet
me.
He can't jump in the air or climb this wall of wooden
really
planks.
bothers me
And
so
then the
much.
Jotunheim Tower is recovered through a quick suicide mission with the help of something called the Unity Stone, which I don't think was ever mentioned before now. Like I said, it goes full comic book.
Yep.
By the way, there's a line here from Mimir that says this stone is how Tyr was able to travel to other realms and lands. Those lands shown in the temple earlier with other cultures and gods, including Greece. So again, just, slipping it back in there real quick, how did Kratos get to Midgard from Greece? He didn't have a Unity Stone, at least I don't think so. Please answer it, please, please. After this, there's a final princesses in another castle moment, since the Bifrost has to be channeled through another stone to activate the path to Jotunheim when the World Tree Bifrost magic is activating in the big chamber as it circles around. Apparently, the Unity Stone can't be used to
If you
go
can't
directly
swim,
to
you need the
Jotunheim
Unity
itself,
Stone.
even though it could take Tyr to Greece. Also, never mind that this other stone didn't need to be there when Kratos interrupted the sequence last time at Helheim, and it still worked just fine, albeit violently. Mimir can use his giant gifted eyes as a replacement, but shoot, he only has one eye and needs both of them, and that eye is in another castle.
Holy shit!
Luckily, Brock and Sindri know where it is. There's a good callback to earlier when the World Serpent munched Thor's statue, since that's where Odin hid Mimir's other eye. You speak to Jormungandr, row into his belly for a very brief section, and proceed to the end of the game. You find the eye, Baldur then attacks Jormungandr, you're spat out next to the giant corpse, and then Freya and Baldur have their reunion. There's an awesome moment that is totally spoiled if you know Norse mythology when Baldur punches Atreus and cuts himself on a mistletoe arrowhead, thus breaking his invulnerability curse. I knew this story from playing Hellblade, but I had forgotten it already, so at the time it was a really cool moment, and I think it works really well. That's why Freya called the arrows wicked earlier when she destroyed them. It's just by chance that Kratos used one of the arrows to fix Atreus' quiver strap on the mountain, and while I usually hate coincidences, I think this one is just fine because it doesn't feel forced, and it's set up a long time before it's paid off. In
Yeah,
a
I
kind
agree.
of subtle way, too.
Yeah, I agree.
With the curse broken, Baldur can now feel again. That was part of it. He can taste food that he couldn't before, feel warmth and the touch of another person. His life has been returned to him. Naturally, instead of fucking off and enjoying the pleasures of the world that have been denied to him and thanking Kratos and Atreus, he goes full Grey Fox, hurt me more, and tries to kill them. Meanwhile, I'm wondering how the fuck he got out of Helheim when we had to fly a magical makeshift airship to get out. In Norse mythology, there's a big ordeal in trying to get
just
Baldur
walks
out
out of the
hell, but
water
in
like
this
the
game, he
Terminator.
I actually have no idea how he got out. I don't think it's ever explained or mentioned at all. I spoke about this final battle in detail earlier. It looks great, it reminds me of the Titan fights in the previous games. It's a shame that Baldur doesn't get many more new moves, but that wouldn't be that big of an issue if this wasn't the final fight. So let's finally talk about the ending and what's wrong with it. First, let me acknowledge that the conclusion to Baldur's story is good. Kratos allows him to live, which is something he would have never done before. Then Baldur forces his hand and Kratos has to choose between killing him or letting Freya die. He chooses to break Baldur's neck, and Freya takes it really well.
I will parade your cold body from every corner of every realm and feed your soul to the vilest filth in hell.
Kratos sees this as breaking the cycle of gods killing their parents, of gods killing their own family. Kratos comes from the outside and interferes with that, and sees it as a choice of letting the better god live on to hopefully do some good. Freya then demands that Kratos be honest about the monster that he is to his son, which Kratos finally does. He explains that he has done horrible things and that Atreus and he must break that dark legacy.
There was
will
a locked
be
door at
different.
one point,
They
boy.
must be different.
I needed to open it.
Is not who you be.
There's an odd line here that I hope gains some new meaning in the next game. Kratos says they should finish the journey while he still has strength. I don't have anything else to say about it, I just think it's a bit weird and I wanted to point it out.
Yeah, that went nowhere.
Also,
Okay.
for any of you wondering why Freya doesn't revive Baldur the same way she revived Mimir, it's explained if you go to the cave below her house after beating the game. Mimir says that he may be technically alive, but it's not the same as really living. While I am happy the game addresses it, I don't buy this explanation. She cursed him into a life of feeling nothing just to keep him from death. Mimir, even as a severed head, seems to be happier than that, and he's still himself. He can still talk and enjoy some amount of life. But then maybe he's just ecstatic to be off the damn tree. Still, I think Freya would risk bringing Baldur back to life with the same spell.
Yeah.
Arriving at Jotunheim is a beautiful sequence. There are a few final revelations here that can cause some earlier details to take on new meanings and lay the groundwork for the next game. Faye was a giant, and this journey was foretold from the beginning and also somewhat orchestrated from the start. It's the rare prophecy
What about
story
the
that
four
works
souls?
because
Oh yeah,
the
why can't
prophecy
she
was
go get the
never
soul
brought up
fragments
until
like
after
Brock?
the story ran its course.
Maybe that's a dwarf only
meaning
thing.
that the prophecy itself was never used as a lazy excuse to move the story
Oh,
along.
that aged well. Yeah.
Kratos is shown to die soon,
Yeah.
which
Prophecy never used an excuse to move the story. Yeah. Okay, cool.
is something Atreus doesn't see, and we also find out that Atreus
Man,
isn't really
the bitterness is
Atreus.
coming back to me.
He's Loki. That's the name Faye originally wanted to call him, and Kratos changed her mind, which makes me wonder how set in stone that prophecy really is if something that big was changed. Faye has been a guiding hand this whole time, which makes her a more active agent than you originally thought. Her ashes are scattered. We see how the bond between these two has deepened since Kratos calls Atreus son for the first time instead of boy, and he finally tells a good story as they walk back. The story of Atreus the Spartan, which is where Kratos got his son's name. Then the game ends. What a load of shit. I'm kidding. Well, I'm half kidding. The problem I have isn't with this scene. In fact, I think it's a wonderful ending to this contained personal story of Kratos and Atreus. It's what happens
Almost
afterward.
spat out
that's
my
upsetting.
water.
If you return to your cabin, Kratos dumps Mimir's head on the floor and then goes to sleep. Years later shows
Why
up,
am I
which
so
doesn't make sense
angry?
at first since Atreus is still the same size, but it turns out this is a dream/vision that Atreus is having. Thor has come to town and is ready to rumble, just like Baldur before him. You see him flash Mjolnir, and then the game ends for real. What a load of shit. The game hyped up Odin and Thor the whole time after you acquire
This one's
Mimir.
true.
Even earlier than that, if you do some side quests, Mimir describes them both as petty meddlers that Thor will show up at the slightest provocation and wreck your day. While I understand Kratos can't go through an entire roster of gods in one game, and I understand that far more now that I've accepted this as the first of a new trilogy, I cannot forgive how much they teased Thor and Odin and then never delivered. There was that amazing scene of building Dread earlier after Magni was killed, and Modi is sent scampering.
Trilogy.
You kill his children. You also killed Odin's child as well. And yet it's years later before they come knocking for revenge, apparently. There are so many warnings about them coming for you sooner
why
in
is-
this.
why is
in this
years?
game, immediately after you cause some change.
The wards?
Odin's eye is on you, brother. Especially now that you've taken to killing his kin.
When word gets out that Mimir is free, the wrath of Odin won't be far behind.
Odin's ravens will tell him of the tower's restoration.
This will not go over well in Asgard.
I don't like cliffhangers, but if you're going to have your game end with one, you can at least make it satisfying in some ways. Have some huge surprise fight that you almost win, but then Thor pulls his belt of double strength out, snaps it on, and kicks Kratos so hard that he's left for dead, and Atreus is in danger. Then roll credits. I'm sorry, I really am sorry, because like I said before, the game has enough
Here comes the
content,
worst
but
pun.
I can't believe they hyped Thor and Odin up so much, only to end with another fight with Baldur and a fucking dream sequence. The pacing is all wrong with going up and down the mountain, back to Tyr's temple, fight Baldur again. God damn it, this could have been so good if they had Thor show up and teased what Asgard looks like instead of another vacation to Helheim.
When the bridge opens, the full weight of Asgard will come crashing down on you.
This still should be considered a success because I am
Should
thirsty
it?
for the next game, but God of War, damn it,
God of
do I
War,
wish
damn
I had
it.
known going
Oh,
in that
it's
this
so
was
bad.
the first of a new trilogy and set my expectations accordingly. I'm also really curious to see how the next games handle the mythology. This game already proves that there are going to be grand changes, but Mistletoe being the downfall of Baldur is accurate to the mythology. In a twisted way, Atreus being Loki also fits that story, since Loki is who orchestrates the use of Mistletoe to trick another god into killing Baldur in those stories. Loki acts as an outsider in the mythology, which again also fits with what we have in the game, since he technically isn't a Norse god. He's a Greek god through Kratos. But the timeline for events is already twisted far
True.
from the myths. An example being Mjolnir itself. Loki has a hand in its creation by setting up a contest between two groups of magical smiths. The sons of Ivaldi versus Brock and Eitri, or Sindri. The hammer can also alter its size depending on what Thor wants to do with it, although it has the flaw of a short handle since Loki tried to interfere with the hammer's creation so they would lose the contest. Ultimately, it doesn't matter since the hammer is still the most powerful of all the gifts the magical smiths make and allows them to win the contest. Since that's already happened, Atreus or Loki cannot be part of that tale in the games, just like he cannot be a part of
They didn't
many
sign
others.
Dropnir.
Further, there are going to have to be some major changes going forward unless there's a jump in time. In the mythology, Loki is the father of the World Serpent, among other things. In the game, Mimir mentions that the World Serpent senses something familiar about the boy, which is concluded to be impossible. Mimir then goes on to explain that legend has it that during Ragnarok, the clash between Jormungandr and Thor breaks part of the World Tree and sends the World Serpent back in time to before it was ever born. So the game is setting up some possible time travel shenanigans.
Wait,
but
does
the
that
most curious
happen?
part-
Does part of the tree break? I can't remember that in Ragnarok now. If it does, it's like no one gives a shit, right? Not on screen. It does. He does get punched, but does Radikasker say, "Oh shit, that broke part of the world tree," or I don't remember that being mentioned.
to me is that Ragnarok is coming at the end of this game. Fimbulwinter has begun and way ahead of schedule. Does this mean Kratos has interfered in some way?
Yeah, I remember
If so,
seeing
does
the
World
serpent
come
being
from a different
sent back in
timeline
time.
where Kratos wasn't present. If that's the case, is Loki actually the father? It would seem unlikely, especially since this means it wouldn't be the same Loki if Faye had chosen a different god when she left to fulfill the prophecy because Kratos wouldn't be there. Does Jormungandr grow bigger each time it's sent back to the past during Ragnarok?
Nope.
I also worry about what will ultimately happen to Atreus in the games. Loki does not have a pleasant end in the mythology, at least not in Neil Gaiman's version, which I'm told is quite faithful. To be clear, I'm not expecting the games to follow the myths. In fact, I hope they take as many liberties with them as they possibly can while remaining internally consistent with their own alterations.
Yeah, they
A
kind of
big
did that.
change that's happened already is that Magni and Modi are dead. In the myths, they're two of the rare few that survive Ragnarok. It's clear that Kratos is not the only source of the deviations from the mythology, since Loki should have already been born and present for much of what's already transpired. Even so, I expect some sort of separation to be inflicted on Kratos and Atreus in the next game, and for Kratos to miss many years of his son's life. What I hope is that
Yep,
this
that didn't
isn't
happen.
used to cause a new rift between the two of them so that they will bicker and fight more and more, with this same plot being reused over another game or even two.
So
This
that kind of did happen, but I think they pulled it off. So there was a rift between them, but it did work. I think it didn't just retread the same ground. I think that it made sense. It was like a new conflict instead of the new one being rehashed. So that I think was done well.
first game was enough and they end at a point of great understanding with each other. I am certain there will be more disagreements and things they can learn from each other, but I hope the big Kratos has to raise Atreus in a way that doesn't result in Atreus killing him is resolved permanently. Or maybe Kratos will die and Atreus will be the new player character. That would be a permanent resolution.
Uh-oh.
Who knows, maybe they can do a good job with it. Maybe it's already planned out. At the very least, I hope the writers aren't in meetings right now talking, okay guys, so what happens next, because I have no idea.
Wait, ain't that
this
bad?
This ties into something else I wonder about this game, whether it was made primarily for fans returning to the series or for newcomers. The answer to that is clearly both, since quite expertly many scenes have different meanings depending on your familiarity with Kratos, but I suspect that one of them has to be more dominant, and that can have some interesting implications. For example, if the game is meant to be primarily aimed at newcomers, which the lack of a number in the title suggests, then I think it's more likely we'll be seeing more of Athena in the next games. Without knowing her ahead of time, you see her as this strange, ominous entity that is lurking within Kratos, and surely that has to be resolved at some point. Whereas if the game is primarily for returning fans, this could be just a callback that strengthens the return to the rusty blades Kratos has been hiding, although I hope not. What a good scene though, damn, it still gets me. No matter what, this new series is still continuing from what came before, but the audience that the writers want to hit will determine how heavy it leans into which side. I think we'll be delving more into Kratos' past and exploring that in new ways if this series is meant to be more new than a continuation. And it's more likely that the past will only be hinted at a bit more with a few scenes like the drinking one if it's more a continuation than a new series.
Yeah.
And the events will be built on that past instead of returning to it. Preferably I'm completely wrong and the next game is full of surprises.
His stories were brief and purposeful.
Sounds fun?
So we're done, right? There's nothing else to talk about. We did the full story, we went over gameplay. Why is there so much time left on the video? Oh right, I left this section for last because I doubt many of you are going to care much about it. I know that's a thrilling
YouTube acting
to what should be the video's grand finale, but what follows is a ton of technical gameplay shit that I don't think counts as real criticism against the game for 90% of the people who will play it. Don't take that the wrong way, these are serious problems that definitely need to be looked at, but unless you play on Give Me God of War mode, I doubt you'd ever notice them. We also still have to go through a bunch of the game's bugs, and there are more of those than you might expect. In my experience, the more difficulty options a game has, the more likely it is that the top one is going to be a waste of time.
True.
Usually it indicates that damage and health numbers have been buffed to
Damn,
a
I
few
like this
different
guy.
levels, and that's the only way the game will be changed. On the hardest setting, enemies will be damage sponges, and your character will be more fragile than a Mario fan in YouTube's comment section. There is, however, some really interesting information you can glean from playing the game on these extreme
Hold
modes.
on, let's
It's
go
the same
back.
as taking a magnifying glass to a painting and seeing imperfect story we went over. In my experience, the more difficulty options a game has, the more likely it is that the top one is going to be a waste of time. Usually it indicates that damage and health numbers have been buffed to a few different levels, and that's the only way the game will be changed. On the hardest setting, enemies will be damage sponges, and your character will be more fragile than a Mario fan in YouTube's comment section.
Alright. Oh, so some of these are fake. Some of these are fake. Mandalore Gaming, give me back my fucking dog, you piece of shit. Turbo Drive is a terrible movie. I had that talk with him before. Racific says I'm commenting on this video 7 months later because that was his shtick with titling his videos. Shammy saying the next video on No Man's Sky next will be out before the next update the game receives because that's what he was doing at the time. Is there another one here, or is it just those that are the fake ones? All the rest of them are about people getting salty about the Mushroom Kingdom fake out. Oh, man. Oh, man. Is Super Tanuki 64 real? Hold on. Where? Where's that one? That one's real, yeah. That one's real.
There is, however, some really interesting information you can glean from playing a game on these extreme modes. It's the same as taking a magnifying glass to a painting and seeing imperfections you can't notice at a normal view.
This is way too nitpicky. I regret putting that.
Dark Neo can also get to this point by playing without leveling.
I really regret putting pointing out the World Serpent thing. I should have done that.
Give Me God of War mode is not solely like this. It adds one new mechanic that we mentioned earlier. Enemies can level up during a fight if you don't interrupt them or kill them quickly enough. They regain all of their missing life, become immune to certain crowd control tactics, and their eyes begin to glow. I wish this mechanic had been added to both normal and hard mode and was introduced in the last half of the game for a bit of variety.
That would have been good, yeah.
When you get to Helheim.
Oh, there's a lot of enemies on the screen. What the hell?
This, Give Me God of War mode cranks the health of enemies up and increases their level for most
were there ever that many enemies on the screen in Ragnarok?
The game is still subject to the same rules as before, so this new difficulty can be overcome.
You know what?
Through
That reminds me. I saw someone posted a clip of the game. I saw it. And it was running on the PlayStation 4, and it looked worse than 2018. Like, the water looked fucked up. So it's like, did they do so many improvements, and it's like struggling to run on the PlayStation 4 so badly they have to gut some combat encounters or something? Because I don't remember there being like ever that many enemies on the screen in Ragnarok.
Grades. This means that the game gets easier as it goes on instead of harder. Indeed, the most difficult encounters I had were at the beginning, which seems backwards to me. The bloated
really
health bars
was true.
also unfortunately led me to spamming Executioner's Cleave on every enemy since it did high damage, which is why you've seen me using it so much through this video. It also provided temporary invulnerability and could be set up in conjunction with Atreus' arrows holding enemies in place. This could be seen as a good use of tactics and options, but this was really the only option, well, aside from kicking enemies off ledges, which admittedly felt good to do in response to the large health increases. When the game let me do it, that is. Strangely, bosses did not feel that much more difficult. Even the Valkyries felt about the same, except for Sigrun at the end. Revenants felt like they were given the biggest increase in power, and were often capable of killing me with one spell if I wasn't careful, but all of this doesn't really matter. It's not that interesting and wouldn't be worth a section in this video. Hard mode increases health and damage. Holy shit, call the papers. Give Me God of War accidentally reveals that the game's combat isn't put together very well. This is separate from inputs and options. We already went into too much detail on that. What I'm talking about here is on the technical side. Attacks don't always work. Enemies don't always obey the rules. And many hitboxes are tied to the wrong area code. The reason that this setting makes this apparent is that when numbers are tuned this tightly, you really notice when something is a mistake on your part.
This is one of the best pieces of advice I can give anyone who wants to make videos like I do. It's if you want to make videos like I do in terms of pulling game systems apart, especially when it comes to stuff like fairness and the like, play on whatever the hardest mode is that will make you die the fastest. Because it's really easy to ignore something that's a little off if it only does a little bit of chip damage to you or whatever. Who gives a shit? But if it does so much damage to you that every hit really matters, you will notice so much more if something is wrong.
For example, if something weird happens in combat that results in you taking a bit of damage or the enemy getting away from you, it doesn't matter much if you carry on and win a few seconds later. But if that weirdness results in you dying and having to restart, or the enemy
at least I'm
consistent. Out of damage and prolonging the fight for another minute, then it's impossible to ignore. This is what I meant a moment ago when I said most people won't care. These problems are present in the lower difficulties, but you probably won't notice them enough for it to get your gears turning. At least that's how it worked for me. You may think that this is a waste of time since it doesn't apply to much of the game's audience, but I don't think that's true. If these problems are not addressed going forward, a change in balancing or major updates to how combat works in the next game may bring them to the forefront of the experience. Also, once these cracks begin to be visible, you can't help but notice a buildup of other issues as well. It's why I always ramble on about how just little problems shouldn't receive just little attention. Once the standard has been set that many things were missed, you begin to question more and more.
This is
An
very
example
true.
that I found
Yep.
of this while making this video is that some animations don't really hold up that well when you look at them frame by frame.
Yeah,
There's some weirdness going on with them.
This isn't criticism, though. It's just kind of just weirdness I noticed.
But let's begin with
who's
the
gonna
biggest
care
problem,
if you
how
don't
the
slow
game
down?
often ignores staggers and stuns. This is also a good one to start with because it supports the idea that lower difficulties won't have a chance to see this issue since enemies die so quickly that it isn't relevant. A Valkyrie is the best example to demonstrate this. Any Valkyrie.
Ooh,
At the beginning of the
that was
fight,
hard
it
to
makes
render.
sense to dump all of your runic attacks in a row so that you slam the boss with a lot of damage and have all runic abilities on cooldown together, so that you can use them again.
This should have been a whole different video. Welcome back, Sony bro. I missed you. I say before you get into this section, if you don't care, skip it. Really clearly. I specifically requested it.
As soon as possible. Same for firing all of Atreus' arrows and his magic spell. You will likely notice when doing this that sometimes the Valkyrie is locked down for the duration of all of your abilities and cannot attack you until you're done.
Yep.
Then,
This is
on
really
the next
frustrating.
attempt, the Valkyrie will somehow break out of your combo and attack you while you're in the middle of your next runic attack. Even if your next attack lands, the Valkyrie will not be stunned and complete her attack against you. Why is this happening? Why does it only work sometimes even though you're doing the same thing? Some of you watching may be saying hyper armor, when an enemy goes immune to being staggered for the duration of an attack animation.
Ooh,
but that
rhymed.
doesn't make sense for two reasons. Either hyper armor would trigger during certain attacks that have the hyper armor buff, or they gain hyper armor after receiving a certain amount of damage. If it
This
was
is still
the
an
latter,
Ragnarok,
then
yeah.
the Valkyrie should gain it at the same point during this runic attack onslaught at the beginning of the fight every single time. This isn't the case, and if it was the former, we should see the same attacks being the ones that caused the combo to be interrupted, but this isn't the case either. In fact, I'm showing footage right now of myself using the same runic ability against the same attack that this Valkyrie is doing. Sometimes it interrupts her, sometimes it doesn't. Oddly, it seems to have more success if it's in the middle of her attack animation instead of at the beginning, but even that's not consistent. Others among you may be saying that it's a random chance for the Valkyrie to gain hyper armor. I would respond by
Did you
saying
beat all
that
the
this is
Valkyries
an
in Give Me God of War? Yeah, I did.
indefensible design decision since it means combat is no longer consistent. Staggers
All this
are a
footage
tool
is
you're
from Give Me
meant
God
to
of War mode.
use, and having a dice roll determine whether or not it acts normally is a huge flaw. Imagine if damage was the same way. However, I don't think it is random because staggering works properly far more often than it doesn't. My rough estimate, which is admittedly flawed, is that the success rate is above 90% for attacks with staggers.
That's code for
except
I
for
didn't
the
want to
Valkyrie
test it
fights,
anymore.
which have a much lower rate. This could still be random chance, of course, but that doesn't seem right, especially when you consider the following examples. When an enemy is powering up, an arrow from Atreus can interrupt them and cancel that transformation. It's the same as the technique I explained earlier
yeah, I
about
forgot
setting
about
the enemy
this,
up
yeah.
for an executioner's cleave. I believe the game even has a hint about using Atreus' arrows in this way to prevent the transformation, but I couldn't find it in my footage, so I might be wrong. You might want to disregard that. Sometimes this doesn't work, but it never fails just once. If the arrow isn't staggering, the next one won't either, and the next one after that. This can also be seen on enemies that are doing normal attacks and aren't ready to power up yet. Usually they get staggered, sometimes they just shrug it off and ignore it.
So weird.
Kratos' attacks can be ignored in the same way. For normal attacks, this makes sense. If every normal attack could keep an enemy staggered, then they'd never be able to fight back. But runic attacks are the smoking gun here. I went to the trouble of gathering as many examples as I could because I anticipate some people will need this proven without any doubt in order to accept it.
Yeah, they
so
won't.
I was
Nice
very
cut
happy
there.
when this happened to me.
Oh yeah, this one. Boom.
These enemies are doing the same attack. They are all hit by my runic attack at the same time, as you can see by their health bars, and yet one of them is not knocked into a stagger state, and he finishes his attack, hitting me before I can recover from the runic animation.
I love doing this shit, man.
This is likely why runic abilities have staggers tied to them, because you cannot cancel them once started. In fact, it's incredibly fucking frustrating to have an enemy go immune to stagger when you trigger one of these, since they get to soak you with unavoidable damage. Also, the one that wasn't staggered in this example was earlier in his attack animation than the other. Just in case any of you think this was a one-off, I managed to see this exact same thing happen a second time later. I've seen Draugrs do this, Dark Elves,
That one's not as good.
Wolvers, the other Valkyries, Sigrun, even Baldur, and the conclusion I've come to is this.
Tell us.
Sometimes God of War has enemies queue actions to do back-to-back and then sets them in stone as unchangeable.
All right, you
unless
think
they
I'm right
die.
here?
So an enemy's
I'm still not
tasks are
sure.
queued, transformation level up, and then immediately run at the player or do a dashing charge attack. Or a Valkyrie is queued up to do a wing slash combo and then immediately jump into the air afterwards. You can see that this happens sometimes when some attacks have pauses between them and other times they don't. This queuing definitely does happen, and when it...
I assume it has a no interrupt flag for chaining the moves together, because some moves don't have... Some moves only have the no interrupt flag sometimes, right?
does, I suspect the enemies can no longer be staggered because it would break that queue. This wouldn't be a problem if the player could figure out when that's happened, but you sadly cannot. So sometimes you won't bother finishing a far-off enemy because you saved an arrow for Atreus to interrupt the transformation, and you will be punished for it when it doesn't work. And sometimes you will use a runic attack during a Valkyrie fight and literally fucking die because you can no longer dodge, block, or parry when they aren't staggered. I mean this with no exaggeration either. While fighting Sigrun, I changed all of my runic abilities to those with the quickest animations and only used them when I was certain she was staggered from an attack already, like knocking her out of the air when she's charging a blast. Because if I didn't do that, using a runic attack on Give Me God of War mode meant I would die.
So true.
This can also happen in response to axe throws, and most infuriating of all happened a few times when I parried. The enemy decided to ignore the stagger, and I didn't get my special parry counterattack. In the same vein as this, I've seen enemies block attacks when I was hitting their backs. Attacks from Kratos passing through enemy models and dealing no damage. Fireballs leaping from enemy hands in the opposite direction that they were aimed at. Enemies spawning outside of the combat arena so you can't progress and have to reload or hope you can clip attacks through the terrain to hit them. This enemy braces to attack and then slides forward a bit like they have invisible wheels in their shoes.
I kind of hate this.
Which sounds awesome, but is mechanically disappointing for a game that's often about positioning. The burrowing lizards can transform power up while underground when you have no chance to interrupt them. Wolves can also transform power up instantly with no warning or chance to stop them at all.
That's not bad, actually.
If enemies are too high above your level, you can't fling them off cliffs.
This is annoying.
The game pretends there's an imaginary wall there instead.
Yeah,
it
why?
Looks terrible.
Why would you do
why
that?
You did this.
Yeah, I agree, yeah.
Projectiles have passed through me without dealing damage. Likewise, this attack on the Ogre moveset doesn't deal damage for some reason. You can also start attacking and get attacked before loading is fully finished.
This is still here.
Is still dark.
You can still do that in Ragnarok.
This nightmare spawns next to me in immediate bomb mode and explodes. This Draugr switches direction so abruptly mid-swing that you can see the near 90-degree angle change between frames.
Holy shit.
This troll's shockwave attack travels through rubble without any problems.
Yeah, that's kind of annoying,
but not a big deal. The game stuns me at the end of this phase transition and doesn't give me control back until it's too late. I had a No Man's Sky flashback here. This once happened when I chain slammed a White Walker in Helheim. Clearly he's an expert at 4D chess. Good for him.
Skill issue.
Speaking of chess, Baldur checkmates me here by blasting me back and following up with another attack so quickly that I don't have enough time to get away before he lands. This Draugr doesn't take damage nor is stunned from this runic attack, even though he's closer to me than the other Draugr that does. This ogre activates a short-range teleporter. He then drops it when he dies, and this wolf picks it up.
See, I like these sections where it's like evidence, 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 evidence. I understand that some people don't, and some people get tired of it, but like I always come back to the idea that if I don't do this, people are just gonna be like, how buggy could it possibly be? It's like, no, you're gonna sit here and you're gonna listen to it, but not really. You could turn off at any point.
Later to also use. Dark Elves often enter evasive
maneuvers.
Enough hits, snapping awkwardly away from you, or outright becoming immune to damage even if your axe hits them. It's difficult to determine whether Wolver hitboxes are accurate or not. They deal damage early in some animations and also push you back, so while I do think there's something off about these slashes, it's difficult to definitively prove. One thing I do know for sure about these guys is that they have an attack that can't be parried no matter what the color alert says. If you get enough gear to push
Ragnarok
this
had a
attack
lot
down
of
from
this.
red to yellow, you still can't.
And by a lot,
parry
I mean
it.
4.
I tried for 30 minutes, first with the base Kratos, and then with the parry amulet, which increases the window for parries. It never worked. I have a few more of these, but let's move on to axe throws and how hit detection often fails. I think there's also a maximum amount of range that this can work within, but that doesn't really make sense, so maybe it was some other bug I was running into at the same time. I do know the game sometimes requires you to hit something from a specific side or a specific direction for hit detection to work for puzzle reasons, even if you can hit it from somewhere you're not supposed to.
Man,
the axe
NAA.
will visually hit the object, but the impact won't register. My favorite of these was when the axe hit a crow in the air and showed the visual of it connecting and still didn't kill it.
Skill issue.
The axe also likes to snap from the air into enemies.
New recording session.
Especially as you can see here, but then again, sometimes the axe bounces off of them like they're made of stone instead. While we're on the axe, my favorite glitch in the game, and I mean this sincerely, is when you switch from the blades to the axe and dodge at the same time. This can reliably cause the axe to fall from your back and land on the floor instead of being equipped. This was frustrating as fuck at first because I kept trying to activate a runic attack after switching to the axe and was left wondering why I was in fist mode instead and the runic attack wasn't working. But now that I know what's happening, it never fails to make me laugh. It's like the axe says, screw this, I'm out, and just fucks off to the floor. Sadly, this should still be fixed, but yeah, good times.
Good times. That's a bad delivery on that, but
for
still
some
pretty
other
funny.
things like this, we have to go through another long list.
Sounds
Fun.
My second playthrough was far more buggy than my first. Lines of dialogue were broken, animations like this would glitch out. To prove I'm not exaggerating, things got so bad that Mimir started telling stories as a decomposing head before I got him to Freya.
That's talking about Odin. He's known by many names.
There's some weirdness with dialogue in other ways too. There are some lines I only got on some playthroughs, and this was after I had exhausted all of them and the characters stopped talking during transition traveling. On one playthrough, I was told by Mimir that Freya was now searching for her...
I don't know if I say this in the video, but I remember talking to Stream about it, maybe, and it was someone floated the theory that because it was a second save, that the game was erroneously flagging that we already showed you these conversations and they didn't repeat. Like there were some really important conversations that filled in space that never played on my second one. That's really bad.
Old Valkyrie wings and a way to break the curse placed on her by Odin that prevents her from harming any other being. On another playthrough, this line never happened, which is a shame because it sounds important, right? Hopefully Kratos also gets a pair of those wings in the next game and can start jumping all over the place.
Uh-oh.
In Niflheim, the rotator rune totems would often bug out. Sometimes they would
weird.
show the same rune twice before fully rotating. Even after doing a full cycle, they would remain bugged. Making things worse, this meant the chest wouldn't open even if you got the right runes on each totem. Probably because the game is still rotating the symbols, it's just not displaying them properly. Loot that drops on the floor can sometimes become possessed and start spinning around, bashing into things around it. Also, you get put back to full health when you kill a Valkyrie, so why do they spawn a bunch of these health globes? They just get in the way. I don't get this. The first time
that was
you
worth
finish
putting in the
this
video.
area, the game lets you jump down the wall despite the brambles being in the way, but if you come back here later, it won't let you do that again, and you have to walk all the way around and burn the brambles first.
That's annoying.
While we're here, it's worth it to return to the earthquake magically repairing itself, which still makes absolutely no goddamn sense. This isn't the only thing wrong with this scene. The supply of chopped logs also miraculously
They did this in
replenishes
Ragnarok
itself
again.
while you were gone, and then depletes itself again for the next time when you
They
return.
did this in Ragnarok.
Atreus says "our father" in this scene instead of "my father."
Yeah, my father doesn't like people either.
I still hear
the
our.
axe looks so much bigger.
Yeah,
in
this is a
scene
weird
than
one.
any
Why is the
other
axe
for some
huge?
reason. I don't know why. It's so fucking
What
weird.
the fuck?
Also, Atreus killing all of these dark elves on his own is flat out unbelievable. I don't think he could even lift the axe well enough to use it, so that wouldn't be a good explanation. These corpses are all piled up by him
Bigger
while you're
Luke?
gone. They're not from the previous battle, so we're meant to believe that he did this while Kratos was in the Pillar of Light. Using triangle both as the dialogue option and the axe return button leads to awkwardness throughout the game. Kratos signals he's ready to talk by holding up his axe, I guess. Not that it always matters, because sometimes NPCs simply won't talk to you. This happened most reliably with Sindri in Alfheim. I had to leave this area and then come back for his dialogue prompt to show up. This is pretty bad considering at this point you should be wondering how the fuck he got to this realm and the game won't let you speak to him.
Oh yeah,
And
that's
it's
why I
even
included
worse
it.
since
Okay.
you could run into this bug on your first playthrough and not realize it. You'd
Yeah.
think NPCs just don't have
Okay,
anything to say.
that was worth pointing out then because
For
of
a
that.
few things that aren't bugs but are still questionable enough to nitpick, we have... Kratos is constantly picking up heavy things and risking Atreus' head by having him walk under it.
Fixed
Why
in
not
Ragnarok.
just hop over it? They're not tall, there's no need for this. Why does he set them down in the same toppled position when he's done, which means he has to pick it up again if he comes through this area? The worst time this happens is in the scene when they're trailing the boar. They're meant to be quiet, yet he picks up this pillar and slams it down, only to move forward and then begin whispering directly afterward.
That probably wasn't
If you watched the streams, you must have been expecting these 2 points.
Yeah, you must have been.
In the mountain, they follow a trail of corpses that Kratos explains are victims of many traps in the area. Then, when they reach the end of the bodies, instead of being careful, since this should be where the still armed traps are, because there are no more bodies that set them off, he punches his way through some planks of wood without any caution whatsoever. Having to use elven bow magic to get across this pit is insane. Freya even says she has limited charges of it, and she can't even get to that realm anymore. We could have easily swam across this, or carried the boat to get to the other side, or jumped down the ledge from above. Atreus even goes on the barrier and sits on it, so he could have shimmied across just like Kratos could have on the same thing.
I was so upset,
After the water is lowered again, it makes even less sense because the pit is so low that Kratos could easily hop down and climb back up again. But the game still makes you shoot the crystal on the other side. Brock shows up after you kill the troll in Helheim and takes the blades from you to do some quick tinkering with them. He and Sindri can hop through space, which is how they get around so fast. So why doesn't Kratos, who thinks Atreus is close to death and that the medicine is time sensitive, give the heart to Brock to take to Freya ahead of him?
True!
Sindri would have been the better choice for this because he's a germaphobe and he wouldn't be willing to touch the blood, and it could have been explained away with a funny line.
Better get home to your boy already.
It's odd to me that Kratos visibly regenerates during the fight with Baldur and then never does it again. I think it would have been cool if he had had a slow regeneration effect that activates between fights, especially since if you die and restart, you get put to full health regardless.
I like this one,
could
actually.
Be explained
I remember
as Kratos
this.
healing himself slowly so Atreus doesn't start to ask questions about his father having special powers, because he's still hiding his godhood from him. Then, after Kratos admits what he is, he could regenerate the quick way after every fight from then on. A little bit of gameplay and story mixing there.
Yeah, that would be good.
Kratos refuses to blow the World Serpent's horn when you first find it and tells the boy it's because they can't predict what will happen. He should be more cautious. Meanwhile, just a moment ago, he threw his dead wife's precious heirloom axe into the lake on a fucking whim and almost lost it. Finally, and perhaps most hilariously, are the oddities with the button prompt moments in some scenes. Sometimes these kill you if you don't react in time, but most of the time, they don't. The game just waits. So Baldur will hang out here forever while you do nothing, so will the Dark Elves. Worst of all is in the final fight when Kratos and Atreus keep getting pummeled by Baldur if you don't hit the QuickTime event prompts. It just loops forever and ever at every stage of the prompt. Atreus just keeps getting pelted away over and over and over again. I'm laughing a lot in this video, what the hell?
Sorry.
Which means that we're finally done. Right, again, this is the video that never ends, sorry. Sigrun is a really
not
cool
even the
boss
longest
with
video
lots to
anymore.
think about. She's challenging and engaging to fight, yet stands as the epitome of the reactive combat system. You respond to her telegraphs, sometimes a few in a row, and then get a chance to unload damage with the simple inputs that you have. Then you react to the next telegraph and do it again. The fun is in making sure you're prepared to respond to each attack she cycles through. For me and many others, this really is fun. It's a test to recognize a telegraph and input the correct counter, but it also shows that the well has run dry. Unless many different types of responses are added in the next game, I don't see another fight ever being better than this without coming dangerously close to tedious, with dozens...
So, the addition of the spear, L plus triangle, the different shield, the shield bash, charging up the shields for shield bashing with different chaining perfect parries, actually committing to a system where you have like chains of parries, like kind of like Sekiro's deflection system a little bit, and mixing them all together with much more variety, did manage to make some bosses better than Sigrun. Some of the Berserker fights were better, the other Valkyrie Queen was probably better, and the Berserker King was probably better. They added enough to it. However, I still think they could have done much better, like with something like a jump button, you know, in that area. It doesn't have to be a jump button, but something like a jump button. So they did manage to pull it off, and with the different reactions with shield bashing specifically. But I would say the same thing now about Ragnarok. You know, the wells run dry. You need to add something more now for the next game for it to be the same way. So they wrung it out pretty well, I think. it was enough for me to enjoy it, and it stayed true to the roots of the first game, so I guess it could be seen as a great success, but like there was a couple of bullshit, some instances of bullshit to get there with some of the group fights with the berserkers. A jump button would look dumb. I don't know. Not really, but again, it doesn't have to be a jump button. It doesn't have to be. Yeah, anyway.
Of different telegraphs match to only a handful of your responses. Block, dodge, parry, axe throw. At the point that so many different actions have been added to build this system, it makes far more sense to use these to go more in depth on the player's options for controlling more of the fight in an active way instead. Essentially, I'm saying that Sigrun is both the peak of God of War's combat system and the final nail in the coffin.
True.
Without an increase in mobility options, every boss fight can only be a reskin remix of Sigrun from here on out.
Yep.
You can already see this happening with similarities within this game. Sigrun's jump into the air, Baldur does it too, an attack that causes an enemy to go airborne and requires a dodge or an axe throw. Magni and Modi do that too. A channeled beam attack that you need to block, fast dashes that you need to dodge. I think you get it. It's easy to arrive at this conclusion because Sigrun is a boss you fight 9 times. Her moveset has been shattered with a hammer and placed in pieces throughout the game. Each Valkyrie, while being their own entity in terms of story and lore, is a facet of Sigrun in terms of gameplay. Aside from 1 or 2 abilities, Sigrun has every attack that every other Valkyrie has rolled into one. Every fight against the Valkyrie so far has been training you to fight her. I don't say this often, but I think Sigrun is probably too hard because of how many attacks she has at her disposal.
Not true. Get good.
Normal, so maybe she's more balanced there, but unless normal mode provides more health crystals during the fight, I have my doubts. Every other boss in this game has generous checkpoints. This was something that bothered me initially, but then I accepted that it allowed each phase to be longer. Maybe some sort of Fury-style life system could have worked to balance this, but the current way it works is also acceptable. Sigrun and the other Valkyries do not have this safety net.
Remember something mad about that comparison? No one gives a shit about your indie game Fury, Joe. This is AAA, Sony. Shut the fuck up.
Then they shouldn't take too many hits to kill. Sigrun, on the other hand, has a ton of health.
She really does,
On
yeah.
Give Me God of War, it felt like I was fighting the combined health pools of every other Valkyrie as well as their attacks. Hard wasn't too different from this, so I have to assume that normal mode is also a demanding fight. You must learn all of her moves and execute them near flawlessly. This is likely too much for many players when compared to the rest of the game, however, I really appreciate that there was no compromise here. Players can't fight her without getting through all of those other Valkyries first, so not only are they being trained by those fights, they're also proving their commitment to get through it. The challenge of the Sigrun boss fight itself is the reward for that, more so than the fun axe upgrade that she drops after you beat her.
Yeah, very true.
Making
Content
boss
is a true
fights
reward in
this
games.
much of an ordeal is something that I really enjoy, but of course not every fight can have 8 levels of training spread throughout the whole game for you to find. It's a shame that Give Me God of War mode couldn't have added more mechanics and brought fights closer to this, instead of just adding more health and damage. The power-up change was a first good step. It's a shame that that was the only one that was taken. However, the Valkyries are also, unfortunately, another source to show how refinement is missing from God of War's combat system. Hitbox errors, inconsistencies, and more than one design decision that can only be described as dumb. I'm sorry that's so blunt, but I can't think of a better way to say it. The Valkyrie...
That's what you're sorry about? That's the part you're apologizing for. That you call the mechanic dumb. That's the part that gets an I'm sorry. Not the shit from earlier. Okay. Alright.
All Run has a move that causes her to surge forward to your position and then execute an attack. This can either be a quick stab or a wing slash. The former requires you to dodge quickly or step aside if you are far enough from her when she starts. The other requires a block, but the important thing to realize is that if you do the wrong reaction, you will get hit. The wing slash is large enough to clip you during a dodge. The wing stab is a red attack that breaks through shields. There is no difference between the dashes she does leading up to these attacks, so you have to guess which one and hope you get it right. Except there is a tell. Before she does the forward dash, she will dart to the side. If she darts to the left, she will do the wing slash. If she darts to the right, she will do the wing stab. Not only do I think this is a ridiculous way to telegraph what attack a boss is about to do, it's also inconsistent. Another way attacks are linked.
Alright, I actually really strongly disagree with this now. If it's inconsistent, then I'm probably going to stay with it, but I actually really disagree. I really disagree with this now. This is the biggest disagreement in the video so far. I think it's fine.
This way is with the wing shield ability. Sigrun will follow this up with the same quick forward red stab that happens so quickly you have to anticipate it coming by remembering that she does it after shielding herself. However, Sigrun, like the queen that she is, will do whatever she wants about a quarter of the time. She will dart in the wrong direction for the follow-up attack, she will also bug out and nothing personal kid teleport behind you with a stab.
Yeah, the inconsistencies
Sometimes
are
there won't
bad.
be
Oh
any
wow, that's
warning at
really
all,
bad.
and you have to somehow react to her moving in under 10 frames and hope that your guess of a dodge or a block
Holy
is correct.
shit!
This can be combated by keeping your distance from her so you have more time to react when she channels her inner Rapidash, but that's a poor solution. You are sacrificing uptime on dealing damage to the boss to do this, and she will still sometimes glitch out so hard that you won't be able to react even if you are far away. The other stupid mechanic is on the Valkyrie Geardriful. I'm probably saying that wrong, and it's also one that Sigrun inherits. This also links to my final Give Me God
this
of
is
War
kind of dumb, this
criticism,
one.
that they removed an option from these fights. On hard mode, you could throw your axe to interrupt the Valkyries whenever they went into the air. No matter what attack they were doing, you could be rewarded for quick reflexes and throwing the axe. Aside from one ability, the Valkyries are immune to this in Give Me God of War mode, and the only reason there's an exception is because it causes a huge explosion that kills you no matter where you are, so you have to throw the axe to interrupt it.
Didn't kill you though.
I understand that throwing the axe
didn't
could
kill
be
you,
seen as
though.
too easy a solution for many fights, but this unquestionably makes the
You're wrong.
bosses less interesting because you have fewer responses. I think a better solution here would have been requiring a much faster axe throw. If you miss that timing, then they go immune. It makes the fights harder without further restricting you. Anyway, this ability that Geardriful has makes her fly into the air. Sigrun has this one too. Since you can't knock them down with the axe anymore, you have to react to it in another way. They charge a big blast of light that blinds you when it pops. After quite a while, I finally realized that you respond to this by turning away
Quite a
from
while
them
is an
when they're doing
understatement. It took
So
me a while to
covering
figure this
your
out,
eyes
man.
in a way so the blindness doesn't hit you. Right now, that may sound reasonable. First up, this isn't the only attack in the game that inflicts blindness. There are at least 2 others, and many more that have the same explosion of light visual. This is the only one that can be nullified by looking away, so it's not consistent. Secondly, if turning away solves
Dude,
it,
this
then
guy loves
hiding Kratos'
consistency.
face behind a shield should also work, but of course it doesn't. Thirdly, it's not actually Kratos that has to look away from this. It's the camera. So you can have Kratos' face staring into the Valkyrie sun all you want, but if you turn the camera away, you won't be blinded. The inverse is also true. Kratos can be looking away, but if you turn the camera back, he will still be blinded. Lastly, you cannot use the quick 180 turn ability when recalling the axe. So if you throw the axe thinking Sigrun used the ability that requires an axe throw, good luck turning Kratos around in time without the 180 turn, unless you know about the camera trick. Just for the sake of being thorough, here are all the moves Sigrun can do after flying up in the air. I think you'll agree that some are easily mistaken for others. That's a good part of the challenge, but making it so you can't turn around while the axe is flying back isn't good.
Yeah,
For a more
that's a good
general
point.
problem that also happens to be my biggest personal gripe in the whole game, we have to look at unlockable skills being big mistakes. While the catch the axe into an attack abilities are cool to look at, they also change how quickly you can throw the axe when it's not currently equipped. You have to have it in Kratos' hand first, not on his back. This is the minor one though. While we're on it, I do wish you could more naturally run and catch the axe at the same time. Instead, Kratos always pauses when you recall the axe, no matter what you're doing, except for rolling, I think.
I
It's
didn't
a bump
test
in how
that.
smooth chaining moves together usually is. The big problem is the projectile parry. Parrying grants you a period of invulnerability. It also usually stuns
yeah.
whoever you parried.
This was
Even better,
really
you
fucking
can cancel
annoying.
the counterattack of a parry if you decide another
Ragnarok's
option
way
is
better about
superior.
this.
Projectile parries are different. They also grant a moment of invulnerability, but the parry animation is a lot longer and also cannot be cancelled. This means you can successfully parry a projectile and then be exposed to massive damage while
Massive
Kratos is locked
damage.
into completing it because the moment of invulnerability wasn't increased along with the animation time. So these channeled beam attacks that some bosses do, you raise your shield too late and parry, which should be encouraged and rewarded. Instead, you could die. Same for Baldur's ranged attacks, the volley from this Valkyrie, pretty much any ranged attack in the game really, because a ranged parry doesn't stun the enemy until it's completed, so they are free to do a follow-up that is faster than the parry animation if that's just what is randomly selected as their next move to use. This is bad because you cannot turn this skill off after taking it. It's even worse because now you have to have even better reflexes on some attacks in order to block so early that there's no chance of accidentally parrying and killing yourself. It also means the parry amulet, which increases the window that a parry can trigger in, is a liability instead of a buff. It can and will get you killed. I died to this more times than I can count.
Yep.
Sigrun also has some hitbox issues, both in your favor and in hers, and can break the timings on some of her attacks for some frustrating inconsistencies. This one here, when she landed from her air stabbing ambush early for no discernible reason, was particularly bad. I could go into great
I don't
detail
understand
on
those
these
2
with
by
a ton
2
of
side by side. I
examples,
have
since
to watch
took
it
me a
again.
couple of hours to kill Sigrun on Give Me God of War mode, largely because of these issues, but I think that would be too indulgent on my part, he says at the end of his 3-hour video. I think I've already made my point on these problems.
Oh, am I going too fast?
I think it would also risk souring the tone of the video at the end.
Yeah,
But I am overwhelmingly positive on this game.
What the fuck?
The biggest reason why I went so hard on it
Are you
and that this video became
insane?
so long is that I consider it to be the most important game that will release this year. It isn't my favorite.
Great video, really holds
so
up.
far. That goes to Celeste, but God of War feels like
Celeste.
the first AAA game that I've played in a long time that had the attention to detail and passion of an indie game swirling inside of it. I said at the beginning that God of War is greater than the sum of its parts.
What do you mean? What do you mean I hated the game? Didn't you hear at the end of the video after relentlessly criticizing it for an hour and a half when I said for 5 minutes that it's great and I really like it? What do you mean I hate the game? I don't hate the game. Did you not listen to the last 5 minutes where I said, like, it's still great, don't worry about it?
I do not think that showing how some of those parts are flawed diminishes the overall achievement of the game as a whole. Things can always be done better, and it's more important than ever to point that out when something is receiving universal praise, even if that praise is from yourself. Loving something means that you will want it to succeed more and more, and to improve and grow more and more. That will be true until the day comes that a perfect game is released. If that ever happens, I'll close down the channel.
Oh, I'm lying.
From story to gameplay to visuals and almost everything in between, God of War is a triumph. It strikes me as the first major budgeted game in a long time, perhaps ever, that flirts with pushing forward with all of the strengths of the medium.
Mm-hmm.
The next game in this series is now among my most anticipated releases.
Oof.
I hope that the developers behind this game receive the support and freedom to build on everything they've done here.
Oof.
I hope that in the next video,
Oh man, that Brock and Sindri clip
from the title.
Spooky.
Thank you, friends.
That's a good end line, actually. Hope I can take away almost from the title. All right. Well, in my defense, I start out gushing like crazy. There was a lot of positivity before, the salt mines were opened and we started our shift. Okay, like there was a lot of positivity at the beginning. All right.
Okay, so we're done for real. So I'm doing this part.
All right,
unscripted.
We don't need to. The credits are just me talking about moving to Moncton and everything. All right. The fucking bore. Elden Ring or Ragnarok Game of the Year? I would give it to Elden Ring, but after that just roasting of a game, I feel like I owe it to Ragnarok just to make amends. Holy shit! Fucking boom, roasted. God damn. What score would you give your old video? 6 out of 10. I could have done that much better. It was alright. It was alright. Not my best work. It was thorough. It was thorough. Oh man. All right. A little. I should have spaced out more positivity within the negativity. The problem is that the way I go through things in chronological order with the story being like a commentated playthrough almost. If there's a long stretch where it's bad, then it's gonna be pretty fucking relentless all the way through. Now I could do a bit better than that, and better than that if I like, okay, well, where's the big section of negativity? Let's, sandwich some positivity about the combat or some other thing somewhere to balance it out instead of having it at the beginning. I try to make videos positive at the start unless it's like overwhelmingly negative. Even then I think I try to say some positive things at the beginning. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's fine. I think it just kind of come across as a little extreme, and I'm laughing at it because it's so salty. I'm not actually salty or mad. It's just part of the presentation. I had fun. Ragnarok is receiving overwhelming praise. We need your video. No! Odyssey video next? Oh my god. Odyssey video. Thing is that when you're negative, or when I'm negative, I really want to have examples. And the examples make the negative sections longer, and then it feels like you're being way more negative than you actually are, because not only are you saying, hey, I don't like this, and then going into why, and then backing up with more examples as well, you're now like overpowering the positive parts. Even though I do say why I like things, and I have examples and backing for the positive parts too, the negative parts I feel like I need to justify more, because it's like, look, if I'm going to criticize something, then I better damn well prove it, Whereas if something is good, it's like I do want to prove it, but it's not as important. I do think I was a little rude in parts of the video, though. I feel bad about that. I always try to be respectful in the videos, and I think there was a period where I kind of lost sight of that. I don't think I was disrespectful in the Elden Ring video, and I don't think I was disrespectful in the Witcher videos. I'm trying to think at what point from the videos from this one I was a little disrespectful in this video for sure. From this one onwards, what a load of shit. Well, what a load of shit was a joke setting up that like it's a soppy ending, and then I say what a load of shit to the ending being a dream sequence. Watch the ending rambling. No, you're not my dad. Your videos always felt more like a thesis than a critique. Do you think so? They're not essays to me. I don't view my videos as essays at all. I know people say, oh, they're video essays. I don't think that. I don't think they're reviews either, unless it says review in the title. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I did reviews. I don't do them anymore. Can we have a Witcher 1+2 video marathon before the third comes out? No. This was cringe. Why do you want me to post cringe? Hey, it's me, your dad. Please watch the ending. You can't fool me. You're sober. You didn't make a single spelling mistake. You're not my dad. 9-hour marathon. Please do more of these when streams come out. Yeah, maybe. It could be fun. We'll see. Quick, Joe. Throw up the ActRaiser video to double the number of people who've seen it. Can we read YouTube comments? What do you mean? Like on the video? Nah, I need to go. It's really late. Everyone's asleep. Lily's already in bed. Joe reacts to his own videos, infinite content loop. What if I reacted to my reaction and then react to that and react to that? I'm a React Andy now. I'm a React Andy now. Was he singing some Persona 4 song? Yeah, I sing it quite a bit. How are viewers going up? More React Joe. Who cares about sleep? Last of Us React video would be... Oh, I hate how I sound in that video. Anything before... I think it's the Breath of the Wild video or something. Or the Dark Souls 3 video. I can't remember. Anything before that, I just can't fucking listen to it, man. I hate my delivery so much in a lot of the early videos. I hate it so much. Edith Finch React? What's there to react there? Maybe there would be some. I could talk about how I made it and everything. I feel like I lost steam in throughout this watch along though. I feel like I have more interesting things to say early on. I don't know. Can we rewatch the Birger cutscene? No. You say why? I don't even look for. Why do I keep reading your fucking messages? How do you have this ability? What the fuck? It's, you know what? Maybe it's because you have a short name, so like the text takes up more space, like it stands out. How the fuck? If it makes you feel better, I don't think anyone thinks you sound bad in early videos. At least I don't. I sound actually deranged in the Dark Souls 3 video, and I won't say why, because if you haven't noticed why, then I won't bust that bubble for you. I hate how I sound in the Dark Souls 3 video more than anything else. It's fun to just watch it with chat. To be honest, your commentary is even greater on top of it. Yeah, it's a pretty fun process to watch along. Yeah. Stephen's sausage roll react. You sound a little crazy, Elden Ring one. Do you think so? I think I sound. I think the Elden Ring one has my best delivery yet. Sounds more natural in the Elden Ring video. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Anyway, thank you very much for watching. That's it for this little stream. It wasn't even a stream season. It was just like streams back real quick to blast through Ragnarok. I would love to play 2018 again on stream and do the next playthrough of Ragnarok on stream, but this has actually been pretty taxing, and you know, I want to try and rush the video out, and going back to a normal stream schedule while streaming it all would not be conducive to that. So I will be gone for a while. The next stream will be the Game Awards, and I will decide before the Game Awards if we are going to do, as a treat, Life is Strangemas in December, which would be a marathon of all of the main Life is Strange games. I don't know if we do the side ones